the more contented the horse became, as if he felt that I was near, and was satisfied. Finally I started away, intending to leave him, since I could in no way influence him. This had great effect. The farther I got, the more uneasy he became, as I was able to see, until at last he lifted up his head and neighed loudly. Once, twice, thrice, and then he started after me in a wild gallop. When he reached me he grew easy, but as I went rapidly onwards he followed. He was awake to a sense of my presence, though he could not see, feel, or hear me. My mind was wholly occupied in getting this faithful servant to the camp. So, feeling no fatigue, nor hunger nor thirst, nor any sensation of the physical life, I walked clear into camp all those miles with that horse following contentedly after. When we reached the camp the Valix was there, but only 2 of the men, the others having gone in search of me, since I was now overdue in my arrival, thanks to my name. These men, like the horse, could not see me, but unlike him neither could they sense my nearness. My utmost efforts were entirely unsuccessful, and although I stayed for 2 days until the search was over and the men had returned to the Valix to obtain further orders from Kafel, I was unsuccessful still. One of the hunters was still out, and when he came back I spoke to him. He could not see me, but my presence affected him strangely. So I spoke again and again, till at last he sat down trembling by my desk in the salon of the Valix. A paper and a pen and ink were on this, and I said to the man, "Use that pen." To my partial surprise he used it, but seemed in a deep sleep the while, and mechanically wrote, "Use that pen." An idea occurred to me, and I uttered words which had no connection of meaning, every one of which he wrote just as I spoke it. This was encouraging, so I next said, "It is I, even Zalem, who say these things. I am dead. Go home to Kafel." Of my body and its whereabouts I said nothing, feeling that it was properly intuned. But what I spoke in dictation was all written, not that the medium heard, but for the time I was the controlling intelligence of his body. The others took the message and hid it, and when the writer had come out of trance they asked him what he had written. But he denied having written anything. This seemed to satisfy them. The man was so obviously honest in his denial. So they went and gathered the equipage and animals into the Valix, and prepared to leave for Kafel. Their action satisfied me, so that I thought no more of them, but began to wish I was at home. I reflected that I had left the disability of the flesh in the cave house, hence I ought to be able to go here or there as had mine. I would try it. So I said to myself, I would be at home at Agako, where is the rye, and he will be able to see me, and know all things of this matter. With this utterance all things changed, and I found myself in the palace of Agako. But neither Guaxon nor Anzumi, who was there also, were seemingly able to see me, more than the man in the veil had been. What was this thing called death, this barrier? Was death indeed the threshold between 2 conditions, communication to and fro being impossible, as futile to attempt from my side as from the other? I had thought Guaxon able to penetrate this barrier. But alas, I found myself not more able to obtain his recognition than that of the others. I knew he could see those who put off their fleshly shells in order to travel as mine had done, and resume them at will. Why then not see me? Death perhaps meant more even than putting aside the body. Long I stood there, wondering at this thing called death. As I stood by Guaxon's side, having abandoned the attempt to impress him with a knowledge of my presence, a human shape came into the apartment. Shape? It seemed as real as any of the courtiers sitting by the arch of the doorway. None of these latter appeared aware of the new arrival. Except the rye, no one beside myself saw him, but continued their talk regarding the sudden death of the Incalis Minin, and disposal of his body in the Maxenlight on the previous afternoon. I had been dumbfounded at the strange resemblance of the new arrival to myself, but I was immeasurably amazed to hear the rye exclaim, "What? Zalem dead? Dead?" An attendant, hearing this exclamation, but seeing only the sovereign, hastily went to him inquiring his pleasure. As he approached he passed directly through the form which Guaxon had addressed by my name. Neither the human shape nor the attendant seemed aware of the remarkable occurrence. But the form, smiling, in reply said, "I, Zorai, I am Zalem, but not dead, except in that I am free of earthly restraint." Confused, almost stupefied by these happenings, I sank on a divan near me. Guoxun could see what purported to be me was indeed a very image of me in looks, speech, memory of events, in fact really was the psychic counterpart of my life and self, but he could not see me. Mystery. Mystery. How many had death to reveal to me? I had left in the Umor prison a material image of myself. Was it possible that there also existed an intermediate counterpart of both my material body and myself, which yet retained certain gross forms of life lost by me, making it visible while I was invisible? But as Guoxun was a son of the solitude, why was he unable to perceive both my astral and myself? He was not unable, but would not allow me to know his ability. The reason, plain to me now, but not then, briefly is, that a person in dying is separated into psychic elements which, not to be too detailed in the statement, are threefold: earthly, psychic, and spiritual. Of these the highest is the I am, the ego. The others are those above mentioned as spoken to by Guoxun, and as left in the prison. Now, the ego seeks an exalted level. The shell stays in the earthly conditions until the body, finally dissolved, is dust to dust. The exalted or egoic state is one of isolation. As spoken in biblical records 17a, a medium can go to it, but the ego, after a little while, cannot return to earth, nor know anything earthly save those extremely tense mental spiritual states of one or many individuals who reach out for the things of God. And these things are not earthly. This is real mediumship. The genuine medium rises to the necessary height, but the ego cannot descend to earth, cannot deny the law of progress, except during a limited period after the transition called death, and then it is not retrogression. A medium is like an aneroid barometer, able to indicate the degree of ascension above the ocean of water or of spirit. But he must be present on the level. The level cannot descend to him. Hence it is that one in dying is a traveler to that bourne whence none return. There is no return of the departed, except through physical rebirth and reincarnation. I leave thee to find out that this is not transmigration of souls, for the latter postulates rebirth in lower animal form as a punishment for sin. Such a thing cannot be. Retrogression is impossible, and the whole notion is but a corrupt falsity of conception, founded upon the misunderstood truth of reincarnation, whose successive rebirths are invariably progressive. To return to the Rai and his determination not to see me, Guoxun knew that I was not yet come into the proper state, and feared to interrupt my progress. Hence he would not allow my shell to influence him, so far as I could determine. Having, however, by the contact of his supersensitive nature perceived the fact of my demise, he sought further, and though his actions denied to me that he saw me, yet he put into operation forces to the end that I should presently be ready for him to come to me. But not until my mundane life was fated would he do so, not until I was gone forth into the undiscovered country of Navazaman. Then he came, and the meeting was one of simple joy, of unaffected grace, between two souls equal before God, not in status of acquired wisdom, for in that Guoxun was vastly above me, but in that equal brotherhood of the spirit which I wish now reigned on earth. It shall yet do so, for the cross-bearer said, "Ye are all children of one Father." Behold, it is so. When Guoxun was come unto me, the sphere of earth was in no wise brought with him. To have carried earthly conditions with him would have been to remand me to earth, and have rendered me palpable injustice. No ego ever is permitted, by the very laws of its being, to go back to earth except a wrong thing is thereby suffered. The selfhood of an initiate may project itself into Devachan, but the dweller in Devachan, heaven, cannot go again to earth till it be born again therein. Indeed, why does the soul leave earth after the grave? It is because in Devachan it assimilates the fruits of active earth life. Right here is the explanation of the written word of God. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. For there is no work, no device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom, in the grave, whither thou goest. 18 True it is that in the grave is nothing done. In the following pages much will seem to indicate my doings between the grave and the cradle. But observe that the whole of earth was become a perfect blank to me. The soul cannot return. 212 Save it re-embody in rebirth. To call it back is to came revulsion of this process and reassociation with the astral shell which the ego left behind at the decease of the body. Such reassociation revives the astral, whereupon action and reaction take place between it and the ego, much to the detriment of the latter. All I experienced was only the fruits of what I had done. I could do no new thing, think no new thought, experience nothing not in itself the expression of something done ere I came through the grave. And in this rearrangement and crystallizing of my past earth life, time cut no figure. The realness of it was but the reality of vivid dreaming. Time had no part in that which was already done. It lay in the power of the Rai to recognize me, but he would not, that I might not suffer harm. It similarly lies in the power of all forceful mediumistic natures, generally, belonging to the sect called spiritualists, to do likewise. These media can recall the departed, but at what dread cost to the departed ego, and reacting upon the medium to the latter. I say no process of nature as ordered by our Heavenly Father may be lightly interrupted. Every such act carries penalty proportionate to the understanding of the culprit, never light and often of fearful weight. Had I remained to see, I would have seen Guoxun, son of the solitude, go forth in his own astral shape, after retiring his corporeal to his secret chamber, that no harm might come to the body while he was away. And the Shelzalm would I have seen go with him to the Incalithlon, and there should I have seen the Rai cause it to pass into the unfed light. But of all men on earth only the trained eyes of a son could have seen what then happened. The shell would not have emerged from the Maxon nevermore. What was this? Why destroy it? So that it might not go forth in the earth and impress sensitives such as the Valksman whom I had impressed in Umor, and whom my shell might otherwise continue to impress. Thus might have resulted much trouble. For this astral of mine was but faithfully repeating my final words ere I parted company with it, when it said to Guoxun, there in Agako, I am not dead. It was even then like all other shells, its double composite nature only holding together during the limited period it could draw sustaining magnetism from my recently closed earthly correspondence. In some cases such sustenance is sufficient for ages, in others centuries, years, days, or even minutes, according to the earthward turning, or the spirit-turning sympathies of the decedent. The astral is only vivified force, bearing the image in all respects of its ego, the I am. Even prophecies made by returned spirits, prophecies which come true after years, perhaps are but the impressed foresight of the ego at the moment of departure. It for an instant sees into vast future depths of time, and this glimpse is imprinted on its astral shell. It is psychic form. If the phenomena set in motion by man are of that intensely vital created by Moses, Buddha, Zoroaster, then just as long as a believer of any one of these religious systems adheres, that long but no longer the shells of these prophets will continue their derived existence. It is psychic force which is their controlling lever, formed force. It is the same force which holds the stars to their orbits, and the atoms to theirs. It is vital and dual, being positive and negative. To separate, the force or fire element of the ancients to thee, not to me, was to cause the focus for such an unfed fire as the Maxon, and in later ages in Israel the power in the Ark of the Covenant, alike with the Maxon, fatal to life. These focus points are portals whereinto the entire concourse of lesser forces of nature are absorbed upon contact. These foci are also the sole residence of the much-sought universal solvent of the alchemists. Needless to say that as some of these alchemists have been sons of the solitude, that therefore they have had the wonderful solvent to serve them. Equally apparent must it be why the secret has remained carefully concealed. These foci are very oracles of the heart of the universe. Hence any sort of formed force meets here its omega. Consequently, when Guoxun caused my astral to pass into the Maxon, he returned to the sum undivided of cosmic force, a quantity no longer of use to the formed world. On a very small scale indeed, the medulla oblongata of the brain is such a focus, a Maxon point where positive and negative meet. Were it not so, life would be impossible. Destroy this Maxon of the body, even by a needle thrust, and vitality instantly ceases. But enough. Guoxun came to me who could not go to him. Those not initiates do often thus rise in their sleep to their friends, but they fail at the point of not knowing how to do so voluntarily. As one great point of my work is to explain these mysteries, I may spare yet a little space in rendering clear, past all mistake, how it is that those on earth can acquire the power of going to their friends beyond the divide, but never these last come back to earth. The barometer on a calm day registers at sea level a definite degree of air pressure, and at 1 mile above the sea on the side of a mountain, let us say, the mercury in the tube has fallen to another definite but less degree. This is in both cases due to air pressure. If now one desires to have the pressure existing at a mile's height, will he go up to it, or will he bring that altitude down to himself? In storm weather the barometer falls also, the air is less dense, meteorological changes have taken place which in effect have brought the high aerial altitudes, i.e. the conditions prevailing in high altitudes, down to the lower level. But thus has a storm been created. Superior conditions have forced one. So it is that by the exercise of superior force a medium at a spiritualistic seance can bring back or down a soul which had gone on through the grave. But it will give rise to a psychic storm, and these are exceedingly costly occurrences. The witch of Endor created such a storm when she forced Samuel down to earth again. Beware, O mediums! If thou art, friend, a human spirit barometer, thou mayest rise to thy friends, but never, as thou valuest soul's peace for thee, or for them, seek to bring them down to thy circles. Those who seek only the exciting part of this history will do well to omit perusal of the greater part of Book I, and leave it to the reader who seeks the reason and lemon of my life record, and how I am able to depict scenes passed by more than 12,000 years ago. Through the crime of Minene the Incalas I had been forced to seek my psychic plane, and because I was I and am I, that plane is more or less one of isolation. That is to say, it was peopled with the children of my fancy, my experiences, my hopes, longings, aspirations, and my conceptions of persons, places, and things. No two people see in the same way the same world. To Anzumi, with her knowledge, the world could not have seemed the same as to Lalix, who saw from another, and in some ways lower, standpoint, while to neither was it the same as to the wise minister Menax. And with all three the view of life was different from that held by Guaxon. So also the heaven, the devotion, of one person is filled with his concepts of life, while that of his neighbor on either side, so to speak, is peopled with other peculiar mental properties. Now the state after the grave, and his or her knowledge, aspirations and trusts of life is the condition of harvest, where no one acts, but where the rewards of action in the preceding life acts paid. It is the land of Lethe, where is no pain, sorrow, sickness or agony, for these earthly conditions begun on earth, and they perforce must be finished on earth. So karma decrees. Heaven is passive, not active, and results of knowledge are there assimilated by the soul. That is, made so that the new birth is like the succeeding page of a business ledger, all of the old lives with the last added in. I hope I have not been prolix. I have not, if I have given a clear comprehension of what the relation really is between earth and heaven, and that the latter is to the former as the resting time of night is to the activity of the day. Let none suppose that the devotion of one that hath committed earth-binding errors, and must by these bonds again reincarnate, is anything like the great life wherewith are crowned those who are faithful unto the death of that serpent in the heart, animal lusts. The words can well portray mere devotion. They are powerless to depict that life. Finite can never compass infinite. Then let the infinite into thy hearts. Even so I pondered, in the presence of Guaxon, Anzumi, and the others, who either would not or could not see me. My earthly powers were departing. The power which I had a moment before possessed of seeing persons, places, and things of the world seemed fast escaping me, while glorious sights and sounds replaced them, sights and sounds akin to the daydream of the life just left, except that these were real to my senses, tangible and mutually reactive. Ah well, if those left on death's first shore could not see me nor know my presence, nor I see them nor their presence, why not unresistingly glide into enjoyment of the peace and the new sights and things which were come in place of the old? Yeah, I would. Goodbye, old life. Hail to the new. As peacefully as a dream the sight of the palace and of familiar things faded from view, and I seemed to have come into a beautiful valley, hemmed in by azure-hued mountains. Before me stood a building of unpretentious exterior. Irregular in its outlines, it seemed to have been built in sections, added as more rooms became needed. 215 necessary. What an altogether excellent idea that was, I thought. It was formed of slabs of rock, not quarried, but naturally scaled from the ledge. In places it was 3 stories high, in others only 2, but mainly all the rooms were on the ground floor. What sort of people lived here? Certainly people whose architectural abandon was after my own heart. I felt ere seeing them already friendly. Assuredly they lacked not the love of beauty, for covering the quaintly picturesque dwelling ran perennial vines, while all about lay tasteful gardens. Should I venture to intrude my presence? As I considered, a man opened a door near me and came forward. He had a very familiar appearance. Where had I seen him? I had forgotten as completely as if I had never known the life which I had experienced as Zalm, the son of Menax. My senses were dominated by the feelings of boyhood, and the thoughts and ideas and simple knowledge of boyhood in the mountain home by Pitak Rock. As the familiar-looking stranger drew close he said, "Knowest thou me, thy father Marin Numinos?" While this settled the apprehension that dimly arose in my consciousness that I was alone, and therefore invisible to people, it only quenched the idea that had rapidly faded as I looked on the house of slabs of rock, the idea that I was dead. I no longer knew any such experience, and the knowledge of death had passed away so far as it applied to my own decease. I was filled with pleasure at the question of the man before me, and I now perceived that he was the father of my childhood's ideal, but not him whom my mother had always presented in disparaging light. She, thou knowest, did not like him. But this thought did not present itself then. I only knew that I looked on him whom I recognized as my father. I was overjoyed at finding him, and I replied, "Verily, I know thee well." Then he asked, "Wilt thou rest?" Being fatigued, I will do so, and no doubt be much benefited. Thereupon Marin Numinos led me within the great rambling house to what I must call a den. Even though the name may seem inelegant. Den it was, cleanly, but so charmingly, delightfully confused and disorderly. Books and specimens of rocks, and all things which a boy loves were scattered about in that inextricable litter which fills the trim housekeeper with despair. My pleasure was unbounded, for I felt that I was a boy, only a boy, and had yet to reach maturity, the unknown possibilities of which seemed to fill my whole being with pleasant anticipation of the future. I was a lad of exuberant spirits let loose in his own realm, and in this room free from fear of the orderly mother who had elsewhere always restrained me. On a bed, roughly smoothed up in one corner of the shaded room, lay a pack of books from the district library, each marked, Pitak Rock District 5, in posseed characters. These were in my way, and I laid them carefully, for books were ever almost sacred objects in my eyes, on the floor, in order that I might rest on the bed. Then I laid me down to sleep upon the rude couch which had always seemed softer and easier to fond memory than any downy cushion in the Cephalian life. Not that I knew this as I lay down. I only knew that I experienced a state of things just suited to my desires. I had no clear idea of any event of the old life in Poseid. No memory of death, nothing. All had gone like the events of some dream which we strive in vain to recall at breakfast next morning. And yet, when I came across things in the new state similar to those known and loved in the old, when I found things here such as I had been wont to dream of some day carrying to realization, then the new realities, which after all were not new, seemed wholly satisfactory with the added charm of achievement, though I could not recall the old. The whole scene which greets mine eyes, in some strange mode I recognize, as one whose every mystic part I feel prefigured in my heart. Nature here, though presenting some novelties, was not different enough to excite special attention. One day I arose and departed from the scenes of this reproduced boyhood's life. The curtain rose on things derived from the later life after leaving Pitak Rock for Cephal, and I found myself now in the midst of acquiring knowledge even to the great degree of Azio and Kala, a degree greater than even any scientist of the modern world has achieved. But this phase of devotion soon passed because, not having reached such a degree on earth, nor having even tried to do so, I had no real basis from which to draw devachanic scenes. Thus passed the time around me, sometimes with real egoi of deceased earthly persons who had worked with me intimately on earth, and so had with me to reap the results of the collaboration. At other times I was alone with my concepts, which, however, seemed as real as actual persons, for all seemed absolutely real. Lolix was here in her better aspects. But the sin of our day was held against our return to earth. It seemed perfectly natural to meet Anzumi one night as I wandered by the shore of a sea adjacent to an artificial wilderness, where all things were arranged in harmony with my ideal solitude, to which, in Cephal's busy whirl, I had one day dreamed of taking her when we should be wed. It was sweet when we met to hear her call me husband, and the peace after action was all delightful as I had imagined it would be. But my pen is in advance of its proper place. To return to the den. Without disrobing, for the air was warm, I lay down and slept. When I awoke, I passed down the hallway into the garden. A change had come over. I was older, the landscape was different, and the houses were more like that which my mature needs had painted as a necessity while I still lived near Pitak Rock. No longer was there a river in the foreground, but a broad sea with only the near shore visible. The change was correspondent with the later desires of my youth. These alterations, though startling as considered from an earthly, physical standpoint, were not startling nor even remarkable to me. What sort of life or condition was this which permitted such changes, yet did not present itself as anything extraordinary to me, the beholder? Even truth should not be told in prolix phrase, and all that can be replied now is that it was the life after death, to be slightly paradoxical. But this is not the great life with God. Was time consumed in effecting these changes? Or was this an Aladdin's lamp sort of land where a rubbing out of one and an installation of another set of appearances took place instantaneously? I did not even pause to consider, for no such conjecture occurred to me. To me things were real. Is earth real? Spirit, God, is real, and the earth and universe are the fiat or externalized ideas of God. The things of earth are words of God's great word, speaking to us. So, too, are the things of Devachan or heaven. Both are real, oppositely so, but only real within us, not without us. I sought my father, Marin Numenos, and asked, "How long have I slept?" It was no more anything but a habit of thought to ask this, for I had no other motive. That, in the process of death, habits of mind do not suffer extinction together with life's memories of events, was proven by my action on hearing my father's reply. "Even several years hast thou slept." "Years? Dost thou exclaim?" It was no remarkable thing to me to hear this account of a Rip Van Winkleian nap. No, but my habit of mind, which took pride in neatness of personal attire, caused me unwittingly to glance at my raiment to see if it were not the worse for such long wear. The allusion to several years attracted my attention, so that having found my attire presentable, though I still gazed at my clothes, it was in an absent-minded way. I said, "Thou sayest years, also another thing. Thou hast slept ever since thou camest into this country. Now, I pray thee, have I ever been elsewhere?" Receiving no reply, I looked up, only to meet a stare like that of a statue from my father. He evidently knew nothing of any previous state, nor, by the very form of my question, did I know more than he. Death was another thing, never referred to, because in the instant when promoted souls find it no more possible to impress their existence upon those left behind on earth, they recognize that they are in the midst of the change called death, of which they were perhaps apprehensive all their earthly days. As the exoteric religion then, and now also taught but one death, the Devacani knew or conjectured no other. Hence, death to the disembodied soul was and is an unknown conception. Well, there is no such thing as death for a fact. Likewise, pain and sorrow. Devachan the minor is like Devachan the major, nirvana, a state particularly referred to in Revelation 21:4. Now, my friend, I am not postulating an argument. I must refuse to argue, and though it savor of medieval methods, yet must I also refuse to reason with thee. It is the purpose of this history to state what I know by experience. I state no theoretical ideas. If thou wilt take any small matters left unexplained into the inner sanctuary of thy soul and there meditate over them, then will they become clear to thee, and be as the water which quenches all thirst, if so gained. Hast thou ears to hear? Then heed that counsel. I address only those who follow these pages for profit. The Devacani knows of but one change, and that is so different from what he was religiously taught to fear. Therefore many souls entering heaven conceive at the moment of death that no death exists, and that the teachings received on earth from priests were but ecclesiastical fictions. Nor are they so far wrong, for there is no other death than the mere change from objective to subjective states of being, save the second death spoken of in my final page. To be paradoxical, death is different because not different so far as they can perceive from the swift view of the life just closed, a view all souls have, however brief it be. Hence it was that I was unaware of the fiction called death when I asked the Father I found there if I had not always been there. Religion taught in that old age as it now teaches, that with death came the cessation of all earthly sorrow. This is true for a time limited by the length of the soul's sojourn in Devachan. These earthborn mists do not intrude there for the reason that being earthborn they must of necessity have abiding places on earth and influence only those on earth. The evil that men do lives after them, verily, and in the form of crystallized disposition to do wrong, lies in wait for their return to earth life. It is the wrongly so-called Adamic tendency to sin, and while the sinner is free of its power in Devachan, the seed, like tares with the wheat, is ready to grow a harvest of sorrow along with the growing life of the new incarnated one. And until some good action shall atone for evil done, this evil will continue to grow. Fortunately, man hath an eternity in which to make repayment. 19. Do not confuse repayment with atonement. Jesus makes atonement for us with God. We can only begin to repay when, having obtained forgiveness through Jesus, we try to live Him. Until we consecrate ourselves to Christ, we cannot have recognized that we are His because He owns us. When we recognize this, then we recognize that He owns us and we own Him. Then, but not until then, can we even begin to repay our karma. And if we go and sin no more, then He will equalize our to karma, and we be released unto Him, released or leased again. Karma closes for one who thus is atoned for, and his opportunity for reparation begins. For such an one no more incarnation is necessary. For hath he not the Son? And that is eternal life. What mean I by having the Son, and by being consecrated to Christ? In this, then, only the Church postulate, nay more, friends, the divine is eternal, infinite, the human is finite. When the awakened man comes to know himself, and though following God's laws and being true to right, whatever its source, the tares are little by little uprooted. A good act is the erasure of a bad, and once performed is oft interred with the bones. Thus completing the philosophy of Hamlet. All about me were those I loved. As time seemed to lapse, I became conscious of the presence of one and another of my friends. Anzami, Menax, Guaxiln, Ernon, Lalix, without the shadow, all those and thousands more who have no name to the reader were there. They did not come. No, they were with me, each as I had conceived. These were my concepts, for they were subjective, not objective. They were my ideals, not real people, and they formed my world. It occurred not to me that they were not real. Did it ever occur to thee, reader, that the world of thy senses is the only world thou hast? That, if thou hadst no sight, smell, hearing, taste, or touch, that thou wouldst have no world even though thy soul were imprisoned in a body thus dead, yet alive in a vegetative way? As the soul of each living man, woman, or child is different from every other soul, so also the world is different to every person, not the same precisely in any two cases. Now it is the record of the soul, made on imperishable mental substance, which constitutes much of the life after the grave. The record merges into a reality, and all seems equally real, just as real as when the combined senses first perceived it. In verity, this afterlife is a reconstituted and inverted earth life, subjective now instead of objective. My supposed friend may be a real enemy, yet if I die thinking him or her my friend, that concept is the one carried into the afterlife and vice versa. Thus all about me were my friends. The things of my sense records and the places were the scenes where all these friends moved. But while I had thus my world about me, a concept of me existed in the imaged world of every friend I had. Not that I was with them, but their concept of me was with them. Thus regarding the reality of all those concepts that were non-involute, simple and easily assimilable upon being remembered from the astral record, or, so to say, memory plates of the soul of every incident, small or great, simple or complex, impulse or even unconscious cerebrations. But now mark a feature of vast interest, inasmuch as it affirms what I have seemed to deny, any real association of the soul in Devachan with other individual souls. Devachan would indeed be a drear heaven if the friends of mundane life were never aught but dream faces. Dreams they are, if the incidents created in our hopes on earth, and in Devachan set forth as real to all seeming, were a simple fact. But if, per contra, it were so complex that to solve its equation required the joint efforts of two souls working in harmony, Then also in Devachan the results of this complex act affected both these souls, and during the assimilation of its results, that is, during the crystallization of such results into traits of character, both these souls would as actually be together as ever they were on earth. If more than two people were involved on earth, so all these souls would congregate in Devachan. When the process was complete, the separation came. In one moment of assimilative experience, all my concepts were only phantasms, the persons of one's nightly dreams. The next moment wore complex forms, as my associates were real egoists like myself. To me all this was unknown. All seemed real, and so, perhaps, it was. But it is pleasant to feel that one works with a loved son, father, daughter, mother, wife, or other friend. That the consequences of the more serious events of our daily lives here will bring us again together in the heaven of our hopes. That the wife thou takest to thy heart, and to whom on thy confident loving plans for the weal of thy loved ones, to realize which both thou and she must work nobly, earnestly, will come across the chasm which death spreads for thy bodies, and be with thee or thou with her there in Navazaman. Pleasant that thy mother, father, or other dear friend shall sometimes really be with thee there, and that together thou shalt garner thy various records, and enjoy in a seeming real that which was not on earth aught but a hope never materialized. In meeting Anzumi, who yet lived on earth, I met sometimes my conception of her, sometimes her own higher self. How was the latter possible? Because she so longed for me that it developed and enabled her to project her pure soul into my plane. This was not only pleasant and beneficial to her, giving her a hold upon things unseen, of which the Apostle Paul speaks, but it was a holy joy to me to meet her thus. She could come to me, but I could not go back to her. There is no retrogression. In communion with these ideals I had my reward, for nothing occurred contrary to my wish. But in experiencing this reward, I also unconsciously assimilated the value of the previous life on earth. Thus my connection with politics in Pasig had brought me in contact with men and manners, and from this contact were born schemes in which I was to have had a leading part. These schemes were now brought into the subjective state, and as such appeared to me to be in process. From these apparent actions my capacities were developed, and tests of the worth of my conceptions made. All of this resulted in making a concrete deduction which became a part of my mental being. Hence in a new incarnation I would come forth to mankind possessed of phrenological organs of increased power in the handling of political and social questions. Perhaps this power would not be actively employed, owing to other tendencies being stronger. Nonetheless, the power would be augmented and ready for use upon demand. The same thing would prove true of all these souls really associated with me, both in previous earth and after heaven. The results, values, and summings up of our contemporary Devachan would give them new mental traits, or increase the force of their old ones, and reincarnation would reassociate us again on earth. And it has done so, else would I never have written this history for thy profit, dear reader. My education as a geologist at Xiaquitlan was tested in this same subjective heaven, and from this came added ability as a geologist. In short, an intuitive knowledge of geology and desire for that study after reincarnation. Books would then serve to adduce the geological bent I might manifest. I might go on with other instances of the summing up and arranging process experienced by those who have both the grave and the cradle between them, and earth. But this will suffice to hint to the reader that truths lie here and sweeten the thoughts of the last bitter hour, of stern agony, and shroud and pall. I hope, my friend, that this effort to render death less terrifying by relating my own experiences of it will be fraught with success, and that these words may so sustain thee that thou shalt approach thy grave, like one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him, and lies down to pleasant dreams. Zero Colburn, the marvelous boy mathematician, did not acquire his knowledge in the schools of this modern age, but brought it, a legacy from the dead centuries, his past lives. His latent power was adduced. I will not argue with thee, friend, that if thou hadst had a past life on earth, thou couldst not have forgotten it, but would have brought memory of it with thee. No, I argue not. I only leave it with thine own intelligence to decide if I be not right. When thou rememberest that habits of life grow from repeated actions of boyhood, the details and every recollection of which are gone. And knowing that this is so, decide, if thou thinkest it not absurd, that actions of a life experienced centuries agone would be possibly recollected. more especially when all the intervals was spent on a different plane of life, whereon no single memory ever intruded, could not by the laws of God. I know whereof I speak. At length there came a time when I cared no more for the appearance of action, nor for those concepts of persons, places, or things connected with seeming activity. Chiefly now I cared to remain in some quiet spot and listen to Anzumi, the real, not the concept, as she read to or talked with me. I slept much also. One morning I did not arise. I did not care to. I was not ill. No one ever knew illness in Devashan. But I had lost all desire to see or hear more of anything. I did indeed feel languor, but not weariness. So I turned over again, facing the wall, and slept. It was the last occurrence in the last chapter of a life's long rest, which, though I knew it not, had covered 12,000 years of the actions of men of earth. Death had never appeared in that home of the soul, for my concepts did not die, they only disappeared from the view of their Creator. Even the real souls of men or women did not die. Now, but when they came, one after another, to the retributive awakening at the cradle, if their lives in heaven were still associated with mine, if they had not gone elsewhere in Devashan, as neighbors on earth separate and put the world between them, then they disappeared just as my concepts disappeared when I had assimilated their value. They disappeared because all the deeds of previous earth life had crystallized as traits of character, and they were ready for earth life again. Only myself could be conscious of my own change. I could not be conscious of theirs. I was ready for activity once more. I slept, and in this sleeping died out of that life of passivity into the waking of earth, a babe in a cradle, born to see my master in this life, and enter the great rest with him. Note. But one will come after me who shall tell thee more of the great deep of life than I. Await her words. Author. End of book first. Interlude. By Frederick S. Oliver, Amanuensis. If there are sermons in stones and books in the running brooks, then is Chastel's craggy pile a noble library in veritas. In it the vastness, the grandeur, and the solemnity of nature are expressed in mystic numbers carved in the eternal granite. On those stony, stratified pages nature students may read the doings of the gnomes, Mother Earth's treasures. Here, too, in characters of lava is writ Pluto's kingly record. 'Tis indeed nature's own volume, bound between covers of snow and ice, and marking the treasures thereof is a silvery ribbon whose ends hang out of the vast tome, at the north one end, at the south the other, the name of the one McCloud River, and of the other the Sacramento. Again, two lesser markers are in this sublime epic, viz. Pitt and Shasta Rivers. A volume of poems should bear a poetic title, so shall this. Can we bestow one more appropriate than the aboriginal appellation, Ika, a name retained and used by the earliest white men, whose eyes gazed on that land, far northern California, land of romance, of gold, and of adventure, retained through that intuitive recognition of eternal fitness which pioneer and trapper have ever, in all lands, exhibited toward existent nomenclature. For years the noble mountain bore, for white as for aborigine, the name it had fetched from out the night of time, as its sister peak far to the north, Mt. Rainier, retained its primal christening of Tacoma. But alas for human conceit, alas for man's vain discontent, unable to let well enough alone. To the one snowy mount came a Russian trapper, and thereafter Ika was no more on the tongues of men, unless indeed it was still lovingly murmured by the dusky Modoc and his savage bride. To the other glittering peak went an egotistic Englishman. His lordship found Tacoma so beastly savage, don't you know, and so over its Indian appellate he tacked his own patronymic. Time evens all things, and ever is justice done. The patriotic Americanism of the Northern Pacific Railroad topographers reinstated on the company maps musical Tacoma, tossed to rubbish the imported name, and rebuked one egotist's vanity. That Shasta Buttes will ever know a parallel experience is problematical. If not, 'tis perhaps as well, for American gratitude willingly concedes the privilege of nomination of this proud peak to its friend, and, in the 1860s, champion of our national autonomy, Russia. So much for a kind of mental view, past and present, of this pride of the crags and peaks. On the old wagon road which existed ere ever iron rails linked Oregon's greatest city to the metropolis of the Golden West, there still stands, as for 30 years, not many miles from the state line, a station established for stage line uses and run by Daddy Dollarhide. A lonely place, hidden amongst towering pines, which make regal raiment for the great Siskiyou Ridge of the Coast Range extending in gloomy grandeur not miles, but hundreds of miles. Dollarhide's appeals to the heart of the traveler as a Saharan oasis, to the weary caravan. 'Tis a lodge in some vast wilderness, and in the days of this second Shasta scene, AD 1884, was the only footprint of civilization for many a long mile. Leaving Dollarhide's, the road wound as directly as possible up a 2-mile stretch of exceedingly steep mountain. Up this steep, long before aught but hinted dawn lit those grand ridges, a youth on foot and alone was climbing. A tramp? Temporarily. Down below at Dollarhide's, the rest of his party yet slept. Up, up he toiled, stopping when the love of nature prompted him to bold communion with her visible forms, and listen to her various language, pausing, the better to enjoy the exhilarating freedom, the beauty of the piney slopes, the whir of the early grouse, and the chattering of squirrel and chipmunk. Once enchanted by the exquisite charm of a crystal spring that leapt into and across the road, he stayed his step, and again he stood gazing afar down into the gloom of a great canyon, which became lost to view in the dawn's early light. The summit at last, but still no sun in the sky. All beneath was yet quietly resting 'neath the sway of Morpheus. Ah, what is that? Away in the south is a huge, dim mass, dull gray below, but where its peak holds aloft the sky, 'tis rosy, glowing pink. As the youth gazes, spellbound, Old Soul dispels the valley glooms, thrusts aside the night, and the new day is born. The rose tints are gone, but also the gray, and in their place appears a giant, pointed cone of purest white, albeit streaked at its base with black lines, each some awful gorge. It rises not like other mountain piles from ranges rivaling its own height. No, all alone it stands forth from its high plateau, piercing heaven's blue, from base to summit 11,000 feet, from ocean's plain to apical peak 3,500 more. Shasta, oh empty Shasta. Of the youth, what? A year later we find him suffering a violent fever, the gold fever, which yet lingers in that region of once famed mines. Lingers, though it be now AD 1890. Away up on a mountain side with pick, pan and shovel he is camped where a little gold may always be found, where hope whispers he may find a pile some time in fortune. All through that region forest fires have raged many weeks. All the valleys lie hidden under a pile of smoke. But the miner on the mountain is above it all, and as he labors looks out over the undulating surface of the silvery, smoky ocean, down below. He sees a strange sight. No waves disturb this sea, which, nearly a mile deep, extends away beyond scope of vision. 2 or 3 islands dot its expanse. These are all that is left to see of lofty mountain peaks whose bases are hidden. Perchance the words smoke ocean seem figurative. Look heavenward from its bottom down in the valleys. The sun, appearing like a globe of blood, needs no colored glass to shield too sensitive eyes. Now go aloft to the miner on the mountain, looking down on, but seeing not Wairika town. With him again gaze at the islands. One only of them is not black in hue. It is the largest. Sharp summit, white, shrouded in eternal snows, Mount Shasta rises, a noble island in the murky ocean about it, 9,000 feet. For night, otherwise the same scene. Our miner sits in his tent door, meditating on the novel beauty of the scene before him. A soft breeze has rolled the smoky sea silently away and left no sign. Beneath the tent outspreads a vast abyss, dark, silent. The night's Plutonian shore. Our miner's fancy fills it with golden phantoms. Only the stars, night's tapers, lighten the gloom. But far away east, over ranges of lesser mountains, dim shapes couched in the darkness far away, miles real as well as seeming familiar shadowy shape of vast, uncertain size appears to shut from sight vision of some awful conflagration. Look, it grows, it brightens, till on the charmed eyes bursts a sudden, intense spark, then a full flame in Ika's side. 'Tis the moon at its roundest, and now Ika's snows glow in its ray like molten silver. The dark abyss before, beneath the tent lightens, the phantoms flee, while over all sublime, glorious, supreme, rises Shasta's argent image. Traveling southward, minor no more, the youth bends his course. A year ago the golden phantoms died, the mine caved in, and no man knows that sepulchre in the wilds of Siskiyou. Winter wet had extinguished the flames and laid the smoky sea. But the succeeding summer saw all aglow again, matched by the lightnings of heaven. Our traveler is at the very base of Ika Butte, and he and his steed crawl along the slopes and valleys in the bed of the fire-born ocean of smoke as do crustacea on the bottoms of aqueous seas. A flaw of wind decreases the denseness of the clouds, and above his head he sees an indistinct shape, lit feebly by the smoke-smothered moon, at its full now, as on that other night, a year ago. Beautiful through the murky air it is not. But when told that the point dimly seen overhead is the smoke-free, gleaming crest of Shasta, 15 miles away as the crow flies, even though we gaze at it from its own base, we feel an indescribable sense of awe, and we liken the mount, with the flaming forests glowing at its feet and its own muffled form rising in obscured grandeur, to a silent sentinel by his watchfire, wrapped around with his cloak, and meditating on the trust he has kept, lo, these many ages, still keeps, and forever, returned from the far south and in camp at the timber line on Chastel's side, awaiting nightfall, and through the long afternoon gazing out over a wealth of scenery not in word power to paint. To the north Goose Nest Mountain, its crater ever full of fleecy snow, rears itself aloft 11,000 feet. Down yonder in that gem-like valley is the lovely town of Sissons. Down, to our traveler, albeit on a plain 7,000 feet above the ocean. Night, but not in a tent door. No, on muleback, he and a companion are toiling upwards. There is no moon, no wind, no sound, save a few strange noises arising from the nether regions. No moon, yet plenty of light, since the snow seems self-luminous, so that objects appear against it in sharp silhouette. How black the bleak rocks and ledges, and those glimmerings of light afar in the night. What are they? Lamps. Lamps miles away, thousands of feet lower, yet in seeming not so far off. It is cold. Oh, so frightfully cold, numbing the mind, and still as the grave. No sounds now arise to the ear. 'Tis too high for aught save silence. So cold. And yet midday sun heats reflect from the snows as from a mirror, and then the temperature if fearful to feel, yet the snow melts not. Here is a hot, sulphur spring 1,000 feet below the apex. Warm your chilled hands in the hot mud. Wipe them quickly, lest they freeze and climb on. Your eyes, could you see them, congested as they are in the rarefied atmosphere, the color of liver would horrify you. Your breathing pains you. Your heartbeats sound like the thuds of a pile driver. Your throat is afire from thirst. No matter. Here is the top. 2:00 a.m. in July, 188. As yet no light, but faint dawn. But ere long the soul is awe-stricken by a weird glow in the cut, which lights nothing. The beholders are filled with a strange disquiet. See the waxing light, and in a fearful wonder, almost terror, see the great sun, scarce heralded by the aerial rarity, spring from beneath the horizon. Yet all below is in the darkest hour before the dawn. No ridges, no hills appear, no valleys, nothing but night's deep darkness. We seem to have lost the world and, for the nonce, are free of time. The planet is swallowed up, leaving the mountain top's half-acre sole visible spot of all the universe, save only the fearful splendor of Helios. Understand now, for you may, the sensations of Campbell's Last Man. The world all gone, and self and comrade alone on a small spot in midair, whereon the almost rayless sun casts cold beams of strange, weird brightness. Look north. Afar in the night acts 4 cones of light, empty Hood, empty Adams, empty Tacoma, and St. Helens' tall torch, all peers of our Ika. As the day king soars higher lesser peaks appear, then long black ridges, ranges of vast extent, begin nearby, only to lose themselves in distant darkness. Now the void of night vanishes, hills stand forth, silvery spots and streaks appear as the dawn lights lakes and rivers, and at last, no fog obscuring, in the distant west 70 miles away, is seen a great gray plain, the Pacific's broad expanse. To the south, interrupted streaks of silver show where flow Pitt and Sacramento rivers, while over 200 miles away behold an indentation of California's central coast, marking the Golden Gate, and San Francisco's world-famed bay, beside a roaring, dashing mountain torrent, failing in myriad cascades of foam white as drifted snow, interspersed with pools of quiet water, deep, trout-filled blue, reflecting flowery banks and towering pine-crested ridges, ribs of the planet. We pause. The day is hot, but the waters of this branch of McCloud River axe cold, as the pristine snows of Shasta from which they flow to our feet and thence away. We recline on the brink of a deep blue crystal pool, idly casting pebbles into it and shivering the image of a tall basalt cliff reflected from the mirror-calm surface. What secrets perchance are about us? We do not know as we lie there, our bodies resting, our souls filled with peace, nor do we know until many years are passed out through the back door of time that tall basalt cliff conceals a doorway. We do not suspect this, nor that a long tunnel stretches away, far into the interior of majestic Shasta. Wholly unthought is it that there lie at the tunnel's far end vast apartments, the home of a mystic brotherhood, whose occult arts hollowed that tunnel and mysterious dwelling. Such the name is. Are you incredulous as to these things? Go there, or suffer yourself to be taken as I was, once. See as I saw, not with the vision of flesh, the walls polished as by jewelers, though excavated as by giants. Floors carpeted with long, fleecy gray fabric that looked like fur, but was a mineral product. Ledges intersected by the builders, and in their wonderful polish exhibiting veinings of gold, of silver, of green copper ores, and maculations of precious stones. Verily, a mystic temple, made afar from the madding crowd, a refuge whereof those who, seeing, see not, can truly say, and no man knows, and no man saw it ere. Once I was there, friend, casting pebbles in the stream's deep pools. Yet it was then hid, for only a few are privileged. And departing, the spot was forgotten, and today, unable as anyone who reads this, I cannot tell its place. Curiosity will never unlock that secret. Does it truly exist? Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. Shasta is a true guardian and silently towers, giving no sign of that within his breast. But there is a key. The one who first conquers self, Shasta will not deny. This is the last scene. You have viewed the proud peak both near and far, by day, by night, in the smoke and in the clear mountain air, seen its interior, and from its apex gazed upon it and the globe stretched away neath your feet. 'Tis a sight of God's handiwork, sublime, awful, never to be forgotten. And as thy soul hath rated itself with admiration thereof, in that measure be now filled with his peace. Please provide me with the text you would like me to edit. I'm ready to apply my skills to make it perfect for text-to-speech. Book. Chapter 1. I have called you friends. For all things that I have of the Father I have made known unto you. With chapter 24 of book first closed the last Devachanic experience of a personal life history. A history enacted over 120 centuries ago. It has its good and its bad phases. Under the social rules and customs of a people whom the modern world regarded as pure myth until after the cruise of the Challenger and the Dolphin, there existed a personality whom those who have followed this history thus far know by the name of Zalem. An Atlantean cognomen not less euphonious than its significance is interesting, viz., I live to love. According to his narration, Zalem's youth was that of an obscure mountaineer. He was possessed of an overmastering ambition to make his name blaze among those of the noble of earth. He succeeded in his ambition, for his name, his wealth, his social and political position became of the highest of the aristocracy of a proud and, in myriad ways, marvelous people. If he failed in one particular, if his moral life became awry, his record in other respects was most commendable. For the one failure he paid dearly, and, if you credit his own apprehensions, the payment would not be complete for many a long, long years after you would have lain down with the patriarchs of the infant world, with kings, the powerful of the earth, the wise, the good, fair forms, and hoary seers of ages past. You have a view of Zalem, that boy so obscure, that man so celebrated throughout a land not paralleled today, nor ever matched since old ocean rolled over it and the sun saw it no more in all his proud course. From the perusal of that record, I ask you to turn to the history of another personality, that of Walter Pearson, my own humble self. If the Posita Zalem was proud to declare himself a Posita, I am equally proud to say, I am an American citizen. While I was still so young as to be unable to understand anything concerning my parents' death, except the agony of being left alone, I was orphaned by the fell stroke of an epidemic. I cried in my childishness, and begged to be allowed to see my papa and mamma, nor could I comprehend the statement, "They are dead and gone." My orphan boyhood was passed under circumstances of such sharp contrast to those years of my babyhood which knew parental kindness, that my inherent tendency to rove grew stronger, until at 12 years of age I became a cabin boy on board ship, running away to accomplish my ambition. For many years thereafter I realized that actual hardship was an unforeseen part of the dream of travel and of sailor life. But its toil and trouble had to be endured. My ability, willingness, and honesty in service told in my favor so well, that at 18 years of age I found myself first mate on a splendid British merchantman. With this advantageous position, intervals in which to study such books as the captain, an educated man, had on shipboard were mine, and I used the opportunity to excellent advantage, reciting my lessons to the captain, who took much interest in me. An invention for which many a seafarer has been grateful, and to which many a man whose life has been spent on the ocean wave has owed continuation of that life, paid me such a handsome sum in royalties, that ere I was of age I had no small fortune, which by wise investment soon gave me a sum to put in the bank with the assurance of a fair support for life. I did not long continue in marine service after my money began to accumulate, but left sea life to enjoy travel on terra firma. I had seen the chief ports of every land, and now was bent upon winging the interior of my own country. In the gold placers of California, I added immense sums to my fortune during the years 1865–6, where I drifted after my discharge from the Army of the Cumberland, having served 2 years in that famous corps during the War of the Secession. I glorified in the absence of 2 fingers, lost by a vicious fragment of shell at the Battle of Missionary Ridge. I wonder if any reader remembers the morning of the 25th of November 1863? All night the flash of rifles from the outposts had gleamed through the fog, and when day dawned it had not yet been determined whether the enemy had been forced from his almost unassailable position on the mountain. The morning was clear. All eyes in the Union bivouacs were strained towards the summit. Gradually the east purpled with strengthening light, and just as the sun rose, a squad of men walked out on the rock overhanging the precipice. Then, in full view of the watching tens of thousands, they unfurled Old Glory. Amid thunderous cheers an army of veterans looked long through its tears at the stars and stripes, mute announcement of victory. At the close of this saddest of wars, because the hands of fathers against sons and of brothers against brothers were raised, I presently found myself in the city of my birth, Washington, D.C. 2 months later, I was in faraway California, in one of its most beautiful, in mountain countries, and formed one of a company of gold miners. So rich were the returns of labor that we soon began to feel the work onerous, and employed men to do it for us. Amongst these was a man from China. I say a man from China because he certainly appeared, from the very first, to be not one of the class sneeringly called coolies, but a real man. Coolies were numerous in the town, some 2 or 3 miles from our mine, but Kwong had nothing in common and did not associate with them. Neither was he privately addicted to their habits of gluttony, gin drinking, or opium smoking. His dress was that which always distinguishes the Chin from other nationalities, but his features were not thus significant. Indeed, his high, prominent forehead, well-developed sinciput, bold eyebrows and delicate neck marked him as a man of high character, spiritual caste, splendid perceptive abilities and nervous temperament. His eyes, such eyes, calm, clear, light gray, resting upon one with so kindly, unprejudiced and dispassionate a gaze, charitable, forgiving and strictly upright and conscientious himself, but always ready to overlook faults in others. Such was the appearance of a remarkable man. His speech was intelligible to everyone with whom he had dealings, yet it always seemed to me that his broken English, a commingled Chinese and Anglo-Saxon idiom, would have been wholly unintelligible gibberish in the mouth of any other Chinese. I am no Don Quixote, and do not propose to contend that it is not an evil of serious import to the white man of America, Australia, and the people of the Spanish-American republics to be forced to compete with Chinese laborers or the commercial products of that nation. I think it a very real evil, and I sympathize with the Caucasian race. But in all frankness, I would ask if the hordes of unskilled, uneducated, almost unassimilable laboring poor of Europe are not an even greater menace? The immigration of either is fraught with fearful peril to the free institutions which I believe in, to the extent of having at the point of the bayonet risked my life for their preservation. But far be it from me to urge a spirit of strife. Rather, I counsel you to follow him whose life meant peace on earth, and the true brotherhood of man. In deference to a correct sentiment, these pages will henceforth refer to my one Chinese employee as the Qin, or Kwong, his given name, instead of the Chinese. After the change of policy which gave the hard work to hired men, my partners and myself resided in town, although one or more of us were always at the mine in the capacity of overseers. We employed 2 gangs of workers that worked on alternate days, each thus giving but half of the time to labor, although the wages were not reduced in consequence. These easy arrangements made the men extra faithful, for they saw that our object was not to get all the work out of them which they were able to accomplish, irrespective of their comfort or the fact that they were men not beasts of burden. That white men treated thus considerately will do more in the way of results than those who are made to work at their highest power every weekday hour has been my uniform experience. Treat your fellow man as you would like to be treated were you in his place. None of the men felt the least objection to Kwong as a fellow worker. Most of them were ready to admit, indeed, that he did not seem like a heathen. They were right, for he was not one. His demeanor towards all was respectful and manly, rather reticent, very quiet, but always so full of benevolent feeling that he won the affection of his fellow workers. They felt that he was a true man. On one occasion, a new man was hired by the company, and he didn't like pigtails. But in less than a week, he fell ill, and unasked, the despised coolie not only worked all day but nursed the sick man through the brief but severe fever, sitting up all night, and only taking a few hours' rest next day, his off day. No more was heard from the shamed objector to coolies, for he was completely won over, so far as Kwong was concerned. Thus, he too was proved a real man, when the canker of intolerance was healed. More than once were the Qin and I companions on his leisure days. Sometimes we went to the town, but more often we turned our horses' heads away into the wilderness of the mountains. Without his guidance, I had surely been lost there, amid the vast gorges, with their shade of giant pines lying between the almost interminable ridges, those stem ribs of the planet. But Kwong was never lost, never hesitated, though the night was upon us so dark on more than one occasion that I could not see my hand before my face, a fact I never quite comprehended at the time, though it is clear to me now. Once at such a time as this, I felt the need of a light, so greatly, it was in a cavern which we had found, that he said, "Here I give you light." I heard him break off a fragment of rock from the side of the wall of the cavern. Next, he put it into my hand, saying, "Have care now, it must not touch you. Like lightning, would kill you." As may be imagined, I touched so little of the rock that Kwong directed me to hold it tighter. Then up sprung a brilliant light from the tip of that rock, illuminating all the cave like sunlight. Had this amazing thing occurred a few years later, I should have first pronounced it an electric light. Then, bethinking me that no battery was there, nor any dynamo-electric machine, I would have done as I did, sat down and gazed at the marvelous light, forgetful of where I was. As Kwong would give no other explanation than he had already given, I was perforce content. Only I was not. But his power of keeping his course where not even the track of an animal was to be discerned, was sufficiently astonishing, and I was often amazed at the man for not losing his way amongst ranges of Sierra which stretched away to where the vast snowy peaks defined the horizon and kept the blue of the sky from blending insensibly with the blue of the mountains. When we took such trips as these, we were accustomed to leave the mine as early after supper as possible, that is, at 5:30 in the afternoon. If the other men were fatigued, Kwong never seemed to share their weariness. although there was not a fellow worker but admitted that he accomplished more than any of them. If the night was one of Luna's own, it was our habit to ride for several hours, frequently not halting before midnight, when we might be 30 or more miles from the mine. On one of these occasions, when we and our horses were alone with nature and the night, we stopped in a remote solitude to wait for morning, to sleep or not as we felt most agreeable. Kwong sat down on a rock by the edge of a roaring crystal torrent, and gazed in silent enjoyment upon the solitary grandeur of the somber pines and moonlit peaks. I left him there and wandered up the stream, till, on looking back, I saw that my friend was hidden from view by a sharp turn in the canon. But heedless of this, I wandered on, musing at the scene, rock-ribbed, ancient as the sun. It is not possible for a person alive to the beauties of nature long to remain insensible to the more serious thoughts evolved by meditation pursued amidst the wilds, untroubled by man's sordid methods. Gradually my thoughts assumed a reflective cast, which, almost unperceived, became tinged with the dead black shadow of materialism. Many a time and oft had grim despair seized upon me while pursuing a philosophical end the mysterious questions of the soul. Whence and whither? Unreasoning faith had never held any place in my nature, and yet mine was a deeply religious disposition. To reason is to be lost, thundered the church of those days, and even yet does it maintain this attitude concerning reason as applied to faith. The queries which haunted others pursued me, but I lacked the Ingersollian desire to propound the question, which maddened me, to a world I doubted not had misery enough already. But the despair which arose from the hidden questioning was not less keen because hidden. Eagerly I read scientific works, studied anatomy, physiology, mechanics, the structure of cells, and the essays of Darwin and Huxley, and I came to the same conclusions that have troubled the world so mercilessly in all ages. The gray matter of the brain and the white cerebral substance, the medulla oblongata and vital magnetism, and the blood, these became so much phosphorized fat, hæmatin, and magnetic vibration. That same unconscious cerebration theory, in fact, which even yet disturbs certain philosophers. Thus joy and sorrow, and every other emotion, became a form of vibration, akin to sound waves, heat waves, light waves, and undulation in general. I saw, in brief, my joy become a mere vibratory thrill of nerve tissue, similar, but more complex, to the throb of a violin string. My grief became a similar pulsation or wave, but neither were less keen. If my delight were mere pulsation of bundles of fibers proceeding from a cell or nucleus, principally composed of phosphorized fatty substance. If in passing, this delight but gave rise to a magnetic thrill, and a minute quantity of phosphoric acid, while any chance muscular exertion produced, ultimately, only relatively small amounts of carbonic acid and other excretory chemicals, nevertheless it was keen joy, and my grief over a deceased friend, if it produced exactly the same chemics, having their formulas reducible to the symbols PO4 and CO2, etc., etc., was this emotion less agonizing, less painful? None the less, when all queries were finished, when all were reduced to their ultimates, ever and forever faced me a blank wall, insurmountable, and everything ceased short of God. In my despair I cried, "There is no God, no immortality, and man differs from the oyster only in having a more complex organization. Only because I, believing thus, lack incentive to crime, am I prevented from lust, from murder. What wreak if I kill a man and no witness be there? When I, too, die, the clock of life is either worn out or broken. Both are irreparable, and there will be never more resuscitation nor punishment, for death levels all, equalizes all. Perhaps I myself am only a complex vibration of atoms, not dyads, but multiatomic arrangements of matter acted upon by what? Force, wave force, moving ether. We are but puppets, creatures of uncontrollable circumstances. Kismet, says the Arab, and I must say so, too. Do hideous, natural causes of fright seek those moments to appall poor, despairing man when he is already a prey to shapes of awful oppressiveness to his very soul's life? I have thought no, and even the next moment thought so. Soul in peril and body also, for then in my path arose a terror, a huge grizzly bear, Ursus horribilis. Surely horrible enough, I thought, as the animal raised himself in frightful posture. I had no weapon except a clasp knife, and the remembrance emphasized the reality of my peril. Wildly I looked about for a tree, into the branches of which to climb for safety. None except giant pines were near. Down the stream towards Kwang were cottonwoods. But to go there was to put my friend, unwitting his peril, into extreme danger. Yet Bruin was rapidly forcing me to decide on the courses of flight, or remaining to be eaten, so I turned to run and stood face to face with the Chin. Calm and cool himself, he bade me have no fear. Stock still I stood, amazed to see him walk slowly up to the grizzly which, from its fierce-eyed aspect, changed to docility of looks, got down on all fours, and awaited the man's approach. Was Kwang insane? I expected to see him rent in pieces. Instead, he placed his hand on the head of the animal and said, "Lie down!" The order was obeyed at once. And then Kwang sat down on the prostrate animal and fondled its great, stiff ears. Very gently, the bear licked the human hand, as gently indeed as if caressing its own cubs. What occult power was here? Was the Chin a worker of miracles? Never before had any action betrayed to me this ability of his. True, the example of producing the light in the cave was one, but it had not then so occurred to me because I knew enough and at the same time not enough to know that the production of electric light was a possibility, but not possible to any electrician or chemist in the way the Chin performed it. It was not possible to ordinary science then, nor is it now any more so. But it would be possible to them if they would but take the proper occult method. It is one of the earliest learned and easiest feats performed by the novitiate. But I was not then a novitiate. After a few moments Kwang got up and, speaking to the conquered ursine, said, "Go!" As obediently as before the shaggy beast lumbered heavily off up the canyon, and was soon lost to view amongst the rocks and shadows of the night. Once more the granite boulders shone silvery in the glorious summer moonlight. The dark pines swayed in the gentle breeze which, descending from its play with the whispering boughs, blew the spray of the rushing torrent over the grateful wild flowers nodding on the banks. And beside the rocks, the crags and peaks, the torrent and the pines, the moon shone down on two figures, two men. One stood wrapped in meditation. The other, not thinking at all, simply regarded the first with eyes where amazement yet lingered. Neither moved, neither spoke. But one, at least though he thought not, yet felt. I felt how little difference existed between men, so that they were worthy men. I would have acknowledged the Tihin as my equal before the world. Perhaps, indeed, as my superior. In the clearest nights some mists come over and obscure the face of things. So with the soul. In its clearest moments it knows truth, only to forget in later moments how truth seemed. Them, anon, the fogs clear away again. Sometimes, alas, it is after the obscured orb has set. So also the soul. Death may get its darkness over it ere the clouds of prejudice have melted, or it may not. But there in the moonlight, the sky of my soul was also clear. But neither man moved, neither spoke. Chapter 2. A Soul in Peril. Many days I pondered that scene in the mountains, marveling over the wonderful power possessed by Kwang over wild animals. Did he know how he exerted this control, or was it simply a feature of his nature, sufficiently astonishing truly, but still not understood by its owner? At Bombay, I had seen snake charmers exercise the same dominion over serpents, but it was an inherited ability, unexplained even by the operator. To querists they would reply, "So did my father and my father's father and his father. I know not, except he got it from Brahma." But perhaps Kwang knew the law which governed his phenomena. If he did, and knew one occult law, did he not know two or more than two? I determined to ask him when opportunity presented. While in Hindustan, I heard that there were certain men there, not fakirs, but learned men who lived in the Himalayan solitudes, who wrought magical feats of wonderful variety and power. Had Kwang come from these? Learned of them? Was he an occult adept, such as I had heard of? These were called, so I had been told, Ragyogis, and to the curious person trying to learn more about them than the meager statement of their vast occult or theosophic wisdom, the native laity proved dumb as the Sphinx of Egypt. I had an early chance presented to question my friend, who, well as I knew him, still proved more communicative than I had hoped. It pleased me greatly to learn that not one in 100,000 Chinese had any occult wisdom whatever. Pleased me because I felt that if the degraded, groveling Mongol had such knowledge, then because it did not lift that benighted race it could not be of an elevating character. But all through the Orient, here and there, the magicians were to be found. The reasons for such secrecy, as they maintained, arose from the fact that ere such knowledge as they were custodians of could be gained, the soul must be calm with that calmness which comes best from life amidst the wilds of nature. Now this may seem strange, but it is a calm which can hardly be maintained in the habitats of those addicted to meat eating, or of persons engrossed in the selfishness of common life. You may imagine that these students could seclude themselves from disturbance. Men who wish to study do so seclude themselves, even in cities. Not so the occultist, for from the social order and communal life of the world emanates an aura, or atmosphere of its own disturbed muddiness, an aura fatal to the absolute peace required by the theosopher. I am impelled to remark at this point that what goes under the name of theosophy in the world today is an article so far removed from the genuine that the name has even thus early been laid aside by the silent nature student, who, now as ever, is a son of the solitude. But to return to Kwong and the question which I asked him, I append his answer verbatim. Yes, in this land of the starry flag there are students known as the Lothinian Brotherhood. Their lodges, called sachas, are inhabited throughout the Western Hemisphere. There is one sach near here. No one not privileged could hope to learn where it is, or who are its members. Yet as I have led you, Mr. Pearson, to ask the question you have, as I have done this with consent of the brethren, to every one of whom you, who however know none of them, are yourself well known, to what do you ascribe my action? I could construe it in only one way. So I told the Chin that doubtless they knew and favored my deep desire for occult fraternization, a desire ever baffled until that hour. I felt my sonship. I did not know it. It is so. Thou art to be taken as a brother-son by a class of men who seldom allow fraternity even to new affiliates, and never to any other persons whatsoever. But be this clear to thee forever. There is no order of mystic students anywhere. Never was and never will be. The Lothans of America, the yogis of Hindustan, do not combine for study of occult lore. It is not possible so to study. He who attains, grows. He does not study as collegiate study. It is not in books. Each student of God is in himself the plane he dwells on, a radiating center of God-wiseness. The very vows asked of initiates are but tests to determine if in themselves they are that which they seek to affiliate with. The Theo-Christian indeed does live with others as to body, but because similars are mutually attractive only. The kingdom of God is within thee, or else, for thee non-existent elsewhere. Be that thou knowest, and then Christos will give it to thee to know and become more, which also do thou become, and thus grow as the lilies of the field, which toil not nor spin, but are God-thoughts externalized. I am the way, the truth, and the life, said our great one. Thou art Walter Pearson of right by growth one of the sach. And this right is because thy life for ages is known to them. My what? My life for ages? Am I so old? I asked, laughing at the supposed joke. You will learn in time, Mr. Pearson, in time, gravely said Kwong in meditative tones. I am not speaking humorously. The reason assigned for the interest taken in me made nothing clearer, so I fell to studying the question. No, you cannot guess why, sir, said Kwong. Look at me. You say I seem about 30 years of age. I am more. Multiply that figure by 3 and add its half. You are correct within 1 year. I have watched over you since your birth, using my psychic powers for the purpose. Since until a year ago, your present eyes have not beheld me. You are born with powers which you can adduce so as to become wiser than I. If it please you, we will go to the sach tonight. You are surprised that I, whom you have heretofore heard speak only in pidgin English, as it is called, now use such fluent language. I have my reasons. Believe me, perchance you find them obvious. In the afternoon, I went to town, telling Kwong that I would meet him there if access to the sach was as convenient from there as from the mine. On my way into town, I met an acquaintance at whose very popular liquor saloon I had more than once taken refreshment, thinking it no harm for I drank moderately. When we came near his place on the main street, he insisted on my tying my horse and coming in to have a social glass with him. But the idea of acceptance jarred, and I felt that it disturbed the calm reflections which had filled my thoughts on parting with the Chin. Kwong never drank liquor, smoked, or was aught but abstemious in his habits. But I entered, resolved not to take any form of spirituous liquor. The scene presented was familiar. Men stupid, foolish, or excited from their potations, and public women mingling with the crowd in the place. Previously to the week just past, these sights were viewed by me with indifference. But now they seemed revolting in the extreme. One exemplification of the satanic influence of liquor I saw with different emotions now from those of other days. A fair, beautiful girl, a moderate user of liquor, not reached to the depths as yet, but a wanton, for all her education, culture, and refinement. Beginning life in the midst of the influences of school, church, and home, in the far eastern states, but fallen through a man's heartless treachery, and that cruel and equally heartless judgment of society, that whited sepulchre, outwardly stainless, but secretly worse than the victims it stones with its merciless opinions. All the worse is this pharisaical spirit in that it lets the betrayer go free. Let him that is without sin cast the first stone. She was already passing her days in the midst of hell. And the original cause was liquor. Liquor? Yes, I knew her history. Her parents saw no harm in the moderate use of wine, and with the taste created in the girl's nature for the use, came that for fast society, and then ruin. Only 18 years old, yet her feet had stepped on the embers of Hades. Was she lost? Entirely lost? I hardly thought so. I believed her story, that all the glitter of erroneous ways, wine and fast society had been embraced in her eastern home because not discouraged by her parents. She said she had no care for those wild ways, but rather a disgust. I felt that she spoke the truth, for tears of genuine sorrow stood in the bright brown eyes, and I knew the possessor of such eyes had trod the path of sin, not through preference, but, as she said, through its seeming that at home no one cared what she did, until her disgrace, and then they had put her out and locked the doors of house and hearts against her. All this she told me while she sat in her own home, the finest in the little city, known as the Retreat. She was occupying the day in painting, for her skill as an artist was only equaled by that which she had as a pianist. Her walls were covered with pictures of her own execution. Such paintings, so sad and full of pathos. One was an ideal picture representing a fair maiden, with a feverish light in her eyes and a look of defiance on her face, sitting under a great tree on a lawn. Beside her was a young man, and before them was a serving woman with a tray on which were 4 glasses, 2 full of milk, 2 of red wine. With a smile of ridicule the young man placed his hand on the wine, and the girl, with flushed cheeks and defiant eyes, was reaching for the other glass of liquor, although it was evident that she preferred the milk. Behind her, unperceived by any of the 3, stood a shadowy form, a man with a face of divine purity, who was gently weeping over the girl's error. Behind her companion was another shadowy form, black, and with a satanic countenance, his hand on the young man's shoulder and a smile of triumph on his evil features. Below the picture was the title, The Defeat of Purity. After I had studied long over the picture, I turned to its painter and said, "That represents your life and its woe? Does it not, Lizzie?" She made no reply other than to break into a storm of tears. I waited for the cessation of her anguish, and as I sat, she dried her tears and replied, "Yes, my woe. O God, that I have fallen so low, and there is no hope, no hope. If I could, I would leave this sort of life and go away to begin anew where no one knew anything of me or my past. But I cannot, for I cannot get away. I have no means of support if I could." "Your art, Lizzie?" I suggested gently. "Yes, my art, I know. But I fear not, for I have no means adequate to a beginning." It was from that girl's parlor I had gone forth when, in the evening of the same day, Kwong and I went into the mountains, and the grizzly bear episode occurred. That was a week ago now, and today I stood in the saloon of Charles Prevost and saw, engaged in conversation with the barkeeper, over a glass of sherry, Lizzie. The barkeeper turned away to wait upon another customer, and at the same time I went up behind the girl and bending my head close to her ear, said, almost in a whisper, "Would you not rather that sherry was milk?" The hard look died out of the mournfully sweet face and a tear leaped to each eye and trembled there like a dewdrop, as she said, oh so wearily, "Yes. Then come with me." Let us go to your house. We went, followed by the curious, misjudging eyes of the saloon idlers. Having arrived and having entered the parlor, I offered her a chair and took another myself. Then I said, as she looked at me wonderingly, Lizzie, let me rather say Elizabeth, for it is more stately, dignified, and so suits you better. You said you would rather it were milk. Now, I know what you meant, that your soul yearned for the better life of which we were speaking last Monday. Well, I am rich. No one in the West dreams how rich. To me the loss or mere absence from my control of $20,000, or even more than $20,000, would be unfelt. The income of a couple of months would replace it. Since we talked here last week, I have thought of you many times. Today I come prepared to well, smother your pride, and accept this check on the First National Bank of Washington, D.C. Will you, Elizabeth, will you take it and go there? Flee from the misery of today and begin life there anew. But, how can I repay it if I do? Or how will you know that I do not waste it and abuse your confidence? My girl, I do not want you to repay it ever, in any way, to me. Use it as I ask. As for me, the Savior has said, He that giveth even a cup of cold water shall in no wise lose his reward. And again he said, He that loseth his life for my sake shall find it again. If life, Elizabeth, what of money which is so much less? I trust you. Will you take it from me as a cup of cold water to save you from perishing? Yes, if you give it in that way I will, and as God shall help me, I will be true to promise. How she kept her faith, dear reader, you will find by and by. But City knew her no more, nor was a trace of her destination known to anyone there except myself. All that was known was that her finer pictures were boxed and consigned to a firm of picture dealers in New York City, via San Francisco and the Horn. This was a blind, for while the impression was sought to be conveyed that they were sold to the consignees, such was not the case, for nothing could have induced her to part with them except dire necessity. The less valued pictures were sold at an auction, along with her house and furniture, bringing quite a sum of money. Her own ticket, I was told a month or so later by a mutual acquaintance, a Catholic sister of charity, may God bless those sisters, who went to San Francisco with her, was purchased for the city of Melbourne, Australia. The information surprised even me, and I thought her plans were deep laid. Indeed, the Catholic sisters gave me a small painting which Elizabeth had left for me. It was a picture of the Capitol at Washington, and under it the words in quotation marks, "Home, sweet home." The sister had never been in Washington and did not know what the subject of the picture was, nor had any other person seen it, so that not a soul but myself knew through the picture or in any way else where the fair, frail, but newly born to a high purpose artist had gone. Dismissing further special thought about her whom I believed to be saved, I began to reflect on my next actions. I felt, in thinking of my proposed visit to the Satch, as if I were about to leave the world. Joining their order was, according to Kwong, virtually and perhaps in fact, leaving the world of ordinary humanity. As I walked along the streets after writing out the check for Lizzie, a wind-blown sheet of paper fell on my arm and remained until I picked it off. As I was about to let it flutter away, my own name on the paper caught my eye and aroused my curiosity. Then I read the entire note, and will repeat its words for your sake. Give not the rest of thy fortune away. So far thou hast given well, but do not rashly throw away the rest of it. Yet, as thy mining days are practically over, as well as thy life in this community, therefore sell thy share in the mine. It is a good mine, and will bring a high figure. Yet be not discouraged if thou findest not a taker for it now, but wait. Offer it now, for time is essential. M. Whence came this message? I could not tell, and strange to say, my usual abundance of natural cautiousness never suggested that the whole thing was an artfully planned scheme to defraud me. So far from such an idea occurring to me, I sought my partners and asked what they would give me for my third share of our joint property. The reply was not immediate. At last, one cautiously asked, "Pearson, why do you sell? Do you fear the pay is petering out?" I replied that I did not, but had reasons of a private nature. Then, too, I wanted to go home. They did not know that I meant by the word home a figurative rendition, that home was not Washington, the city which they knew I had come from, and that instead, I meant affiliation with an occult brotherhood. They promised me an answer upon the next day. To this I agreed, but next day came not for more than a month. When it did, the interim had seen a strike at our mine, uncovering what was, in the belief of the company, millions of dollars. In the pay dirt, lying on the bedrock, a load of gold quartz was found which, according to the assay, ran into the thousands of dollars per ton. Unconscious of this coming good fortune, I left my partners engaged in debate and went out upon the street. At the appointed place, an hour of 7 o'clock in the evening, now come, I met the Chin. Our meeting place was beyond the town limits, and night had fallen when I arrived. He sat by a tall pine tree, and I did not see him until I had been there for some 5 minutes. It was the night of the full moon of that lunar period, and I sat musing on a rock by the roadside, thinking of the myth of Morpheus, who with leaden scepter wafts the many into the dim land of dreams, the only respite from woe that weary millions of sufferers ever find on earth. But Kwang was not to usher me into peaceful slumber. He was not come as Morpheus, but he was to introduce me into a realm which, new to me, was old in the earth since the first flight of years began back in the eons of dead time, a realm that has existed from the time of the creation, the spiritual faraway land of the soul, where the vagaries of dreamland are supplanted by verities stranger yet. I was about to enter on the path of Kabbalah, wherein travel those whose researches into the occult penetralia come from an antiquity of hoary seers of ages past. Would I prove worthy? Then the Chin broke in upon my reverie with the bidding, "Let us go." Strange as it may seem, I was in no wise startled at his sudden appearance. Soon we were among the rock-ribbed hills, and the pine forests waved above us, around us, and adown the slopes beneath our feet. Deer roamed here, despite the comparative nearness to the habitations of men, and many a bright flower was faintly visible in the moonlight, peeping from its shy retreat, with lilies, tiger lilies, violets. My thoughts dwelt musingly on these natural beauties and seemed to say, how fitting that they who, in love of nature, hold communion with her visible forms should go, from listening to the tongues of the visible, to take note of the various language wherewith she tells of things unseen. To the thrill of feeling which swept over me at the meditation, my very soul responded. By the time we were fairly among the forested mountains and the silences of nature, the night was well advanced. The moon's round shield now shone broadly upon us, or again peeped forth between swaying pines. Scarce a cloud floated in the heavens. The air was warm and still. The entire scene seemed a most appropriate introduction to greater beauties which I felt were about to be presented. Then, as I beheld Kwang ahead with his blue Mongolian blouse, and in the act of uncoiling his queue to cool his head, the sight acted upon my deep-seated prejudice against the Chinese race and, like a ruffling breeze, swept over my placid soul and marred my enjoyment, my serenity. For a moment I forgot the superiority of manhood in Kwang, and there arose within me a repugnance to investigating, in the company of a Chinese, things which impressed me as sacred. My vanity whispered that, because he was a Chinese, he was my inferior, yet for the world I would not have breathed a word of it to him. I almost felt inclined to return to town nevertheless. Kwang's voice interrupted this disagreeable train of thought, and his words became a mirror to reflect my conceited egotism so faithfully that I was aghast, and wondered that my own sense of justice had allowed such vain ascendance of meanness. Swept away at last was every vestige of the notion that nationality was of the smallest consequence where real manhood was under consideration. Replacing the narrowness was the conviction that, while one race may have more numerous exemplifications of nobility than another, none the less the individuals of every race may leap the highest social barrier and stand equal at last, because it is the soul, not the casket, which springs aloft to God. What said the Chin? Do you ask? This, alas for human vanity, it is more prolific of evil than any other emotion, makes men weak when they should be strong, cringe to prejudice when bravery is meet, and sows the seed of injustice, which hath the flower intolerance and the ripe fruit iniquity. He then turned to me direct, saying, Brother, ought the penalty earned by the depravity of the Chinese race to be visited upon me, who have no part in their iniquity? Shall the good stone in the pile rejected by the masons of society be also cast aside? Perchance it might become the head of the comber. Oppression or tyranny is rejection, for it denies a man's rights. Behold, Then, what a pillar of strength is built of the rejected stones of the nations upon the rock of the American Declaration of Independence. Yet, let it not be built too high, and never of any but choice stone, whatever its source, lest it become of ill proportion and fall in ruin. Indeed, indeed, I knew not that you could so easily fathom my thoughts, nor did I know how illiberal I had grown through my vanity. Forgive me, my friend. Ask not my pardon. I am not offended. But I saw clearly that you were doing yourself an injustice in allowing such play to prejudice. It was to set you right, not to humble you, that I spoke. Somehow the beauty of the scene was enhanced in my sight. Like a gladdening rain laying the dust were the words of my friend, and my soul's atmosphere was cleared, so that all things appeared more lovely. As we walked, a doe and her fawn stepped into the path before us. Their impulse on seeing men was to take flight. But Kwang held out his hand and called them as if they were pets familiar with him. The animals stopped and returned along the path until within reach. He stroked them gently, and as we passed on they followed behind. I was wondering if Kwang, in his many solitary walks in the mountains, had not made a few pets, as for example these deer and even the bear, when the idea was put aside by a new occurrence. As we came under an overhanging rock, a puma, or California lion, Felix concolor, leaped into our midst with the evident intention of having venison for supper. Indeed, had not the deer for which he sprang been too nimble, it would have been an instant victim. But it and its companion affrightedly closed about Kwang, and the latter, turning to the panther, said sternly, but in a calm, low tone, "Peace!" And there was peace, for the carnivore slunk down for an instant, like a whipped dog, then resumed a normal cat-like attitude, and purring walked with soft, feline tread on one side, with the deer on the other side of the human mediator, and I, lost in amazement, brought up the rear. Verily, the fable of the lion and the lamb was realized in actuality. See, my brother, what it is to know the law and to live it. For I myself am a vegetarian, and the perfect peace such food allows renders my soul calm, so that I see the law as in a mirror. Behold proof of the truth in this occurrence. As he ceased to speak, we halted in front of a huge lodge of basaltic rocks, some hundreds of feet in height. The ledge was broken and twisted as if by some rending convulsion. All about the base lay huge fragments broken off the face of the wall. Against the cliff rested a giant block many tons in weight. Touching this with his hand, the Chin said, "Here is our sach, our temple, so to say. This rock is guard at the entrance to a place remarkable, to say the least, if viewed from an occidental standpoint." I looked in vain for the doorway, or any crevice which might lead into a cavern. Meanwhile Kwang laid his hand on the great cat with us and said, "Go!" And the lion, pausing not, went leaping along in bounds. For these animals have such a limber spinal column that they cannot run or trot like other animals not of the feline tribe, leaps by which it was soon lost to sight. Then Kwang said, "As it will not return here, these gentle deer would best remain. No other spot is so safe for them. Goodbye, my little friends." Continuing, Kwang said to me, "Have you found the doorway? It is not strange that you should fail, for it was constructed with the special purpose of baffling the curious." Again he touched the enormous quadrangular block. Immediately it tipped on edge and leaned outward over us, causing me to spring away in terror lest it fall on me. "Be not afraid, my brother. See, it is under my control as if on hinges." And he swung it back on its lower outer edge with wonderful ease, only keeping his own nearest hand firmly upon it. To my amazed query he replied that it worked to his will through magnetism. But I saw no magnet and said so. "Truth. In me is the magnet you do not see." Did it ever occur to you that the processes of all life are carried on by what for our present purpose may be called magnetism? Assimilation of food and drink, waste, excretion, all vital processes whatever. The magnet is in the cerebellum or back brain, and in the medullary substance of the corpora striatum, a veritable wound magnet. The force which causes the heart to act, the lungs to act, maintains bodily heat, and so on, is enormous. It amounts to many hundreds of thousands of foot-pounds per day. He that knows occult law can make nature parallel this magnet, for the universe itself moves only because of the current, which flows from positive to negative, from one half of matter into the other half continuously. Here, now, is an occult secret. Make a place of separation in this, the fire of life, and where the poles come in contact, there shall be force in action. This block of stone, the door, is an armature in a natural field of force. Here on the ground is another. Putting the doorstone back in place, Kwong drew a circle on the ground about a foot across. Then in this circle a couple of lines in a simple cross, one north and south, the other east and west. As the four ends of the cross were contacted with the circle, a tall, steady flame sprang up, its spear-shaped cone trembling within itself, but being wholly uninfluenced by the wind, which had some time before commenced blowing in vigorous gusts. Then said the Chin, "Behold the vis mortis. Of all mankind only an occult student could bring it forth. Only such a one could put it out, unless by accident. Touch it not. 'Twould be fatal, on the principle that the greater contains all lesser forces, and it would instantly absorb the force of life, or of wind or wave or projectile. It exists visibly here because on a thaumaturgic symbol. You think that symbol might as well be of any other form? So think those who comprehend not. See that moth darting about the flame of the light. It will enter, but not be burnt. No, quicker, see. It touches and disappears and leaves no sign. Yet the light is not hot, no, not even warm. I will put it out." Suiting his action to the word, he drew a stick through beneath the dust on which the circle was described, and the light in that instant was gone. Then another circle made he, drew but one line across it north and south, then stepped into the figure, one of his feet on each semicircle. Immediately his whole person was covered with a brilliant flame, so that he appeared on fire. I was exceedingly terrified. "Do not fear for me. It is well with me." The other flame was negative odicity, and would have instantly been fatal to whatever motion touched it and have disintegrated its form. Yeah, a rock thrown into it would at once have disintegrated, or a cannon ball discharged from the muzzle of the piece would have fared the same. But this is a positive flaming of the vis naturae, and preserves life. I might stand here till the centuries mounted and be not weary, nor hungry, nor sick, eat not, nor drink, yet live. For this keeps all things untouched by time as when they enter it. No difference in symbolic figures, think you now? Indeed, yes. But my soul will not progress. So that case of living though its use offers, I care not to employ its aid, except that when weary it gives me rest. Ill, it restores health. He broke the circle with his foot, and coming away, swung back the door-stone again and stepped within the tunnel disclosed behind it. 20 I followed, the door. 20 Note. This was in one of the walls of one of the vast canyons which seemed the sides of Mount Shasta, in Northern California. Author. Figure 251 was replaced, and I found that the passage led into the mountain. I was still thinking of the biblical legend of the rolling away of the stone from the mouth of the sepulchre of Jesus the Christ, and paralleling it with this act of the Chin, aware now that neither were miracles but manifestations of higher natural law, when we began to walk along the hall of the tunnel. I followed closely in the rear of my guide, whom I could hear but not see, for since the closing of the doorstone the blackness was appalling in its intensity. Mistrusting this blind guidance, I approached the wall, that I might feel my way, when suddenly all about me shone a marvelous white light. It was not eminent from any point, but all the air was luminous, for I observed that nothing cast a shadow, either below, above, or on any side. 'Twas the same marvelous light I had once before seen in the cavern we had found together. After going about 200 feet, we came to a door made apparently of bronze covered with artistic cameo and intaglio figures of men and animals ranged about a double triangle inside of a circle. This door gave entrance to a large circular chamber not less than 60 feet across, with a dome-like ceiling 10 or a dozen feet high at its junction with the wall, but over 20 feet in the center. The same wonderful illumination was omnipresent in this great apartment as in the hall outside. But I asked no questions. I deemed observation the better way. Here it was that Kwong temporarily left me, going into another room through a narrow doorway closed by a portiere. I devoted the time to looking about me, examining the surroundings. I found that the chamber, like its approach, was hollowed from the living rock, only that while the beginning of the hallway was in a basalt cliff, the room was in a different formation, being in mineral-bearing rock. The central part of the walls and ceiling cut across a wide vein of gold-bearing gray quartz of hard texture. This lode, fully 25 feet wide, had on one side a granite ledge, and on the other red porphyry of the variety chiefly found in the quarries of Upper Egypt. Beyond the granite was another load of metalliferous rock, and in this one side of the room was reached without cutting into other veins. The porphyry almost completed its side of the chamber, but not quite, as a second body of gold quartz was intersected, but not cut through. Now imagine the extreme beauty of such walls as these when polished like glass, thus enhancing the veinings of the clouded rock and brilliant beauty of silver and gold, both native and in their ores, and not a few other metals and minerals. The makers of the wonderful room had builded like giants and finished like jewelers. But how had such an enormous task been accomplished? And when? A town of many hundreds of people lay but a few miles distant. But the inhabitants knew nothing of all this. It did not occur to me in explanation that its builders were of the Lothinian Brotherhood, and had formed their temple by the disintegrating force of the vis mortis, into which I had seen Kwang cast a stone and had witnessed its instantaneous disappearance. It was long afterwards ere I, musing o'er memory's pages, thought of this solution to the puzzle of the existence of the Sach or Sagum. But when I did, I knew it for the truth, knew that neither pick nor drill, nor any tool of humankind had been used, and that what I had thought the result of years of patient toil was but the work of a short time. Yet this was the fact. My friends, on the floor was a carpet of oriental variety. The fabric was of long fibers woven together at one end, but loose like hair at the other. In color, a quiet gray. A footfall upon it gave no sound whatever, any more than would a carpet of eider down. Around the sides of the sagum extended a wide divan, continuous except at the three entrances. Covering it and depending from its edges was the same silky fabric as lay upon the floor. The one article of movable furniture in sight was a singular-looking stand made of brass, which stood in the middle of the apartment. Its top indicated that it was used as a brazier. I would have made sure of its real use, but refrained from asking, not desiring to appear curious. "We'd ask questions if you wish," said Kwang, who had just returned. "Have no fear of seeming inquisitive. That is, as you suppose, a censor. Its use will appear." I was again astonished at my friend's occult powers, for his answer proved a clear case of mind reading. I now felt an unconquerable sense of fatigue and sleepiness, and without saying anything or asking permission as I might more courteously have done, and would but for my being so sleepily stupid, sat down on the divan, and then reclined at full length. But this act seemed to arouse me so that I could not sleep. I tried very determinedly to do so ere finally admitting to myself that it seemed impossible. "So you can't sleep? I will aid you." Again the Chin had fathomed my wish, for I had hoped as a last resort that he would offer to put me to sleep, having myself no doubt of his power to do so. He leaned over me and touched a knob in the wall. A small door flew open, disclosing a number of shelves. From one of these Kwang took a peculiar-looking flute of reed pipe. Placing it to his lips, he began playing an air which had a very familiar sound, like some sweet, half-forgotten memory floating back from lang syne, bringing an exquisite sense of pleasure and pathetic pain. So the wild, sweet notes brought to my mind a faint, indistinct recollection of some former delight. In trying to remember remember when, sleep had overtaken my senses. It matters little how long I slumbered, whether minutes or hours, yet it must have been hours. Chapter 3. Take therefore no thought for the morrow. When I awoke, rich, delicate perfumes, and the low hum of voices greeted my still slumberous senses. On opening my eyes, I found that Kwang was by my side, having either remained while I slept, or returned before I roused. In the center of the room, sitting on the floor, I saw about a dozen people, each clad in a long gray robe. Kwang had one of these robes on his person, and to my astonishment, I found myself attired in like manner. A high-caste Tibetan, 2 Hindu pundits, and an Egyptian were, except in Kwang, the only foreign brethren, the remaining persons being American and English. The Egyptian was to the Sakaza what the Grand Master is to a Masonic fraternity. Understand that he was not a teacher in the sense that a professor in a college is an instructor. He was in himself more of the way, more of the truth, more of the life of God than any other present. and hence, as in himself the highest plane, he stood before the rest as a pinnacle each might study, and rise unto. This man alone was standing. Perceiving that I had awakened, Kwang said, "Let us seat ourselves in the circle, brother, that the ceremonies of the evening may commence." When seated we formed two in a circle of 10 persons, arranged in a ring in the center of the chamber, our hands clasped on either side by our neighbors, and so around the circle. In its center stood the brazen censer, and beside it the Grand Master. Presently this person began to speak in the best of English, giving a clear, concise statement of the wisdom religion of the Lothinians. He disclaimed the idea that anything which was performed under occult law could be a miracle, and declared that no miracle had ever yet taken place in the world, because a miracle would be a contravention of law, and what was a violation of law but evil? It being evil, Jesus the Christ would have been the last ever to have worked one. Not a man or woman, it was asserted, and it is true, comprehends how these laws operate or understands anything of their nature, unless such man or woman is an occult student. The world of science is more ignorant of these mysterious forces of nature than even the sect-styled spiritualists. For these do comprehend a little, but so very, very little as to expose them to fearful dangers, handling as they do forces so terrible when abused that their field of operation might well give pause to the wisest ere they trod therein. Yet science soon shall know, following the cross-bearer. Beyond admitting me to free hearing of what was said and done, no notice. 254. Other than salutatory courtesy was paid me. That is, I was not invested with any membership degrees. No degrees can be conferred, for each is in self the degree represented. But the adept, as I clearly perceived, had spoken so personally direct that I knew he addressed me. This was when he said, "There is within this sacred place of meeting one who hath studied deeply, studied as scientific modernism contemplates all life, and ever hath the study filled him with melancholy, yea, even despair. He hath questioned of the stars, What art thou? And no reply hath been given beyond that which astronomy ever returns. Worlds, suns, blazing orbs, mighty beyond power of mentality to conceive. And of the grass, and it hath said, I am of cells aggregated and vitalized by the spirit of nature. The animal hath replied, but in Darwinian terms, I am a form evolutionized and come up from protoplasm. Man has he seen to be at the apex of animal life, and so he says of himself, Lo, there is naught but at one end the simple cell, at the other a complexity of cells aggregated. But to me the world and all its forms speak of action and eternity. But of the immortality of man, of a soul or a spirit or of God, nay, no word. Death ends all. O my brother, speaketh not this joy, these griefs of thine, to thee of aught but magnetic vibration? Art thou blind to the message of God that the vibratory joy or grief or unconscious cerebral action, whereby thou comest to a given knowledge, is but the method of thy life? And the animal saith it not, Lo, I am a soul, and this animal body is a fit tool for my soul powers, which, if they increase beyond the power of the tool to express, force me, the ego controlling, to cast it aside and seek a fitter tool in a body suited to my progress. And saith not man to thee, O brother in darkness, I am at the apex of animal life truly. In my admirably adapted physical body is a fit tool to prosecute to the utmost any and all material processes. It brings me to the wall of all physical life, and behold, it enables me, the ego, to reach the top of this wall, and find that I am a spirit, not a vital stone. And because of my sight, I will leave behind the pursuit of materiality for that of spirituality, and go even unto my Father's house, where are many mansions, conditions of spirit, but where matter breaketh not in to corrupt nor steal the treasures. Who hath asked, let him hear me. I have spoken. May peace be with thee. I thought my friend Kwang was speaking in a humorous vein when he said that the adept, whose name was Mendocus, had not so much as opened his lips, or used his vocal organs at all. Not so, I was mistaken. Kwang read my thought and said, Nay, my brother, not in jest. Each of us has heard Mendocus, and to each it seemed that his national tongue was used. To me, my own. To you and 5 others, Anglo-Saxon. To the Hindu pundits, their tongue. Because Mendocus spoke from his soul unto ours is the reason of this seeming paradox. I thought at once of my Bible, which was a treasure to me above all other books, and of the passage wherein it is written, Now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. In answer to the unspoken thought, Mendocus, the adept, turned to me and said, Verily, they spoke unto the souls of that multitude. It was no miracle, but law. The Bible is sound occult doctrine so far as the matter in it has escaped the revisers, and worse than revisers, the Roman Catholic interpolators and twisters of its truths. Thou dost well to read it. I have read it through 87 times. Here another brother joined with the remark. The hearers and the speakers were to each other as a perfectly attuned violin to its bow, every string ready to respond to the least master touch. To this Mendocus added, They heard the speakers as thou hearest me, not with ears, for no aerial connection is needed between souls in sympathy, but the consciousness of what was said existed as does the consciousness of one's own thoughts. Thou needst not speak thy thoughts that thine ears may convey to thy consciousness what thoughts thou thinkest. Neither are thine ears of more use in comprehending me. Yet because the thoughts did not originate in thy brain, but in mine, and so were external to thine inner consciousness, therefore thou didst suppose that thou heardst me with thine ears, when it was thy soul which understood, for my voice I used not. I now understood in the light of the mind-reading power which these students had revealed, why no question had been put to me concerning my life, my thoughts or will in regard to affiliation with themselves. They knew these things through this ability without asking. Mendocus, master, now requested attention from all present, and then made an invocation to God and to all occult initiates in this world and elsewhere in the universe. At the conclusion of this petition, he slowly raised his right hand, whence, after half a minute, he dropped it to his side and bowed his head. The wonderful light commenced to wane and, simultaneously with its disappearance, a blinding flash of light seemed to dart from the ceiling overhead, striking the censer by his side. Then succeeded that inky blackness which follows the midnight flashing of the lightning of heaven. But it was not destined to last very long. Soon in the deep darkness there was a noticeable lightning which continued to increase until the whole interior of the sagum was illumined by a lurid glow which rendered every object clearly visible. Like the other, it seemed not to emanate from any particular point, but as if the entire atmosphere were like red-hot iron, self-luminous. The next instant I observed that the faces of the Lothans had assumed an exceedingly ghastly hue, bloodless in appearance as are the countenances of dead men. Their pallor was soon explained, however, when my eyes fell on the brazen censer standing in our midst. The gaze of every brother was fixed with unwavering intensity upon a globe of blue fire which rested on the firepan. I noticed also that the self-luminosity of the atmosphere was gone, and that the light from the blue globe cast shadows. Although in size it was not larger than a filbert, yet its intensity counteracted the luridness of the air. It was beautiful in the extreme but not dazzling. On the contrary, it was cool and calm, resting the eyes. Evidently the light was the same as the positive flaming of the vis naturae with which I had seen the Chin envelop himself. It trembled and quivered like a globule of molten, boiling metal. Such absolute silence reigned, not even a sound of breathing being audible, that I turned a quick glance on my friends. Except for the glitter in their eyes as they gazed on the blue light, every one would have seemed only a perfect but non-vital semblance of a human being. Then my gaze reverted to the object which centered the common attention. It had been growing, and now of a size of 6 inches was gloriously beautiful. Although I had seen no human agency concerned in its creation, yet I felt that it was produced by the occult knowledge of which I had witnessed so many other manifestations. Mind over matter. Marvelous, novel, all this to me, but I knew it was not miracle, although magical. What is magic, do you ask? Magic is the comprehension of laws not ordinarily possible to grasp by means of physical experiment, because their phenomena in general lie higher than the physical realm, just a little lower than mental or psychic operations, and partaking of the last to a major extent. As I watched the blue globe, I gradually became en rapport with the mental condition of the Lothans about me. Instead of wondering what were to be the perfected dimensions and what the object of this glowing ball, I contentedly watched it, with a sense of perfect knowledge of its ultimate size and use. But this intuition aroused in my mind no train of disturbing conjecture. I thought of nothing, absolutely nothing, taking no thought for the morrow or the next moment. My intelligent friend, try this once. Try to think of nothing. To have no thought, not even the one that you are not thinking. I doubt your success in the attainment of such a state of mind. But if you are happily successful, you will remember to the end of your allotted years on earth how great was the sense of rest, of peace, of perfect joy, felt not thought of in that moment. Could you attain and then retain such a mental state for half an hour, you would become clairvoyant and clairaudient during that time, and both see and hear across the leagues of earth. And be conscious of futurity, so that a prophecy then made by you would be found to come true in every detail, though in scope was over years mounting to centuries. You must perceive, then, what a beautiful condition the Lothans enjoy. The whole present and each way, from the present almost to eternity, is theirs to know. These states of mind are protracted with them, and in the quiescence which is theirs at such times, they find themselves en rapport with the architect of the world, and know his ways. Like Job are they then, hearing of him by the hearing of the ear. Their eyes also behold him. 21 Some few of God's works they can do, many more of them they can understand, laying the line on the foundations of the earth. Entering the springs of the sea, knowing where light hath its way, and the place of darkness, and the bounds thereof. Yea, in this still time of their souls God opens to them even the gates of death, through which they go and return. But though they know all this, and so friend might you too, yet it is because the Creator shows them the paths unto the place thereof, and he will show you if you enter the occult door, through which Christ has gone unto the Father. Follow him, and greater things than these shall ye do. Mendocus, Master, now perceived that the lurid glow of the atmosphere had been neutralized by the light of the blue sphere, which, full 12 inches through, rested motionless in completion, its glorious, radiant center of entrancing loveliness. He raised his hand slightly, as if giving an unspoken command. Upon this the sphere of light rose to a height of perhaps 8 feet from the floor, where it hung, without visible means of support. Again the hand waved in command, and the sphere moved horizontally over our heads to a point about 15 feet from the center of the chamber. Here it was permitted to remain, although every one present was intuitively aware of all that was about to occur. I will describe every incident for the benefit of my readers. Following the pure blue light came a sphere of intense indigo color upon the brazier, its process the same as that of its predecessor, and, when complete, it was assigned position 13 feet from its neighbor, on the same foot plane. Next came a sphere of violet, of equally intense brilliancy, differing only in color, not size. Then followed a globe of pure red, then one of orange, another of pure yellow, and lastly one of glorious green. Every one was at the same height from the floor, and equidistant, approximately, from its neighbors. Any attempt at describing the extreme beauty of these iris-hued spheres would indeed be futile, as they hung motionless above our heads. Once again the Master gave silent order, and the spheres began to move horizontally around their common center. Slowly at first, gradually the speed increased until persistence of vision presented them to the sight as a great circle of light 90 feet in circumference. Nevertheless, the orbital revolution did not in any degree merge the colors into becoming white light. And now an additional feature of beauty was presented. As the seeming ring sped around, from each of its compound globes a shaft colored like its parent was simultaneously projected horizontally to the center, when, from the junction, a perpendicular column of light of purest white went forth, upward and downward, the one to the great quartz crystal in the ceiling overhead, the other to the carpet of gray below, for the censer had been removed from underneath. Thus was presented the spectacle of an enormous wheel, axle, spokes and rim, revolving at great speed, and all formed of imponderable light. Though it rested on the carpet, there was no scorching, for this was but vivient Fire, positive, not the negative vis mortis. Buddhism symbolizes the latter element as Shiva, the destroyer. It is the fire of death, the one wherein I had seen the moth perish and the stone disappear. There is an esoteric Buddhism as well as an exoteric or religion of the masses, and the names of Shiva and Vishnu, which to the exoterist are names of personal gods, of the destroyer and the preserver respectively, are to the esoterist merely the terms distinguishing the obverse and reverse aspects of nature, that is, growth and satiety, change and destruction. Would power like this of the Lothans ever be mine? It seemed to me that if Mendokus Master had come to such wisdom, he, being but a man, could not do more than I. We were both souls. The wondrous temple in the heart of the mountain, the lighting of the darkness, the lifting of the great stone at the entrance, the vis viva and the vis mortis, all this that I had seen and was to see, was only the work of men who had, in their calmness of soul and purity of heart and body, done these things because the Christ Spirit in the pure of heart is perfect human and extends unto the Father. Could I not hope to attain the power of doing likewise? I asked myself and knew that I could, for I was then in the peace of clairvoyance. Yet I saw not all that must intervene, not all the events of the nearer future, nothing of them, in fact, but only the more distant perspective of my soul's destiny. Verily, said Mendokus, but not now, not until a time of trial be past. To thee, as to all other occult neophytes, will come moments of darkest doubt, and thy very soul will weep in the agony of despair. No, thou wilt not doubt the truth of Hermetic wisdom at any time, but thine ability to acquire it only. Study, then, the principles of truth, not its phenomena only. For its own sake it is more to be desired than its works, though usually less attractive to neophytes. Thy doubts will be born of an imperfect conception of thine own self, a want of perception of symmetry, giving undue proportion to certain facts, and upon finding these of less importance than thy conception of them originally painted, thy heart will fail thee, for in themselves they are great, and if comparison declares them small, what power shall grasp the greater? Then will it be that thou wilt fear thou art but finite, and these things infinite, and thou wilt say to thy soul, my weakness is to these things as packthread wherewith to draw Leviathan. But this is not so, for no creature is more than the Creator, and thou art of the Father and joint Creator with him. What shall prevail? Only faith like that of the Spirit who overlighteth Jesus and all them that triumph over time. Woe unto thee if thou shalt faint while buffeting the billows of doubt. Miserable indeed is the lot of such a one, for, debarred from the society of the brothers because of his faint heart, he is yet possessed of a knowledge of something purer, better, higher than the ordinary ambitions of humanity. After his glimpse into the greater possibilities of his being, he disdains to resume his former sense relations with the world. He cannot descend to the world's level, nor raise his fellow man to his own height. So through the rest of his life on earth he is alone. My friend, there is no solitude so drear as he hath who is in the world, but not of it. Wilt thou venture onwards, braving this peril? At this point there is yet a chance of return without incurring the danger which follows when further advanced. Set not thy hand to the plough if thou canst not go to the end of the furrow. It is long and difficult to follow. The world hath not so hard a task as this to impose in all its power. I offer the option. Mendokus now watched me as I pondered the proposition. I felt that I could not in any event resume the old life. Within me the fire was already alight, and the sword of the Lord had cut off the old from the new, so that I felt it was between me and the past. No. Onward, Christian soldier, must be my song leading to victory. I was decided in my mind, though I had not as yet said so, but I had no need to utter aloud my decision, although, forgetting this fact, I was about to do so, when Mendokus said, Thou hast, then, decided to go onward. I am sorrowful because of it. For though thou shalt come forth at last as gold burned in the fire, yet the ordeal confronting thee is fierce. But I will not allow that thy feet go alone, for that were unwise. I will so do for thee that the step be not irretrievable, lest it perchance be as I fear. O brother, I fear me woe is thine. After this decision, I was required to take vows of secrecy, whereby I was bound not to reveal any part of what I should learn in any manner which might give the hearer of my words practical use of what I told him. I might drop a hint which might be followed as a clue to the voiceless silence where blooms the flower of life. But, beyond a hint, my friend, I can tell you nothing. Of hints I have given many, nor, were I to disregard my word, and divulge secrets of immediate working value, would you thank me. No, rather would you curse me. Why? Suppose we wit an instance. Suppose I were to reveal the secret of the vis mortis, would you thank me? It is, remember, that force which may be projected in all its fatal strength to any distance and which is personified in the famous poem, The Destruction of Sennacherib. In the line, the angel of death spread his wings on the blast. Suppose I revealed that secret? How long would it be ere the world would find that the unscrupulous amongst men were using it to work undetectable murder? And its uses are many besides, for it is the principle in nature which governs transmutation, disintegration, decay, destruction, death. All these, but never does it build anew. It is Shiva, the destroyer. Used aright, it is a beneficent force, for without it there would be no progress in nature, because no change could occur. There could not even be retrogression but utter stagnation. The sign is, much as that means to me, it can be but a hint to you. Study it if you will, and one day it shall be revealed to you. In reason, you can no longer ask why occult matters are so imperatively secret. For it must be evident that this fair earth would be made by the unscrupulous into a very hell of misery and crime, were they not thus secret. For a time those who chose to subvert their knowledge would seem to thrive and prosper, even though the world about them suffered. But subversion of the law is violation, and the penalty at last visited is in tenfold degree upon those who went most astray in their blindness and sin. It would cause them to curse the giver of such wisdom. 9/10 of the people of this world are unable to govern themselves well. They cannot in saneness expect to be made sharers of such awful knowledge as Shiva represents. Men and women are really not following the Christ until every part of their own nature is held in an iron grasp of merciless subjection to high principles. But study, my friends, study. Christianize the money power of this world, so that capital shall not work harm to men but good. And from good thus born the karma of the world will lead to the goodness of heart which gives calmness of soul. In that calmness your study will bear fruit, and then it will not be a mockery, in seeming, of your hopes for me to say, study. I rejoice in those earnest workers whose motto is, look up, not down. Look out, not in. Look forward, and not back, and lend a hand. Only this. The occult student gazes in, and not out. But these are not esoterists. Their name shall one day be great in the world. And though you who desire to study and know occult truths now may not see your hopes fruit in your present incarnation, yet in coming lives you will grasp these truths which elude you at present. Follow him. Before me, Mendokus, master, had opened a view of life so radically different from the old restless existence, that my heart grew warm, regardless of his prophecy that bitter woe was perhaps to be my portion ere I could enter the haven of my desires. The fact was that my optimistic nature deceived me with a hope that somehow I could manage to avoid the threatened sorrow, and, having escaped its menace, could go happily onward. Alas, poor me! I knew nothing of karma, and in that day knew nothing of Zalm of Pasid. Else, had I known, I would have trembled when the Master expressed his fears for my sake. I saw before me a great ocean of wisdom, flashing in the light of truth, its horizon defined only by the voyager's temporary inability to go farther, its depth measurable only by that of the universe. Free from the dogmatism of cramping creeds and of superstition, that ocean reaches out into the eternity which enshrouds the stars as well as the dust in mystery, that mystery which veils the Creator from the created, veils it from the joint Creator, man, too, just so long as his soul shall lean to creation instead of to the Creator, his Father. Veils it until the eons of time shall be swallowed up in eternity, beyond the stars, earth, Venus, and Mars, when man shall cease to be man in becoming more than man, and life the less be gathered into nirvana, sum of all the parts. I repeat it, sum of all the parts, for it is not in any wise that horrible cessation of being which Sanskrit scholars have interpreted the word nirvana to mean. They have misconceived the facts. It is not the end of life except life the less, any more than the statement God is nothing. That is, not one thing, but the sum of all things, should be construed as a denial of the being of God, the eternal Father of life. A change had come over the master. Up to the present his attention had been that of one controlling a process. Now, with his back to the shaft of the wheel of light, he stood beside the censer, looking upward, his gaze like that of one beholding a sight pleasing, yet absorbing. At last he bowed his head and said, "Welcome, Mo Lang, friend and brother." I saw no one, but was aware that the person addressed could not be one of the Sach. Mendocus, master, turned to the brazier by his elbow and struck it lightly with his outspread fingers, whereupon the fire pan became red hot. Then he thrust his hand into a pouch depending from his waist and drew it out filled with a white powder, which he cast on the fire plate, producing a dense white smoke. I regarded this as a mere ceremonial offering of incense, and thought it savored of superstition, for I had now lost my intuitive perceptive power, and could only depend on conjecture. This idea was scarcely formed ere abandoned, for the cloud of smoke rapidly took the human form, into which the solid appearance of genuine personality was introduced as the incense consumed, until upon the glowing stand stood a man of commanding presence. Some men seemed to be not of any distinctive nationality but very citizens of the world, or, even more largely, representatives of the race, and one feels that they might be of this world or of any other capable of supporting human life. Such was the man before us. He was addressed by Mendocus as Mo Lang of Pertaz, and though I knew no such country, I unquestioningly accepted this appellation. His deep-set eyes under massive brows, and a head of similar contour to that of the philosopher Socrates. His snowy hair and long white beard, together with a soldierly erectness of person, made Mo Lang, the Pertosian, the very personification of occult wisdom, from my point of view, nor was I far wrong. His turban, which in fact was blue, mottled with brown, seemed, chameleon-like, to assume different colors as the varicolored spokes of the wheel of light passed by, not through him, but he through them. He wore a long gray robe, depending from the shoulders and belted at the waist. On his feet, of goodly, delicate shape, were sandals. The Pertosian stooped and put his hand on the shoulder of the master, making some remark, the import of which I did not catch, then stepped to the floor with a light bound, and with Mendocus went to the divan and sat down, engaging in an earnest conversation, which they held secret from the knowledge of the others. Do you ask where our clairaudient mind-reading ability was, that this converse should have been unknown to any of us? Unless one who knows that mind-readers present are apt to exercise their ability desires to have them share his thoughts, they cannot. He preserves as an almost unconscious habit the mental desire of having his thoughts remain impenetrable, and to such a will no human power can pierce the barrier it sets. At length they returned to our circle, and Mendocus seated himself with us. The visitor then said, "Though the men of Lothus have known others of my fellow Pertosians, few heretofore have known me. None, indeed, but thy master. I am come to induct one of thy number into the land of the departed, while another I take home with myself. To you, Lothans, I need not say that the body is like unto a coat, to be put off or on at pleasure by those who know how. I say this only for him known in the world as Walter Pearson, but unto me is Philos. And some day the world will bear of him as Philos the Thebaetan. Yet shall he not reside in Thibet in Asia, but shall be so called because he shall for a time live on the sole plane of the occult adepts of Thibet. Unto thee, then, Philos, I say when thou shalt be free of thy mundane body, then if thou wouldst go to any sphere of heaven, unto Neptune or any planet or star, thou hast but to desire such transference of thyself, and it is accomplished. Wilt thou go with me this night, which is now nearly morning?" Where was this I was asked to go? I knew not clearly whether he meant the soul realm, or in fact just where he did mean to go. But my faith was strong, and I replied, "Whither thou goest I go also, for I have faith in thee that thou wilt do me no hurt." The faith inspired in that hour by the gentle dignity and kindly love I saw beaming from those deep-set, calm gray eyes, has known in all these subsequent years no cause for regret. Nor for the action which my faith then inspired me to make, has this heart any but a feeling of supreme thankfulness that the Christ Spirit then put it into my soul to have that faith. If I fancy I bear some reader, timid at the prospect of trying the unknown, which might for all I knew at the moment include my corporeal death, saying, How came it that you felt so sure of Mo Lang? Did you not fear he was a devil? No, I did not. For I was under the protection of goodly men, into whose midst no demon could enter more than night can reign beneath the noonday sun. At least one of my protectors, Mendocus, had arrived at a finality so far as Earth's present cyclic age can teach. The physical nature had no secrets from him. But the illimitable realms of the Father hold many mansions, besides the universe of matter and the house of light, or the dwelling place of darkness. In this mansion of the material universe nothing remained for Mendocus to gain. He stayed but to give. Death had no power over him. He was supermundane, and until himself otherwise elected, he must live. Only the word of God, the true Logos, by himself invoked could loose the silver cord. Would you, protected by such an one, fear demoniacal influences? One other query of the multitude you may desire to ask, I will answer. You inquire how these highly favored ones of God can be certain of the truth of their intuitive perceptions, and I answer, the man who lives in his spiritual nature does not believe, but knows that his being is one with God the Father, the great parent. And his spirit speaks by the voice of intuition, informing him by a single flash of that which otherwise he would be long years in learning by external methods of investigation. If, indeed, externality could ever impart the knowledge. His spirit gives him from its own source, the Father, an effortless, instantaneous perception of facts, principles and things. I am reminded of the words of Mo Lang to me in this connection. Philos, someday thou wilt comprehend this. Earth is a letter in a sevenfold alphabet. The stellar universe is but one book. Its pages truly are myriad, its chapters legion. Yet besides this book, the library of the Creator is of endless number. It occurred to me that we were the ones who should thank our visitor, and he not thank us at the conclusion of his remarks, for it seemed to me a lecture of wonderful power. A few minutes later he turned to me and said, Philos, art thou ready to go with me now? I replied affirmatively, as did Kwang, whom the visitor called Semla, when the same question was put to him. Gravely the brethren arose and took the hands of the Chin in their own. As one by one they said to him, as to one going into a far country to return not for years, and perhaps not forever, Semla, may the peace of God attend thee evermore. Fare thee well. Then Mendocus, Master, said, Semla, my peace I give unto thee. I noted the difference in valedictory, and at another time asked of Mo Lang and received the explanation that while the brethren could not give peace, not yet themselves perfectly possessing it, Mendocus, Master, having it himself could give it, especially to one who, like Semla, was so near its attainment. To all these Semla said, quietly, Peace do I wish thee. To me no such farewells were accorded, for they said, We shall see thee here again. This to me was unpleasant in the frame of mind I was in, but I concealed my feelings as well as I was able, and replied as kindly as they spoke. Then Mo Lang said, Come. He started forward to the door of the Sagam, and I should have followed without looking back, had it not seemed as if someone touched me. Imagining that some brother wished to speak with me and had thus called my attention, I turned and saw that which will never fade from the tablets of memory. Lying on the long, soft silk of the carpet was a human form. Looking more closely, I saw that this was my own physical form, my body, my materiality, in short. In the act of raising it from the recumbent position were 4 of the brethren, 2 on each side. Others were doing a similar act for the corporeal shell of Semla. It was my consciousness that something was being done to my earthly body which I had mistaken for a touch. It had not occurred to me that I was divested of my mortal casket, so easy had been my disembodiment. Death is, after the agony of illness for those long sick, as easy and pleasant an experience, said Mo Lang, in answer to my mental reflection. If thou wert not to re-enter thy corporeal body again, this would be death for thee, he added. I was so greatly amazed at this last phenomenon that I stood still, saying nothing, as I watched the bodies being removed from the main apartment and laid on couches in a smaller room. Mo Lang then remarked, Essentially this is death. Behold then, body death is but a casting aside of the grosser forms of life, which have served their purpose. As thou wilt return, this is not absolutely death for thee. Semla will not return. His body is therefore dead. When real death takes place, the gross body is cast off, and the sword of the Lord cuts it off, and Shiva takes possession of it and distributes it to the elements, in order that Vishnu may receive it for new uses from Brahma the Creator. Then the soul is free for a great length of time, compared to that spent on earth. Though the astral shell can come into spiritualistic circles and manifest through mediums, yet the I Am comes not into any earthly condition until it returns for reincarnation. And then always on a higher, never on a lower plane of progress, still exists a penalty of sin, or what is the same thing, incomplete severance of oneself from desires for earthly experiences. Will ye prefer earth to life? We go not immediately to mine own home, but into that realm where those who have died from earth go into Devishan, that is, heaven or the summerland of the spiritualists, or the land of the Ob River, or, again, to that bourne from whence no traveler returns. Philos, the sect known as spiritualists, are in error when they speak of spirit communion and regard it as they do, for no ego returns out of Devishan except it be forced, and this is harmful and vastly unjust to the ego. 22. The astral soul and animal principle may thus return, but the I Am never. To the latter there is no past earth state. Mind, I do not say for it, but to it. That is, it has no consciousness of anything earthly or of anything occurring on the earth. We can go to them, but they cannot come to us. Let us then go. The mind works quickly, and ere we had reached the bronze door, my consciousness had mastered the truth that death is not in itself agony, that it brings no startling changes, and does not invest the soul born into the hereafter with any wonderful power of foresight. In fact, there is but freedom given from the earthly body, and a few concomitant powers bestowed. Nothing remarkable, considering that earth has no more hold on the soul. I speak of those who in mundane dissension seek disenthrallment from earth, having but little love for its conditions, though much love for its children. Such as these have worked for their brethren and accumulated a good and high karma, which takes them away from the prisoning conditions of earth. Mole Lang here interrupted my reflections, saying, "One thing else. Let us leave thy second self, that part of thee which perceives earthly things and preserves earthly memories. This in order that no disturbing comparisons may arise between that state into which thou goest and the earth behind thee, which thou shalt not see more than they can who really die. But between thee and earth will I preserve a vital link formed of thy second natural principle, so that it shall not be death to thee." Then he said, "I believe I have no further use for this transient form." Had an uninitiated observer then been present, the astonishing, not to say terrible, spectacle would have been presented to him or her of a man dissolving into smoke. For Mole Lang liberated the bonds of his smoke form and it floated away in formless cloud. Mole Lang laid his hand on my head, and as he took it away I no more remembered anything of the world. I dimly saw before me the bronze door of the Sagam. I knew that Mole Lang opened it, and that we three stepped forth, not into the long hall of the temple, but into an open expanse of green, sunlit meadow or prairie land. But it was no surprise, for I remembered nothing of any special features of earth life. I only knew that I was I, and that I was in a pleasant land. It was much like a vivid dream. No one in viewing a dream landscape is conscious of any other belonging to and seen only in waking hours. The faces in dreams are natural, not novel, not strange, and when seen are not compared with those known during wakefulness, for knowledge of the latter state is blotted out during sleep. Mole Lang spoke. "Thou hast come through the portal, lo! Physical nature and laws do not reign here. They reign in the objective world, but not here, for this is the subjective world, in no sense physical or existent, nor perceptible to senses belonging to matter. Yet it is real, for spirit is real, and subjective states, no less than objective ones, are born of the Spirit of the Father. This is another of the mansions in his house. It is farther from the earth than the farthest star of the sky, because in no wise of material nature. Things of earth to the inhabitants of this world are but dreams, and vice versa. To either, the other seems unreal. This we are in is the faraway home of the soul." I listened to Mole Lang and had ears to hear, so that I understood. Earth, of which he spoke, was vague, and knowledge of it as an almost forgotten dream. And the vagueness was because that principle of my terrene nature which was the seat of earthly sensing, and of memories of things perceived, was left with the body. This principle might visit a spiritist medium and it would be called me. Yet it would not be me, but my shell, my link of connection between my spirit and my corporeal body. Friend, you will agree that an author is reflected in his autobiography. But that book is not the author. No more is that which has its actions, passions, beings, use and end in the body the man. Yet that book may live and guide men to action. So may the astral shell of a man or woman who is dead. And the vitality of the medium may galvanize that shell so long as its influence governs any living earthly man or woman. Hence we see the phenomena of the circles of believers in spirit. Communion. There is no return of the ego, the I am, to circles, neither communion from their plane down, though sometimes from your plane up to theirs. And yet you persist, my spiritist friends, in saying that I am in error. You say that what I call shells cannot be such because they tell of events after death. Yes, they do, I admit. And they do because they are but records of the ego which for a few brief moments at death is sometimes highly prophetic, and sees forward over every detail, frequently for coming centuries. Or again, the departing soul catches a glimpse of its own self-conceived devotion, and the record of this is imparted to the shell, which carries such views to the spiritist medium. Witness the often absurd description given of the character of the spirit world, and that through honest mediums too. They give none of Christ, save where 2 or 3 are gathered in his name. Mediumship is true. Its ordinary explanation is false. The medium goes into a trance, his or her vital force is transferred to the control which is but a shell, and not the true spirit or ego. Then the hearers enjoy a communication. Like a reader of a book of record is that medium. Events of the past are retold and more or less accurate prophecies made. The shell lives for the nonce a galvanic life, just as Poe lives anew in the person of an elocutionist rendering The Raven, from the rostrum. Just so long as the commentaries influence mankind, just that long will the spirit of Caesar control mediums. And while the Book of Mormon retains its hold on the deluded masses of Utah, so long will the prophet Joseph Smith influence sensitives. But I grow prolix. Let us therefore turn to the world of effects, and see what it presented to our psychic perceptions. Will you come with us and see what we 3 saw as we went forth across the plain which confronted us at the door of the Sagum? Chapter 4. Paying Life's Rewards. Philos, said Mole Lang, thou shalt now presently behold a man, all in a world of his own. He may not come to us, but we will go to him, and enter into perception of those things which he sees, and because we enter into his perception, therefore we shall be fellow spirits with him, not mere images of his conceptions. Then shall his environment seem as real to us as it does to him. Nevertheless his world is, except for such visitors as ourselves, and those few or perhaps many other souls who are on his identical plane, merely a world of him own conception. It exists not for him who is his neighbor, who will be, as we shall see, on a different psychic plane. Both persons will be existent in the mansion of the Father, who thus giveth his beloved rest. Let us enter into the state of that man. He is an inventor from the world of cause, and all about him shall we find evidences of his inventive dreams, which here seem to be real to him. On earth, he in imagination beheld multitudes of his fellow beings using his adaptations of mechanical and natural forces. He had motor railways which were free to the public, none indisposed to pay were obliged to do so, and he had designs of coin which the mint owned by himself as he had desired while on earth, so that he might correct abuses, minted free for use by the people. So also with all other things which he had hoped to see realized on earth. Yet he died without it, and coming to the world of effects, finds it all, to him only, a fact. We will walk across this plain to the grove yonder, a mile. For some time after this we walked in silence, each content to note the beauty of the scenery. Gurgling brooks meandered through flowery meadows, groves dotted the perspective, while far away on the horizon was a line of blue hills. When we came to the grove designated by Mole Lang, I saw that we were at a station, where cars of strange appearance stood on a network of tracks. People were coming and going past this central point in all directions. The cars had immense spidery wheels many yards across. A light flight of metal stairs led to the top of a tower. The tower was also an elevator, so that while some people walked up, others were hoisted to the top, where, several rods from the ground, they stepped into the body of the car. Then an engineer on the car manipulated certain machinery, and the immense wheels began to revolve swifter, and yet swifter until the great, light vehicle could be seen moving at an amazing speed across the country, up and down hill or around curves, with equal facility. "Let us take a ride," quoth Semla. So we walked up the spiral stairs, and there found a pleasant man in uniform, who asked if we would pay or not. "Yes," said Mole Lang. "I will, but my friends will not." Thereupon he produced a coin of gold, and while the official was making the entry in his book, Mole Lang handed the coin to me to look at, and I saw that it bore a face of a man, and around the edge the superscription, "Merton Fowler, the people's friend." "What conceit!" thought I, whereupon Mole Lang smiled slightly, took the coin from me and paid it over. The official asked where we would go, and for answer Mole Lang said, "To the falls." The official knew of no such place, but said that he would put us on a car, the engineer of which would know. He conducted us to a car on the other side of his platform, and having entered, we were soon speeding away like an arrow for swiftness. The stops which we made were numerous, all for the purpose, so the engineer explained, of complying with Merton Fowler's rule that all who rode on his cars must inspect his many inventions. The variety of these was bewildering to me, and so many of them seemed to be in operation solely for the purpose of demonstrating peculiar mechanical principles, that I will not consume space for description. At length, after traveling across half a world as it seemed, though not taking a tedious amount of time, we arrived at a splendid group of buildings. Then the engineer confessed that he knew nothing of the falls, except that he had heard his master speak of them as existing. He would go to him. Accordingly the car ran up before an edifice which looked like an office, and there he put us in charge of another person with directions to take us to Merton Fowler. That gentleman we found in a palatial environment, where things were of great beauty, but where all seemed to be mechanical contrivances, and to exist for that great underlying principle of the designer, the systematization of his knowledge, and the putting of it to more or less utilitarian uses. It was a very paradise for a machinist, but I was not a machinist, and it fatigued me. The number of people was amazing. Mole Lang said that not all of these were mere ideals of that prolific mind, Fowler, but that on the contrary many of them were real personifications, a few of whom were media like ourselves, but the majority dead. That is, disembodied souls who were on the same plane of invention and realization as the real mind and control Merton Fowler. He was the chief here, the others similars. I asked where the falls were situated, and the inventor, Fowler, replied that a certain author of his acquaintance lived there, and had the pleasure of listening to a mammoth pipe organ made for him by the inventor. "By myself, all men whatever," said this egotist, "are beneficiaries of mine, and recognize me as the chiefest of humankind, and greatest of all living people." I turned away in contempt of such mammoth conceit and vanity, and as we left Mole Lang said, "That man is arranging his concepts of a Christless life as gained on earth. When all is assimilated, he will recarnify on earth, and from his early childhood self-conceit and self-admiration will be his ruling characteristics. In his last life on earth he sowed the seeds of the one to come. Here he enjoys the growth of those seeds. Here too will the harvest mature, and when all gather he will take it to earth again to replant. Thou mightest ask what good cometh of perpetuating such vanity. I would reply, first, 'tis the law of God. Secondly, out of his future egotism will arise self-confidence. His spirituality of temperament is large, his animal qualities well balanced and strong, and the good of all his conceit will manifest itself next as a governor of those forces which will lead men forward. Ere he died on earth he was a retiring man, timid, feeling himself never appreciated. When he next appears there will be a strong soul, and a leader of men to higher levels of life. Truly, I said, all things under the hand of God work together for good. The falls were in the devachanic realm of an author who, while on earth, was a very pleasing writer, albeit extravagantly hopeful in his imaginative excursions and thought plays. This was, indeed, doubtless the reason of his popularity as an author. His mind dwelt on the sublime in nature, and on the good, the true, and the beautiful. Here in his heaven he lived his books, and found all about him the characters, the emotions, the delicate imagery and the sublime beauty which made his pages seem real to their readers, and over which tears of sympathy were shed by most perusers. To him also, these things, figments of his imagination when penned, were here become what his desire had always painted realities, and he enjoyed the seeming actuality, nor knew it but as a dream of his. Life's night. Of what use, since it was only a dream? I answer, these glorious creations of the imagination all make for that high spirituality, that keen sympathy of soul which shall soon bring about the universal brotherhood of mankind. It shall dawn with the dawning of the new century, creedless, boundless, asking nothing of any affiliate except high, unfaltering aspiration and action. And this author, who has been in his soul home these many centuries, shall be one of its prophets, recarnified. We found the falls in a vast gorge, deep as the royal gorge of the Arkansas River. It connected two great lakes of rare loveliness. Not the Scottish lakes or Lake Champlain are more beautiful, though either were as great as Nyanza. Over a cliff half a mile high, and in the form of a double horseshoe, each more than a mile wide, were two magnificent falls of the river, separated in the center where the middle points of the two curves met, by an island. From this cliff rose three tall conical needles of rock, up, up, up into the air, over 1,000 feet each one. Around each was a spiral stairway chiseled in the enduring granite of the stream, and from top to top of each swung a suspension bridge. From the one overhanging the falls run two suspension bridges swung on great cables, miles long, reaching as they did the shores on either side of the river by a diagonal course. I felt sure that the inventor Merton Fowler would have conceived no such bridge, because his mechanical training would have told him such lengthy bridge cables would break from their own weight. But this author, who was no engineer, saw no such difficulty, and consequently his concept found no bar to execution in his imagination. Objective but subjective it existed for him, and as we were temporarily on his plane, and perceiving through his senses, we also saw them and found them real. And to all on his plane they were real, subjectively real. But earthly eyes could not have seen them, for they see nothing except objective realities. And both states are real, but to those on the respective planes only. If the things of the spiritual are foolishness to the natural man, so are the things of the natural world to the Devakani. But I digress. The myriads of people, creations of the author's mind, used his bridge. They lived in a utopia of his creation, and the whole was a very heaven. It all nurtured his spirituality, his reverence for God, his constructive sense even, as well as his sense of sublimity. His soul has almost assimilated the whole of these steps toward God, and it is almost ready to recarnify as one of the deeply artistic, constructive, reverential souls of earth, one of the nobly beautiful, Godward-turning leaders of the race. Is he not a worker for the Father? By their works ye shall know them. And while and because he leads, he himself will draw nearer, with every passing hour to God. Nearer to nirvana, that glorious resting time of all the lives, out of which the spirit of man shall wake to find itself more than man, find itself one of these sublime world spirits whose glittering forms fill the skies of night, or servers of the Father in some other untellable way. The fact must be sufficiently obvious that the life between the grave and the cradle, life in the world of effects, is a life of assimilation of results due to causes set in operation while on earth, the world of causality. It is the character-forming realm, where effects are so arranged as to present them as causes in the succeeding earth life, not in the shape of segregate influences, but as traits of character, giving rise to well-defined policies in life on the part of individuals. Like attracts like, and if parents have certain influences governing their lives at critical times, the soul in Devachan, which is perforce seeking rebirth on earth, will seize the opportunity presented of finding its similars at that time, though perhaps at that time only like itself, but never so before, possibly never to be so again. Suffice it if there be a concordant trinity at the time. There is no accident, no chance, in the universe. All is immutable law, cause and effect. Zero Colburn, whose precocity in mathematics while he was yet a little boy amazed the world, did not inherit his powers of calculation. Mozart did not inherit what neither of his parents possessed, though it is true that the maternal mind did provide attractive mental similarity by her own love for music, prenatally experienced. Atavism has been invoked to explain these cases of infantile precocity, when it has been well known that neither parent had the traits which seem to have been passed to the offspring. But atavism will not wholly suffice. The question of heredity is a deep one. Parents are moved by special influences, and children of that time are souls attracted from devotion to their mental similars. Such was the young Zira Colburn. Such the infant prodigy Mozart. Zalm Numenos might have told you that Colburn was a noted Atlantean mathematician, had he not neglected it in his History of Atlanta. And Mozart was Alemon, the poet and lyrist of Spartan Greece. Night seemed to be coming on. The air was pleasantly cool, and we found ourselves, after a long sail on a lovely body of water, standing on a shore whose sands and pebbles were of agate. Bamboo fringed the lake margin, and many graceful houses in quiet nooks dotted the varied landscape. The country bore some resemblance to the land of Japan, and indeed we found that we were in the concepts of an American who had resided for many years in Japan ere his entrance to devotion. We went into a spacious veranda of a house of fine appearance, which in architectural style was a general combination of things most comfortable. Contrary to Japanese customs, we found easy chairs instead of mats or rugs, and in these chairs we took seats, Mo Lang saying we would be welcome to do so. Ere long a servitor in Japanese costume appeared and placed a table before us, and upon it laid covers for 5 persons. Presently a handsome, elderly man with a young girl, who I judged was his daughter, came out of the residence, and exchanged salutations with us, after the manner of true gentlefolk. This was, as Mo Lang afterward explained, the real ego about whose imagery all things in this place clustered. The lake, the tropical vegetation, the remodeled Japanese people whom we met, in short all effects here, were arranged in accord with this man's ideals. In them he saw realized his dreams of a quiet, carefree, hospitable life, and because he saw them, we also saw them, for Mo Lang had insinuated our perceptions into this man's soul plane. With him we partook of a generous supper. Liquors were not on his table, nor could any have been found in all that soul land, for the man was a total abstainer. Of course, the people whom he believed he saw, and who, for him, resided in this, his country, used no liquors more than he, for they were either his imagination's concepts or, if real individuals, were in sympathy with the master mind, else they had not been there with him. But all this he knew not any more than one who in slumber dreams, knows at the time that the vivid dream personages and places exist solely for himself. Sometimes, truly, a night dreamer really goes away with another harmonious soul, the two being real souls on a psychic journey, it being no dream but a fact. This man, in all of his princely extravagance, his artistically beautiful buildings, the richness of raiment of the people whom he conceived, the statues, fountains, groves, all things, was but quaffing imagined joys, wholly unconscious the while that they were subjective creations. They were all conceived for a single purpose, pursuit of which formed his chief joy, that of caring for the happiness of his daughter. She was his idol, his joy, the reason for being, he would have said. And she was a pretty girl, though not to my mind beautiful. She was engaging, witty, well-educated, and accomplished. But I have seen many such, and thought of her as only one of hundreds I had known. We were invited to stay indefinitely in this home, and, upon Mo Lang's suggestion, accepted the offer. Days passed rapidly in this paradise, of which our host's home was the central attraction. He had great parks, and gave splendid entertainments to scores of happy people. His house was a palace in itself. The libraries, the art gallery with thousands of fine paintings, all this, and more, made life so pleasant that several months had elapsed ere our party of 3 bade him adieu. In it all we saw that the gay life was for the sake of the daughter, and held little pleasure for the father. The art gallery, too, was added to his home for her sake. The libraries were for both, and, as he said, he thought he took more pleasure in books than she did. To him books were sacred treasures. But it was in music that his soul found ecstatic rest. Such divine melodies and such exquisite technique and feeling as he exhibited in his rendition of fine music I had never even dreamed of, much excellent music as I had heard. It was as the fable of Orpheus come true. Hour after hour he played for me, while Semla was away with Mo Lang, and my soul responded in a thrill which swept it with sublime joy, until it seemed as if my being had become a personless, throbbing, sobbing stress of harmony, that could flee on the winds and set the souls of men pulsing, beating in unison. I knew that the player was a companion to me in it all. We were two souls on the same plane, reaping identical experiences. At last a day came when Mo Lang said, "My friends, let us go hence, for other things claim our attention. A few hours here must suffice us. We will go where the daughter of this man really is." My friend had, I thought, spoken of the months of our tarrying in this paradise in a figurative sense when he said, "a few hours." But he had not. It was really only a few hours, as the people on earth had counted the same interval through which we had so recently passed. Time is, after all, only a measure of so much done by or to him who experiences its lapse. Myriads of people have lived a whole century during 10 minutes of other people's time. Mo Lang's remark about our being ready to go where the daughter really was I could not comprehend at the time, nor did I know for years, all because my own astral had been left behind in the Sukhaza on earth. I had no means of comparison of ideas. The place I was in was the only place existent for me. That is, it and the country of the author and that of the inventor, Fowler. These I knew of, and for them a memory shell had been formed by me as I went through them. Not that I was conscious of such a process of creation. I was only aware of the memories which were retained for me, and which seemed part of myself. But Mo Lang explained only that the American really had not his daughter with him, but only his ideal of her ever before him. On our departure we went down to the lake and got into a boat, and as we traveled, somehow it seemed as if, without my knowing just how or when, we had left the boat and the lake, and were in a garden, walking amidst a profusion of flowers. It was unaccountable, but did not particularly surprise me nor long occupy my attention. No one is ever astonished at anything in the psychic realm. It was a city garden, and, situated on an eminence, the residence of the owner commanded the view of a great city, extending in all directions. The house was evidently the home of a person of refinement, and while evidences of wealth were numerous, these seemed to be adjuncts of comfort, instead of a display of riches. No person could long be amidst the influences of that home, to which Mo Lang admitted us, without feeling that the owner believed herself to have a great and sacred mission in life. "This is the daughter," said Mo Lang. "The girl whom we saw in the other home was the daughter, as the father imagined her to be when he died, leaving her at that age. See how different is the woman from his conception of her. I bring thee here that thou mayest see what difference exists between the devachanic concepts of the soul and the objects conceived of. It illustrates the saying that heaven is what we make it." At that moment a lady entered the room, evidently on business. Her manner was full of power. She seemed not to perceive us, and after a little, I coughed slightly to attract her attention. Mo Lang smiled in amusement, as he said, "Philos, thou mightest cough long, and she would not know of thy presence. Why? Because we are temporarily on the earth, and I have given thee power to see earthly conditions, that is, while we are on the earth, for it might be all about us, yet if we were in a different psychic condition, the earth would not be near but vastly remote from us. This lady has not yet come to the change called death. She is one who labors to place woman on the proud basis of independence, proud because rightfully hers. But woman will never attain to it until she does so by self-effort. Nothing is one worth the having except by self-effort. When she so wins it, she will be by the side of man, not above him, for woman is not man's superior. Neither below him, for she is not his inferior, but beside him, for man and woman are equal in all things. It will be a blessed day for humanity when this time comes. This lady and her sister workers are now guiding those dwellers of the earth who have not such clear understanding of the needs of the times. And they will succeed, more or less, during this century, but not brilliantly, since no great reform, nor anything greatly good, can succeed in any century, decade or year nominated by the number 9. Hence, human hopes will wax on wane, will seem to go forth to victory, but will meet only failure until the new century. Darkest of all the years will that be which is just before the dawn. This brave leader we see here will see hope set in that last year like a star in the west, and she will die then, despairing though hoping with prophetic Mackay, that ever the truth comes uppermost, and ever is justice done. For a considerable time after this we were silent, for Mo Lang seldom spoke without definite cause, and it now served his purpose better to be silent. I spoke next. "What good can it be? What good can be achieved through such bitter disappointment? Such heartache? That which cometh ever from all things. Man never is, but always to be, blessed, is wholly true. And it is not from the hopes we are able to bring to realization in earth life that our devotion, our heaven, is made, but from those hopes, longings, aspirations and determinations which through life are our dearest desires because we have never been able to satisfy them. They have the most happy heaven whose high-soaring souls have ever been forced to be content with the mere view of Canaan from their mountain lookouts. Let no poor, disappointed soul on earth mourn because of life's unsatisfied longings, for we do not know today whether we are busy or idle. In times when we have thought ourselves indolent, we have afterward discovered that much was accomplished and much was begun in us. These beginnings are fruitful indeed, for they bestow upon us our longed-for aspirations. Over there, if we will, in his way. During this discourse of Mo Lang I had glimpses of the whole both of earth and of heaven. A thing which struck me with a feeling of peculiar anguish was that gentle soul who thought he lived for his daughter, really had not that daughter with him, but only his self-created image of her. I had not thought of the fact that, even on earth we do not have our friends, but only our concepts of them. That our supposed friend may really be our secret enemy, but if we know it not we remain happy in our ignorance. Mo Lang observed the feeling on my part and said as he turned and placed an arm around me as we walked onwards, Philo's beloved son, feel not so. When the day cometh when this lady shall enter the devachanic life, then whenever and wherever she has ideals and concepts like those of her father, or he like hers, then will they two be really together, two souls with but a single thought. It is the same on earth, only identity of thought makes nearness of souls. As the grand march of souls following after Christ draw nearer unto God, those planes where all souls are together in the thought and concept will be the planes mainly occupied by humanity, till at the glorious last, none shall be apart from any other or from the Father. The room and its earnest worker had faded from view. Instead of it we found that in front of us was a monastic edifice, set on a lofty mountain peak which arose from a lake. Dim vistas of water, of wooded shores and silvery, shadowy isles were in perspective. Over the tower which rose from the monastery was a flashing crescent of purple light. I asked what place we were now come to. The answer was the lunar temple, a part of devotion, but having nothing to do with the moon. Here, where many occult students come after laying aside the earthly body, is a holy place of rest. Here are many theosophic adepts and neophytes. They saw then with eyes of spirit, hence had then as now much the same concepts of life. Devotion to them is not, therefore, on the same plane as with other mortals, any more than their objective life was. Here Semla takes leave of us, to appear no more on earth until after 50 centuries of mundane time. He will then incarnate, not as a Chin, but as a member of the American nation of that far distant day, because his life has been mostly spent in that land this time. But now he enters into rest he has earned. This is his devotion. There, under the flashing purple light from the monastic tower, Semla took his leave, invoking upon us the peace of the Father. Through ability conferred by Mo Lang, I had seen the nature of the life after death. For a few moments my soul was able to compare the newly gained knowledge with my old-time ideals of nature. I thought, if all this is but a dream, what is a dream? If this which seems real matter is not such. Nay, my son, interjected Mo Lang, as I thought upon the nature of matter. This is real matter. Why, what is matter, dost thou think? Matter is a one substantiality, having not a single quality which any human sense can cognize. But force also is one of the creations of the Father. And force hath two polarities, the positive and the negative absolute opposites. Now man on earth hath certain senses. 7 are these senses: sight, hearing, feeling, smelling, tasting, intuition, and one innominate. These last are not yet evolved, for the fullness of days is not come. The 5th day is, but the 6th and the 7th are not. With the last, man becometh greater than he hath ever been. Only they that have ears that hear shall solve this saying. 5 senses cognize the positive dynamic affections of matter by force. And behold, man senseth the earth and some of the stellar bodies. But all these are of the positive, and hence are in the Father's mansion of cause. These 5 senses are what the Apostle Paul called the natural mind. But, in my Father's house are many mansions. And this, which is the briefer life after the grave, is his mansion of effects, and it is the result of matter affected by negative force. Here the first 5 senses call all things pertaining to devotion mere dreams. Even wise Hamlet asks, what dreams may come? But I say unto thee, both earth, cause, and devotion, effect, are material. Both do in their every phenomena to force, but either state is cognizable only by senses special to it. Man in one hath 5 special senses, and these know the earth, but call heaven a dream. And man in the other hath other 7 special senses, and these know of devotion, but call earth a dream. Yet both states are really material, and similarly, both are unreal except to the Father. So man is constantly dying from the one state and being born in the other, back and forth, and only that state where he is real to him at any time. Myriad times does he repeat the process, incarnifying and discarnifying, and each time of rebirth on the earth finds him ever on a higher plane, until at last the concrete condition miscalled life is over, and the conditionless long devotion, nirvana, is attained. Then man and his Father are together and at one. Man came from God. Unto him must he go. But only a few have done this as yet, and of these Jesus Christ of Bethlehem is so far the only one who can truly say, I and my Father are one. Mo Lang had no desire that I should continuously retain the memories of the experiences just passed through. The separate facts were to become quite as unknown as if never observed. All was solely for the purpose of surrounding my soul with influences calculated to force me upward and onward, out of earth life, or desire for it, until at last I would come to realize that I had known something higher and must return to the plane of the spiritual nature. Yes, the word is must. After leaving Semla, with the new life open to him, Mo Lang and myself sought the lake, and after taking our seats on a bit of sandy shore, I asked questions as to the appearance of the scheme of creation to occult perceptions. It seemed to me that life must have a wider significance to him than to me. Philos it hath, grand as the vision of life seemeth to the ordinary man, made up as it is of his few years on earth supposedly followed by unending existence in heaven. To me it is infinitely more sublime than even earth's loftiest vision can present it. Man's ideas are full of error. They involve the childishness of admitting that in the life on earth the multitudes who make in their dwellings a transient abode are in the course of such a finite time, able to set in motion infinite causes which shall be carried out in psychic effects eternally. Only through the great Master are any so able. I have so willed, my son, that the features of this visit to devotion shall be withdrawn from thee, and thou wilt remember them only as a vague, delightful dream, which shall have influence in leading thee to the pinnacles of the Father and the summits of the soul. It is easy to erase these memories. I have but to disassociate the astral body here formed by thine experiences, and thou wilt thereafter know this state only when that astral shall control thee as its medium. I will take thee to mine own home in Hesper, and there thou wilt come to know my son, whose name is Soma, and my daughter Pyrrhus. Yet that knowledge also will I dissociate after the time of it, and thou wilt forget it all. Yea, even me wilt thou forget, and know only through the same mediumship, because thy karma orders for thee long years yet to come on earth, an atonement for evil works which have cried unto God for redress, lo, a century of centuries and longer. Christ hath said, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled, save thou be released to him. But thou hast asked a question. Hear the answer. I sow a seed, and it shall grow and blossom and fruit, and though the sower be forgotten, the plant will not be. Thou wilt remember my words forever, nor forget them for 1 hour, for such is my will, yet forget me wholly. Besides the heavenly world, there are many more which are imperceptible to men, yet matter and force compose them all. Many of them are worlds of cause, but no merely human being is in them, nor can any earthly sense cognize them or know of them. They are peopled but by beings of whom some are good, and some are evil. In the sight of the eternal cause, relatively good or evil. That which exists under laws inimical to man is evil to man, though not in itself evil. But these mansions are set apart from one another that they may not interfere. There is that which is astray, but in itself not evil. For in all the creation there is no evil eternal, for God is perfect. The worlds of human life are 7 in number, yet 4 of them are invisible, unknowable to earthly senses, and this not because of remoteness, but the kind of force affection of their constituent matter. Mankind occupies but one planet at a time, for like its present dwelling place, Earth, the human race is but a letter in the divine library of being. To be exact, the more advanced, occult souls do inhabit Venus, which I have called Hesper, and which was by the ancients of the earth termed the Garden of the Hesperides. Yes, Philos, life does mean more to me than to thee. I look at its stately march, and I see the battalion of being wherein I am but a corporal progressing around its appointed 7 spheres, whereof only Mars, the Earth, and Venus are matters which terrene perception can know. I see the human race progressively incarnating on each of its peculiar planets as it goes, every individual ego about 800 times, approximately, on each world each time the race comes to it, which is 7 times also, making 49 world-carnate epochs. Each ego thus hath incarnation and discarnation periods to the number, more or less, of 40,000. It is in these that, beginning as an irresponsible creation, far from human, as thou wouldst define the word human, and ending as a perfect man entering into nirvanic rest, that the scheme of the eternal uncreated Father is perfected. Yea, verily, man sins, but as his incarnations progress, he atones for every jot, every tittle. Karma is penalty for evil doing, and it is the law of God. It knows no abatement of payment, accepts no vicarious price, but is faithful jailer over that prison which is life action. Whoso is cast therein shall not come out till every farthing is paid. Beware, then, of doing wrong, for thou must bear the penalty, only thou. Verily, life is long enough to make payment. 'Tis better to have none to make. We go now to a view of the truth that the Spirit came from the Father, and returneth to him after it hath fulfilled the law and the prophets. It liveth in the worlds of cause a short span, but in those of effect a long span, for passivity is to activity as about 80 to 1, and the lives are many, strung like beads on the one cord of the individual ego. Lastly, the ego coming from the Father hath no sex. It is not man, neither woman, but sexless. When it entereth upon life it becometh double, so that in the earth there is a man, and there is a woman, and though the bodies and the animal souls and the human souls be different in the twain, yet behold, their spirit is one and the same. Now sometimes the two, being of one spirit, are also husband and wife. Yet more often they are not, for the age of harmony is not yet at hand. But it is of such singleness of spirit that the Bible saith, "What God hath joined, let no man put asunder." There is no man who could, if he would, so sunder. But that saying is not of the carnal marriage, but of the spirit unit only. And the latter hath, 278, no lust. But when the twain shall, after the millions of years which lie between the non-esoteric Christian and nirvana, come to know all the law of life, then will the union be as it was before the separation. Thou canst not really comprehend the truth now, but when thou shalt at last be done with earth life, thou wilt then recall it and know. And knowing it, thou wilt then tell the world of it. But not now. Now is this true. Mates in the Lord cannot know each other as such, until they both will to live after the rule of his highway. And the latter hath nothing carnal. Strait is the gate and narrow is the way that leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Until they find it they find not each other, neither release from incarnation in the flesh. Mo Lang arose after this long discourse, wherein he had briefly described the works of God. He said, "I have answered thee. Come, let us go hence, and thou shalt know my son, and my daughter, and my home." He laid his hand upon my brow, and I seemed to sleep. When I was again conscious we were in an immense garden, and before us I saw a house which at once impressed me as being a real home. This I say because somehow occult study had seemed foreign to home life and influences. How entirely compatible the two are will appear nearer the end of this history. I found on acquaintance with it that it bore out my first impressions perfectly, for it was the most genuine home that could well exist, and typified all human life in this world of cause. Hesper. It was a home of human glorified beings, of occult students incarnate in exalted causal life. Do you ask me how any portion of the human race came to be so far in the van as the Hesperian contingent? The answer is that their septuple natures had been so far perfected by the trials to which the study of occult adeptism subjects its initiates, that they had become enlightened, responsible beings. They had drunk of the cup concerning which Jesus inquired of the children of Zebedee if they had the ability to drink it. And in consequence there had come to them the keys to that realm of spirit which no natural mind can understand. They had learned the sevenfold character of their natures, that man is a composite being having 7 principles, viz. The I am or ego, the body of the spirit or spirit body, the human soul, the animal soul, the astral reflection of the 2 lowest principles by name vital force, and the earthly body thereby animated. Thus far, I regret to say, the mass of mankind is not developed much beyond its animal soul. A minority have the human soul shining forth, but only occult adepts have the 6th or spirit body developed, while none of whom the world knows except Jesus and Buddha are perfect in the spirit of the Father. With Mo Lang I stood, looking upon his home in Venus, the world to which Terra's children will come, leaving it deserted until another round shall return. Them, although on a higher plane, that of perfect love, the greatest thing in the world. But now Hesper is the planet of this Christ-like love, its home in the course of nature and man's development. You will not all come, alas, Philos, said Mo Lang. My son is of nearly thine own number of years. My daughter Pyrrhus is of the same age as thyself. Both will tell thee of occult truths, as I have done. Yet they nor I, nor aught but the intuitions from thine own God-given spirit can teach thee. If a soul hath not in itself perception of God and his works, no man can teach it. For having ears to hear and eyes to see, he heareth and seeth, but comprehendeth not. To me it is given of God to show thee and tell thee of those things which many prophets and righteous men have desired to see and to hear, but have not. Blessed are thine eyes, for they see, and thine ears, for they hear. Yet, nevertheless, thou wilt go again to earth and wilt forget, and restlessly long for a better state, yet shalt not find it again for long years. O Philos, my son, would that thou couldst even now know, but karma pursueth thee seeking repayment, and karma shalt have its dues, and thou wilt then go free. Let us pray unto God now, for I speak no more of these things. I have spoken already. Hereafter Pyrrhus shall tell thee and show thee in my place. Then, in that Hesperian garden, we knelt together, and Mo Lang repeated that eloquent voice of the ages, so old, yet ever new, the prayer of our Savior. I think tears were in our eyes when we arose. Turning, I beheld a lovely woman. Pyrrhus, my child, he is come. Philos, this is my daughter, of whom I told thee. It had so surprised me to hear a man who had so much of what untaught fancy calls godlike power speak of his children, that Mo Lang had said to me in comment, Philos, thinkest thou that because I have wisdom which thou hast conceived only God to possess, that I am not human? My son, I am more wholly and truly human because thus near unto God. But the mass of people on earth are not fully developed even yet in the human principle. Their lives, actions, passions are centered in the 4th or animal soul, and only the more exalted are come to the development of the human within them. When mankind shall come fully into its humanity, then earth can no more be its planet. They must come here. Bear in mind ever, that all thou sayest in Hesper is but human, and so thou wilt know more of what man is, how glorious a being he is. Man is only partially human, and not filled with the Father, nor come into his spirit body, and he must therefore marry and live in marriage, else the race would cease to reincarnate. Each ego must pay its debts, but many will die debtors to him. We 3, father, daughter, and myself, went into one of the wide porticos of the brown Parthenon-like mansion, and sat down, being where we could see over the profusion of flowers in the great gardens. So beautiful was the scene both near, so far, that I was content thus to remain unmoving. Here was no devotion, no scene of effects, but an active life in a world of cause. This life differed from that upon earth in being broader, more perfect, more glorious than terrene conditions can produce in the present round. Ordinary life in Hesperus is all that the highest form of life can be on earth. and thus has all the wonderful development which exists in the midst of the secret occult brotherhoods of earth. It is impossible to express adequately what perfection of physical life exists in Hesperus. But it is a perfection of the physical nature, amid ideal surroundings, all of which prepare the animal man to work for the human man, and he for the spirit man, the I am or ego. Thus does the ego progress through matter. Is it not a sublime thought that reincarnation does not mean transmigration of souls? The first leads man ever up. The other, which is false even in theory, merely a perverted notion of the first, might mean progress but more often would mean retrogression, and in all this universe there is no retrogression. Reincarnation is but a chance to expiate the errors of life, chiefest of which is not overcoming and containing self. Will ye not pay? Then are ye doomed. Chapter 5 Human Life on Venus. It is good to be at home again, said Mo Lang. I love my home because here are my friends. And here is the congenial atmosphere of spirituality. I see about me the environs of my last objective incarnation, this present. For me there is no more birth, and no death of the body except through transition of the logos. Here I pass the ordeal of the crisis and am become androgynous. For in me now are the feminine and the masculine. I am whole, not half, and I and my egoic mate are one individual. We twain are one, and have come unto the Spirit in the sense uttered by the Saviour when he said, Be ye therefore perfect, even as thy Father is perfect. And thou, my son Philos, wilt surely come into this same glory, for by thy karma it is so fixed. Yes, he said, reverting to his first thought. It is good to be at home. The old man arose from his seat and paced with stately erectness up and down the veranda. Old? Yes, as earth counts age. For Pertaz he was just in early prime, not yet come to his 200th year by some 48 months. And age could never affect him more, for he was come to deathlessness, to bodily immortality. Of him, as of many, are the words of the beloved apostle John. 24 At that moment he was in his astral form, his physical body being in his sleeping room, where he left it in order to cross interplanetary space for me. Curious thought. An inhabitant of Venus able to visit Earth at will. Yet it is not really difficult. It merely involves the leaving of the physical body and plane at one point, and entrance to the astral or psychic plane. From this latter it is as easy to return to the state of cause at any point, be it Alcyone, chief of the Pleiades, glittering in their eternal depths, or even further, beyond ken of the telescope, as it is to return to the place departed from. The whole difficulty is in leaving the physical plane at all, and for the advanced esoterist this is as nothing, because the normal state of his soul is always in the astral or psychic instead of the physical. The difficulty with a student is in the repugnance he feels to the thought of returning to an inferior state of being, like life on earth. But the life of love is, I serve, so we return. That we were in the astral, disembodied state was no hindrance to Phyra's perception of us. For like all Hesperians she had the sight of the soul as you have ordinary sight, a mere commonplace power. Her eyes, as indeed those of all souls on this high plane of being, have psychic clairvoyance as a normal possession, though not the less endowed with ordinary physical vision on this account. As in the long ago of earth, her eyes were still the same clear, calm gray, the kind possessed by Jesus of Nazareth. They were windows for her pure soul which seemed to be just. 24 Note. Kindly see St. John 17, 21-26. Behind them, gazing out, this slender, graceful girl was no devachanic ideal, although not gross enough to be visible to eyes used only to perception of objective, earthly states of matter. Her sweet, grave demeanor, her light laugh at something said by Mo Lang, her perfection of physical life, all breathed the fact of her objective being, and bore evidence to the truth that her rule of life was obedience to the law. And yet, I doubt if your eyes, my friends, could have seen her at all. No telescope will ever reveal human life on Venus. Not that it is not there, but its forms are of the one substance affected by a range of force rendering them imperceptible to earthly eyes. You will not think the air any less material, or electricity any less real, because your eyes cannot perceive them. Your eyes are very limited in their visual range. If the one substance vibrates more or less rapidly than an exceedingly small length of time, producing correspondingly minute force wavelengths, your eyes cannot cognize such vibrations. It is the same with your ears and hearing. If your eyes and ears were not thus limited, you would see every sound and hear every sunbeam. Every rainbow would be vocal, while heat, which now you only feel, would furnish amazing wealth of sound and vision. So it is with the Hesperian people. Their persons you could not see, their voices you could not hear, yet they would not be similarly limited in regard to your persons and voices. But so long as you fancy that because you have eyes you can see all that there is to be seen, and that your ears hear all that is worth hearing, so long will you depend on these organs, and gain that sort of false ideas of the universe which must arise from entire ignorance of all except the tiny bit of creation you occupy. So long, too, will you depend on the telescope to reveal truths about other worlds. You will hunt for evidences of human life on the nearer planets, but you will never find any until you cease to expect that matter will reveal soul. It cannot do it, for the finite cannot reveal infinity. Turn it about. Ask of the soul revealment of itself and of matter also, and all worlds will draw near to you, show their teeming vitality of life, and all nature will uncover such treasures as the hungry soul of science has never found before. Phyrus was able to look over all my past, over the other lives which I had yet to attain the power of recollecting. She knew every deed, thought, and motive of it all. Had she cared to examine this history? No fear existed in my mind, for I did not know of such a past myself, and my ignorance preserved my peace of mind. I did not try to analyze the reason for my eager desire to win this maiden's good opinion. If I had, I should have railed at myself for a presumptuous fool. As it was, I was happy in the knowledge of my purity of purpose. Though dissociated from earth life, my soul development was but little more than before. Therefore, to me, Phyrus seemed a sort of goddess, and to have estimated only as perfect human herself and her wondrous occult powers would have been an impossibility with me. To have found that I was in love with her would have frightened me. I am glad that I was then prevented that thought, but deep in my soul it was true, nevertheless, and the leaven was working. Closer knowledge was not to have the effect of detracting from her exalted position, but it was to raise me to the understanding that these psychic powers were attributes of human nature, for in itself human nature is essentially godlike. By the way, what is the mundane idea of God? You say that God is omnipotent, omnipresent, eternal. Very good. But the earthly idea of these things is very narrow. Conceptions can never rise higher than their source. Hence God is, although a noble ideal, not nearly so great to the world as he is to Hesperus. Do you say that I am inconsistent, denying my own high claims for man, and that I am virtually negativing the statement that conceptions can rise to the level of their source? I reply that the Father limits the height of the source. What do I mean? I mean that he speaks to the but partially developed human soul on the earth plane from the level of human principle in himself, but from no higher plane. Hence, the terrene conception of him is that of a perfect person, all-powerful, ubiquitous, eternal, but a person, whereas he is impersonal. But to the Hesperian, God speaks of himself and his works from the level of spirit, which is above soul. It is the level of the oversoul of Emerson. I hope you will study that statement, for nothing I have said is more important in all this book. I have said that the earthly conceptions of omnipotence, omnipresence, and eternity are narrow. It is true. The first means only the most extravagant exercise or suspension of known laws, but scouts the existence of fearful, wonderful, unknown laws. Omnipresence means to the non-occult mind a variety of vague, impracticable ideas, only the few recognizing it as immanency and constant self-insertion and creation. Finally, eternity. The mind readily agrees to unlimited, endless time, yet is aghast at a mere decillion, almost refusing credence. Yet one is to the other as all to nothing. At the time I first met Phyrus my ideas of God were similarly limited, and when I saw her exercise powers which no terrestrial man ever dreamed that even God could possess, I was truly aghast. Love her? Not then. Respect her, adore her as a Hindu does an image of his God, yes. But the seed was sown. Its growth sure. Mole Lang left me in the large parlor of his home, whither we three had gone, and when only Phyrus was here besides myself, I immediately was constrained by a diffident fear of my gentle hostess. Although she soon dispelled this feeling, I nevertheless felt relieved when a young man entered and she introduced me to my brother Soma. As I looked upon the two, and remembered Mole Lang's appearance, I thought, what splendid physique these people have, how graceful and perfect every line. It is as if the body were molded upon the soul, and perfect in its every physical contact. Yes, thou art right in thy thoughts, said Soma. He had replied to my thought as Mole Lang and Fyrus had. Thou art right. We make our physical lives correspond to our rigid adherence to law, though that adherence is to us a second nature, not onerous, nor even in its exercise consciously applied. Excesses, intemperance, indulgence of that nature so pleasant to the animal senses, these have no attraction, but instead are utterly repugnant. Vegetarians strictly, never taking life for any selfish purpose. Is it wonderful that our material frames conform to our soul shapes? Truly not, I replied. But in my case, how could conformity to law change the appearance of an unhandsome maturity? My body is already grown, completed in obedience to laws not wisely nor very closely kept. I see you possessed of occult wisdom, but I am not, and find it hard to remember what I have heard of it. As for making the knowledge practical, impossible. Philos, my brother, the occult adept is born, not made. His or her knowledge is from within, not from without. Unto thee shall be given the key of the Spirit, and behold, the all-knowing will enter into thy soul, and though no man shall teach thee, neither any book, yet shalt thou become aware of all things, for all things are of our Father, and that is the Spirit. 25 But ere the Spirit come in, the house must be swept, and my brother Philos, I would that thou wert not destined to endure this ordeal. Yet the occult that knoweth all things is born of many lives, and in these has been evil. Thou art so born. It is karma. Mole Lang had now returned clothed in his material body, and I alone was in the astral, yet not solitary in the sense of loneliness, for my friends were not separated from me as a result of our diverse physical conditions. True, I could not array myself in material form, for I was in Venus, and my body was in a distant planet. This condition was the reverse of disability, however, for in going from place to place I had but to desire to be in the more distant, and I was there, though this power enabled me to have such freedom only in Hesper, and a sense of restriction consequently arose. Discontent was growing in my soul. I felt already a stranger on this high soul plane where two my friends were born. Though I knew nothing of earth because my earthly self was in the Satch in the care of Mendocus, yet I had a most uncomfortable feeling of foreignness. A feeling that some other and previous condition, somewhere, was not strange, and I had a longing to be again in its familiar environment. Poor me. 25 St. John 16:13. Chapter 6. An indirect answer. An eminent author has said that literary themes are necessarily limited, that authors cannot create as a fiction that which has no counterpart in fact. And this is absolutely true. Literature is restricted to ringing the changes on love, hatred, hope, despair, greed, indifference, envy, the gamut of our human emotions. In short, when these are presented in their threefold aspects, tragedy, comedy, or serious comic, the scale is run, and the only further variations possible are the lights or shadows of faintness or intensity of emotion. Perhaps the thought arises that in this history some new phase will appear, that Theo-Christianity has some new phases to present. Such an idea is doomed to disappointment. Indeed, the occult will be found to exclude even certain potent earthly factors of literature, all those of the lower animal nature, because these have no place in human life. Envy, greed, hatred, have no place in a nature which is close kin to that soul of love, Jesus. Indifference, sloth, despair, these can have no room in a soul which scans so absorbing a vista as that open to Mole Lang, yet so loving a soul that, like Jesus and Gautama, perfect willingness existed to turn from such sublime reward in order that they might lead their least brethren thither also. You may say that such love as this is not animal when I say it is not human, right? But it is spiritual. It is that love which only those know who have begun to tread the path, knowing within the soul the advent of the Spirit. If any of you come to feel that you will not shrink, though karma demand you also to show that greater love hath no man, than that he give up his life for a friend, then brother, sister, you have known the birth of the Spirit within you. Blessed are you then. No one can rightfully expect that by the relation of weird things I shall give him a half-hour's amusement. Such is not my aim. This book is a work of love, done for a sacred purpose. The second coming of Christ is upon the world, not only as a time simultaneously arriving for all, but also unto each human soul as it becomes ready to receive him in the heart, and do his work. Point 26. He is at hand now in the sense that if you will open your soul to receive his Spirit, he is there to enter in. Truly, of the moment he comes to his own no man can tell the day or the hour. Yet I say, tarry not for him as a man or an external spirit, but as the Christ Spirit entering into your very being. And he shall not wait to come as a man, but come as the Spirit of divine love, just so soon as you are ready to make that your rule of life. And as the Christ and Father are one, so therefore shall you that hear and attend be glorified, and presently arise, depart from this world, and go unto 26 Luke 21, 34, 35, 36. Life. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. Likewise he shall come as a person at the last. Sup. 27/Sup. I certainly have strange things to relate, but nothing weird, unreal, or sensational. That which I say is from my Father, and can lead the earnest hearer into the path whither the Christ led the way. What I say concerns a larger measure of life, Hesper, the planet of divine love. I hope to reveal some further idea than I have hitherto of the extent, kind, and duration of occult life. Heretofore I have given only rules. Now I give the result of faithfulness to them. I hope to show what a glorious being man becomes through heeding occult law, the law of the Spirit whereof I testify. Upward through all the ages, with never any descent, man pursues still the glorious march which shall eventuate in making him one with the Father. More than man finite, man infinite, angelic. But my pen is years ahead of my visit to Hesper. I must return to that time lest my words become merely words, erected like modern buildings, 14 stories high. My desire to investigate the occult truth did not diminish because of the rapid growth of my desire for a life more familiar. Yet ever and again I caught myself studying whether psychic truth might not be pursued where, amidst, some set of conditions less rigorous to the animal instincts struggling within me, and setting me so far below my friends. As well hope to mix oil and water as to study the occult amidst unspiritual, earthly influence. As preceptor, Soma contented himself with telling me of principles, and not of marvels, lest in pursuing wonders I should lose sight of causes. The fruit of a tree is apt always to be more attractive to the ignorant than is the tree itself. Here is a chief truth in guidance to occult study. Pay small heed to the marvels or to magic, and all heed to laws, for the laws are the tree. The marvel worker is the least of the brethren, understanding not the laws of the rather to any profitable extent. Know the law, know the marvel's incident. Know not the law, but only the marvel, and you are not following him, nor shall you inherit his kingdom, though you could do more magic than the Chin, Mendokus, or even Mole Lang. It was their possession of least value. May you regard it likewise. During a stroll in the garden, I asked Soma concerning his remark that though I should be given the key to occult wisdom, I should not be taught details. Soma, you say details are omitted and effects also, and only general laws are to be taught me. Now, my nature seems incapable of learning much in that way. I seem to feel a different method necessary, a method born of. Here I passed my hand across my brow in perplexity, for earth memories were not supporting me. Well, I know not exactly what. I seem to have some vague idea of a past life somewhere in which other methods of learning were in use. I do not know now. Sup. 27/Sup. Mark 13, 26. Brother, I am lost. No, not lost, Philos. Misplaced, ahead of thy commonplace in life. But thou makest reference to the analytical philosophy, which reasons from effects back to a common cause. It is not a sure process, as witness the status of chemical science in that vaguely remembered life of thine. Chemistry is a proud science, though handicapped by clumsy analytical processes. Cannot tell what a grain of sand is. Suddenly my chemical learning returned to me, in obedience to Soma's will, although the environing circumstances of its acquirement were prevented. But with the return of the knowledge itself, I became immediately argumentative, and I replied to Soma, "Pardon me, but chemistry can tell that. Sand is silica, silicic acid, and it is composed of the element silicon and the oxygen of the air, in the proportion of 2 of the latter to 1 of the former." "Precisely. But thou hast not really told anything. Thou art as far from a finality as before. Thou sayest sand is composed of 2 primary elements." "Certainly. And being primary, cannot he reduced farther?" "No, they cannot," I said, yet, remembering certain wonderful things I had already witnessed, I was beginning to be nervous. "No. Art thou sure?" he queried persistently. And I, both from a feeling of stubbornness which his manner aroused and a determination to be true to my science at all hazards, replied, "Assuredly, Philos, if it were not that thy stubbornness were tempered with an admirable fidelity to principle. I should say that wisdom will die with thee. But, my friend, thy system of chemistry, with its 60-odd primal elements and its monads, dyads, triads, and so on, its simples, binaries, tertiaries, and the like numerous compounds, is nothing but a fine working hypothesis, well adapted to producing the result it has produced. But because it is not the whole chemical truth, not capable of ever attaining that wholeness of results which marks the sublime constitution of nature. So far from conducting to the truth, these theories have just the opposite effect. They teach the multiformity of matter, whereas its unity is the truth. As I said, though, the chemists of the earth have a good working hypothesis, one which will do until the better method of truth is found." Soma paused, whereupon I asked what the better method was. He did not answer me in direct words, but instead he put before my mental vision a workshop, wherein were many kinds of instruments and machines in states either of 288 completion or approaching completion, lying upon tables and benches. I saw here a clock, there watches, there again an old-style typewriter. There were time locks and combination tools, besides many intricate mechanisms that even the sight of suggested no use for. At a little distance upon a table lay a confused mass of parts of machinery not put together. He said, "Philos, canst thou put these things together? In this pile are portions of clocks, typewriters, locks, and so forth. Thou sayest thou art not a machinist, hence cannot deal with these things. These things are not unfamiliar to me, who am a machinist. With all the parts before thee thou couldst not construct a clock or other mechanism. But suppose thou shouldst take carefully apart a clock now in running order, and study carefully all its relations, and do so by not one only, but by several of these instruments, then the whole would become familiar to thee, and while merely taking one clock apart would not be apt to teach thee, doing so by many would enable thee to put them all together again as they were. That is the process of analysis, deduction, and synthesis. It is the same, practically, in physics or in mechanics or chemics." "But my friend," I said in dismay, "I cannot do these acts, not having opportunity to thus experiment." "That is my point, Philos. I will show thee the better method of which I spoke. Here before us is an invention of my own. Practically I am its creator, and therefore do I understand it. Here also is another identical machine, but it is in a separate state. Its parts are a confused pile. Now thou knowest nothing of constructive mechanics. I do, and I will point out to thee the principal parts of the machine which is in running order. Observe." Soma went up to the machine, which stood, a marvel of mechanical beauty, its burnished brass and silver wheels, springs, cogs, chain belts, etc., showing through the quadrangular glass case. He spoke into the mouthpiece, explaining the machine to me the while. He said that he would remain near the mouthpiece, so that his words should be reported and printed and bound in book form. As he spoke he loosened a set screw. Then he said, "A microphonic diaphragm sets strong currents of electricity in operation. These act only as my tones impinge on that vocal diaphragm, whereby, as thou sayest, carbon discs close other circuits, and operate levers carrying type upon their extremities. Observe that this vocal diaphragm is made of Sunant steel cords like those of a piano, and there are of these just as many as experience has demonstrated that there are vocal tones in octaves. Hence there is in one alphabet just that number of letters, and our written language consists in the proper sequential arrangement of these letters, either type, if printed, or symbolic chirography, if written, along with our spoken tones. Then, if near such an instrument as this, we can utter a printed volume. The congregate tones affect each its own chord. This in vibration compresses the carbon discs, sets going the instant electric current, the type lever does its work, the paper is carried a space forward and the next type strikes, and so on till the voice ceases utterance. The spacing between words even is automatically done, for so long as one is talking connectedly there is a utilization made of the return of the carbon disc from its compressed active state, whereby a spring moves the paper carriage one space for every minor pause in the voice, and two for periods, but it is not sufficient for more than a double spacing motion. I am done speaking, nearly, and will move this lever up, thus releasing the stored force which arose from the motion of the parts, especially of the heavy balance wheel. No more printing will be done, but the reserve force will fold, cut and bind my speech, and when this is done, the last of the force stored, equal in all cases to the special work, is exhausted entirely by the ringing of a bell which signifies the end. Though Soma ceased to speak, the instrument still worked, and almost quicker than this sentence will be put in type. The bell rang and behold, Soma's words in book form dropped into a little box at the end of the case. The instrument stood motionless in its case, and for the first time its compactness struck me. It was but 18 inches high, by 2 feet in width and 3 in length, yet it had done all that marvelous work. Couldst thou take apart this instrument and put it together properly again? Was the startling question, startling because I thought he intended me to do it? No, my brother, but as its creator, knowing all its most obscure points, my comprehension of it and of other machinery, and of truths not mechanical as well but scientific psychics, is a veritable spirit of knowledge, and observe, this spirit I will to enter into thy mind, at least so far as concerns this mechanism. Behold it and know it. Strange to relate, I, who previously knew almost nothing of such things, seemed on the instant to understand the whole of the delicate apparatus, as a watchmaker does a watch. Soma, perceiving this, said, Such, Philos, is that key to all wisdom whereof I spoke. God, creator of all things whatever, shall one day enter into thee. Then thy spirit, which is a ray of his spirit, shed into the darkness of life by him, shall reunite with him. And because he creates by constant logos all things in states of being, and is immanent in it all, knowing it all, so when he entereth thy soul, thou shalt know all things likewise, and, in less measure, truly create also. Thou shalt know that, in the chemical sense, only one element exists, operated upon by force. Then all elements, as thou knowest them, shall be seen to be but different speeds of the molecular formation of the one element by varying degrees of the one force, and light, heat, sound and all solid, liquid and gaseous substances will be seen to be different not in material, but in speed only. That knowledge underlies all life, physics, chemics, sun ants, calories, chromatics, electrics and all and every possible aspect of nature. Such is the supreme law of God, and he is nature, though nature is not conversely God. Another law is that of compensation. May I tell thee of it? I replied that I should be but too glad to listen, for his words revealed God in all things, whether high or low. So he continued, This law, then, not only governs all matter, but that of which matter is the reflection, spirit, and the soul realm. I need state but a single brief instance in material nature, the screw plane. As the plane of a screw is greater or less in its inclination, so will its action be either rapid or powerful, but never both at once. If the thread be slight in pitch, the screw bar will progress through its nut very slowly, but, as exerted in a screw press, the crushing force will be enormous. Vice versa. If the pitch be steep, the screw bar will progress rapidly, as to wit, the screw nail, which may be driven into wood with a hammer, and revolve as it goes in. Now, in the soul realm, if a human being is content with the gradual, easy pitch of the Godward ascending plane of pure daily life, daily temptations to work in error, and too often fall, progress upward will be slow but very sure. But, on the contrary, if eager to learn rapidly, it must meet in a few hours all the crushing force of temptations to err, and to sin which the ordinary man meets distributed through many, many incarnations covering ages, aeonian time. In the one case, the Father giveth sufficient of the daily bread of strength unto men to enable them to progress very slowly, but with certitude. In the other, all the splendid reserve of resistant force of a very God is needed, for all the power of Lucifer, that high nature spirit who was incarnate in the planet which disrupted into the solar asteroidal belt, Upon the lapse, the failure of its soul, all of his glorious power sufficed not to carry him to victory, so he fell. God Christ in thee can alone win this struggle. Truly, no mere human, so long as he remains man, can have such a temptation. Not thyself, not Mo Lang, my father, hardly Gautama were subjected to such a severe test as was that sublime world soul Lucifer, except relatively. I say relatively, for consider this, that if a fly or an ant be subjected to all it can endure, then its pain at that point is as severe as that of a man at his breaking strain. But as Jesus and Gautama were tempted to the utmost and did not fail, therefore their victory was greater than Lucifer's failure, and when thou shalt come to a trial like his, thou'lt doubtless succeed. Though, again, thou mayest fail. There is but one guide. Follow and win. Follow not and fail. 28 It is a new conception to thee to learn there is an animating ego, a world spirit, immateriated in each star, each planet, every stellar body, just as there is an individual soul in each human, animal, or plant body. Yet this is true. True also it is that the spirits of men will progress, will face the supreme ordeal, and, if they pass victorious, will enter that long rest, heaven, devachan, call it as thou wilt, nirvana. But that is not the end, for life had a beginning, it hath also an end. And the perfect human ego emerging eventually from nirvana, that long devachan of all the incarnations, emerges not as man. It does not live, but it is, and its post-vivient existence is a state of being which the human mind could understand, except inferentially it does so through the knowledge that that state is to life as the senior to the junior. But ere then is the trial of transfiguration. To it my Father hath come, I have not. If we fail, then that is the second death, but meet it we must, humanity must. But it is long ere then, for it cometh not until the essaying soul be perfect, and be ready to leave the pupacious state of human life, to be judged according to its works for him who made it. Do I weary thee, Philos? I replied that he did not, though it did seem that I grasped his meaning only to lose it again. None the less, I was eager to have him go on, fancying I understood, just as every person you or I know is fond of thinking his or her comprehension of abstruse subjects perfect. Soma smiled and said in reply that, when he was done, all that I would have gained would be the psychic bent favoring my progress, for I was destined to forget the very ideas I fancied I was gaining. But he continued, observing that a favorable prejudice was a worthy thing, calling for his best effort for me. I wish thee to observe also this, that if thou thinkest the judgment day, when according to its works thy soul is arraigned by thy spirit, which is God in thee, if thou thinkest that because that day may be in remote eons ere it come, and therefore thou hast ample time to lag, to err, I counsel thee it is a fatal mistake. For if at the great trial any man fail, it is because day by day, as the lives were run, he neglected his chances, either by omission or commission. Then shall such suffer the second death, be cast into the lake of fire. In other words, their spirit will depart from the soul and go unto the Father, while the soul will be gathered into the sum of force, the fire element, that which is the sum of all lesser force forms, out of which springeth life, heat, and vibration. But this will not be until the erring one hath passed from his soul into his spirit. So the second death is not of the sinner. It is the cutting off of all his, or her, spoiled work, and a chance to begin again to build better. Our Father damneth not his child, but only the imperfect work, the sinning soul. In our library thou canst see a book brought here to Hesper from the earth, a book which speaketh of the order of the Rosicrucians, wherein the supreme fire is written of. 'Tis also that fire once called in the earth the Maxon. Philos, thou wilt suffer the ordeal of the crisis before other men. Whether thou shalt succeed or fail no man knoweth save those who have passed heretofore. When Soma ceased speaking, I looked around me and found that while the clocks and typewriters and locks and various instruments were gone, the vocal printer was not gone. It was in actuality, the rest only concepts which Soma had willed me to see. My mind was not trained sufficiently well to continue on a special line of thought so long, and while I fancied that I possessed a clear idea of all my companion had said, and was pleased by the notion, yet had I tried at that moment to recollect his meanings, I should have been chagrined to find that I had nothing beyond vague ideas. Still, I did not try the experiment, but, content with the supposition of possession, my mind wandered to a new theme, and I asked Soma if Hesperians had not found aerial vessels possible among so many triumphs. He turned toward me and looking behind me, smiled as he answered, I will leave Thyrus to tell thee that. I must go elsewhere. I was pleased at this new event, yet shyness at once asserted itself, and though vexed at this fact, my vexation seemed only to increase my diffidence. Taking, as I supposed, no notice of this diffidence, she said, We rarely go except we go astrally. We care but seldom to avail ourselves of our aerial vessels. But we have them. It may be that thou, or shall I say you, to lessen your shyness of me? And Thyrus bent a pair of laughing eyes upon me, a gaze that, while it gave most delicious pleasure, effectually confused me, past recovery I feared. Perhaps, she continued, after gently laughing at my piteous abashment, perhaps you think we Hesperians can transport our physical bodies here and there by some occult process or other. For instance, as all forms of matter are but divine ideas clothed in the one substance, it is possible to disintegrate the material form, but preserve the psychic idea and transport that as other thoughts move by effort of will, then rehabilitated in matter. Thus it is, articles can be brought from the earth here to us. But if you think we can do this by our own bodies, you err, for ourselves are the ideas embodied. Truly we can emerge from these bodies, and travel in one brief instant from one to any other star. But we cannot have two corporeal bodies at once. If we leave the one we have, we can, by putting it in a cataleptic trance, leave it in fit state to reoccupy upon our return. But if we leave it and make around ourselves a new one, like in all respects to the other, and abide in it, the deserted temple will perish. We could do it, but we have no need to, and consequently do not. All about you is matter. Every breath is matter, differing only from iron in its molecular speed. The air is matter. Electricity is matter. I will show you. See, I wish a plate, several plates, cups, saucers, knives and forks, so I image them, imagio I create, in the mental or psychic form. Do you see them? Eyes of earth could not. Thou hast for a time Hesperian vision. Before me was a pile of delicate tableware, with the pattern upon each piece of a different kind. These articles are really only thought forms. No eye unable to perceive a thought could see them. But now look, I gather to myself the higher rate of speed, the extra force which makes air of the one substance, and the force which I leave is just that of the various minerals of which I desire my ware to be made. Observe that one plate is a ruby, the real crystal aluminum, and another is a pearl, others are of various gemstones, as that cup and saucer, crystal carbon, diamond each one. On the earth, those dishes would be valued into the millions of dollars, yet here they are valued for their uses and their beauty only. Do you see, Philos? I know the terms of your language and what ideas are conveyed by your words. But now I, like Soma, must go, for I have a dinner to get, a use for my plates, cups and saucers which I have made, as well as more yet to make. Quite like an ordinary mortal, you say? Indeed, and why not? Do you think an occultist is always wrapped in abstruse speculations? You err, Philos, you err indeed. You may go into the library, where you may find something to interest you. To the library, therefore, I went, and if you will, you may go with me in a mental way and see something of it. Do not object that these Hesperian objects were unreal, just because I have said that no one with ordinary terrestrial eyes could see any evidences of life on Venus. Reality does not necessarily imply terrestrial solidity. At least 40,000 volumes lined the shelves. Many of them were plainly, but some richly bound. On my first introduction to this apartment, I had found that the books on the shelves were all in the phonetic print of Hesper. But I saw on a table one whose cover bore in Anglo-Saxon in gilt letters the title and name of the publishers. And as I looked, for a brief time the memory power of earth returned. The inscription was, 1,000 Miles Up the Nile, by Miss A. B. Edwards. Published by Longmans and Company, 1876. That volume had been brought all the many millions of miles across interplanetary space along the currents, just as Phyrus had done when she made the tableware. Only in the case of this book, she had not created the thoughts in the book, but had disintegrated the matter, preserving the astral, the only reality about an object, and after bringing it from Earth to Hesper, had reclothed it in matter after its journey. I looked about and found other volumes, one entitled The Rosicrucians, by Hargrave Jennings. I found copies of Milton's works, of Tennyson's earlier poems, of Moore, and a pile several feet high of other standard works. On top of all lay the essays of Emerson, upon which, as I gazed, appeared a piece of white paper, and as I looked, the words seemed to form as if precipitated from the air. Philos, these books I have brought for you from the distant earth. I did so that you might contrast them with our Hesperian works. Finally, consider this, that we who are illumined by the Spirit of the Creator do little with books or such crude methods of learning, caring only for them as specimens of the work of souls on certain planes. To read them we have no need, no desire. They serve only as texts, for when we would learn, we retire within our souls and listen to the all-knowing Spirit. That message was signed by Phyrus. It was written in English. Written? No, precipitated, and as soon as I had read it, it disappeared as it had appeared, with no hand to remove it, no person save myself in the room. With its disappearance, I also ceased to retain memories of the world whence I came. As I stood, considering what next to do, Phyrus came in and said, "Here is an invention by Soma which will render thy delight greater. I know it is always great where books abound." She picked up a book from earth, Shakespeare, and placed it in an instrument which turned the pages automatically, and a strong electric light being cast on the visible pages, its beams reflected upon a metallic plate. Unseen wheels revolved within a case, and a voice issued from a funnel-shaped mouthpiece. To my pleasure, I heard the reading of page after page of the great English literary gem, in appropriate tones for the various characters. While I listened, absorbed, Phyrus withdrew, and it was some time ere I noticed her absence. I think I should then have gone in search of her or of Soma. Mole Lang had gone to a distance on duty bent, leaving his body asleep in his room, but as I was about to go out of the library, a woman's hand, reached over my shoulder and a soft voice said, "Put these over your eyes." It was Phyrus who gave me a seeming pair of spectacles. They were indeed spectacles which all the fortunes of earth could not obtain. How thoughtful she was of my pleasure! As I put them on, all the shelves of books disappeared, and a book being pieced in my hand, as I know from retrospection, for I did not know then, I found myself seemingly amid scenes of most familiar aspect. All the mental pictures conjured up by vivid perusal of Scott's famous poem, The Lady of the Lake. All the voices of its characters became seen and heard, as if I were on the spot where all was said to have transpired. For the time, I was transported by means of those magical eyepieces into the mental world of Walter Scott, which, while he wrote, lay around him like a cloud, a world he could not see, except with the vision of the creative imagination. The whole was presented in a few moments, for thought is swifter than the senses, and when the king threw his golden fetters over Malcolm's neck and laid the chain in fair Ellen's hand, without waiting for the rest Phyrus withdrew the wonderful spectacles from my eyes and said, "These would banish material surroundings and let the reader directly into the author's realms of imagery, whatever the book, but not whoever the reader, for only fine, developing human senses, none that are controlled by the animal, can enjoy the use of them. And this because they are a species of sensitive magnet, linking psychic facts but not material things. But there, I do not know much more about them, and you must ask father of them if you would learn more. I am only a girl, and must learn to be more ere I can assume to teach. And I should dislike to fail in offering you an explanation. Your good opinion of me would lessen, and that would be mortifying, for I treasure it. Never mind," she said, as a delicate flush spread over her face. "Come with me. I think it is well not to be too long a time amidst any one set of influences, as literary environs. Most that I saw in Hesper had been unfamiliar, but that delicate blush, it set me thinking, my own ideas meantime in a confused, ecstatic whirl. What did it mean? Did it denote reciprocal affection? It does in truth, she said, in reply to my unspoken query. But the significance of it is beyond my knowledge. You see me a maid of not many years. Your love shall behold me a woman. Do I speak a riddle? Only time can solve it. You are with me, and I with you, and our ages differ not greatly. You have little understanding. I have more. Both are imperfect, yet the Spirit shall make us whole. If I asked you now, what is willpower? You could not answer it truly. Yet I tell you, and my words shall sink deep, and guide you to me. I said erroneously that you are with me, and behold, You are so only in the sight of our Father in the beginning, but not now. Yet one day shall come, and when I shall ask, What is will? You shall say of your own knowledge. Will is the fiat of consciousness. If it be will of the animal soul, its result will be only a subjective thought which shall energize muscles to do an objective reality conforming to the subjective plan. If it be of the human soul, it will be of greater intensity and nobler, but still the brain, and through it the muscles, must render its fiat into material form. But if the will be the fiat of our spirits and trained, we shall say to any material force, Obey me, and it shall obey, because our spirits are of our Father and one with him, and the will of the Spirit shall need no mediate brain nor muscle, but shall find every natural power its direct servant. And this is the faith whereof Jesus spoke. So, Philos, my own, I have told you, and yet you, hearing, hear not. Why not? Because our Father is not yet manifest in you. But when you, having heard, understand, then shall we twain be one. For it is so written in the book of life. As she ceased speaking, we came into a plot of ground wherein grew the fruits for table use. Of these she gathered some, but of others desired, none were growing. Stooping, she drew on the soil a figure which looked familiar, although I could not tell where I had seen it previously. It was this, and the reader will remember that it is the same that I described the chin as making when he caused the Vita Mundi to flame as he stood within it. It was also creative fire in Phyrus' hands, though it had not been so as exhibited by Kwang. In the space Phyrus planted seeds, and then, completing the symbol, the flames rose above the area sown. Behold, Philos, if I have but the seed, the herb shall come forth after its kind. 31 But if I have not the seed, my poor, human soul wisdom could not make that herb grow. Mole Lang could, being transfigured. Having seed, I can bring God's vivient fire to aid its germination. See, it sprouts, and again watch it. It grows visibly. I was astonished to see, mounting up as fast as evening shadows lengthen, green tendrils, and buds unfolding even as the flowers of primulus spring forth. Flowers, blossoming, blossomed. Seed scarps formed, and the matured fruit hanging in clusters in the radiant flame of the Vita Mundi, as high as my head from the ground, where erst there had been but vacant soil. And this girl, who declared herself not a grown woman, exercising such magic as this and thinking it only ordinary, this was an inherent power of the human principle, my friends, and will be common to you also when you become developed in the human. Earthly man is yet only in the initial of his humanity in a few favored cases, but is very largely in his animality. Most of mankind is merely animal, not human, save by courtesy. Yet the dawn of the glorious new era is at hand, and in its fullness of days Christ shall come again to it and enter into the hearts of his own, and it shall be the Father that shall enter and by meshes. Be ye then prepared for the coming of the Spirit, for no man knoweth the day nor hour thereof. 31 Genesis I 12. Chapter 7. The desert is before thy feet. So the days passed. It was over 2 weeks of the local time that I had been in Hesperian environs. And during this interval, the longing for the past life grew. The few occasions when Mole Lang, Soma, or Phyrus had recalled the vivid memories of earth, had been seized upon by my Protosian astral, and thus each such event renewed the certitude of my having had a put in which all my surroundings had been familiar. It saddened Phyrus to know that every time I was left alone my thoughts yearned with increased longing for that past. At times a strong effort of my own will would successfully bring it before me, bring, in fact, my earthly astral from earth to me, that astral which was the sum of my experiences and memories of earth. Then, being in Venus, I yet knew myself a man of earth, and a stranger, and my yearning grew strong for America, my own country. That was home to me. Oh, so much more home, although I had no relatives living, all gone to Devashian's Rest, and no friends comparable to those I had so strangely found in Hesper. My friend, it is the soul that is chained, not the body of man. Unchain thy souls, O brethren, and seek to know the things of heaven, of the high life with God, and all things else shall be added unto you, yea, even to the ability to explore the stars in person. Mine was bound to earth by love of home and native land. Then these moments of knowledge of earth would cease, because my willpower was not strong enough to hold the astral summoned, and it gravitated to its own level, which was the world. Again I would be left unconscious of the earth life and brooding over the puzzle, until some of the family banished the mental state producing it. No, I was a soul not at home except on earth. I was here on a higher plane. I might be born after devotion into the level of the Hesperian, but the fact ever obtruded with increased emphasis that as yet I had not been so born. It was a pleasure to me to sit at table when my friends took their simple repasts, for though I could not eat, nor indeed did I need food, it was agreeable to be with them when they collected thus together. The next day after I had seen Phyrus grow the fruits to eat, I was at supper with the family when Mole Lang, speaking to his son, said, "Soma, is it wise to tell our guests so much philosophy as thou said sister have done and contemplate doing? Wherefore keep secret the truth, my father? Because, son, Philos must return to earth. It is so fated. He cannot know these things, for hearing is not knowing, nor is seeing. He hath no faculties developed whereby to know them, and thou nor I cannot permanently enter our knowledge into his soul. Jesus of Nazareth, except he entered into the souls of his hearers as into a temple, could tell them nothing. Caiaphas, the high priest, and all the Israelites heard the Savior with their ears and saw his doings, yet were blind and deaf and comprehended not. But unto those who were his disciples and followers he entered, and they saw and heard and profited. That was the Spirit which the Master awakened in them, and they followed the Word, even as Jesus followed it. But the world has had to read the printed Word for these many centuries, and though many have believed, yet none, no, not one, has been illuminated by the Spirit like unto Paul. What thou wouldst say to Philos will come to him in astral form when he begins to yearn for Hesperus, even as his astral of earth now comes to him as he yearns for earth. And, having forgotten Pertaz, forgotten us, yet will he utter these bits of occult lore, and will suffer therefore. Suffer, because some hearers will be mystified, others scornful, and none, himself included, able to explain or understand. Yes, my parent, thou speakest wisely, yet let me say he will utter truth. Truth is mighty and will prevail. If, at the time, it be misunderstood, not less must it cause some act in both speaker and hearer. I need not say thoughts are things, for all things are thoughts. Even a stone is a thought concept of the eternal Spirit, and the stone seen by ordinary eyes is but the externalization of the idea. If, then, Philos shall think, and his hearers think on his utterances, that is an action, making the actor responsible. If a small thought, then a small deed, it will doubtless finish its karma in the life of its utterance. But if a great thought or deed, it will make its doer his or her own legatee, and then, I speak to thee also now, Philos, the inheritor of his own actions shall find the deed become part of the great karma of the human race, and himself responsible for its fruition, because, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. 32 Only thus can Philos ever come to us again. Well spoken, my son, was Mole Lang's sole comment. Soma then said to me, Philos, my brother, there is no man or woman but hath in some past as well as present life done grievous evil to one or more fellow beings, man or animal. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he reap. And our Father hath ordained that in life subsequent to the one witnessing the greater sins, he that did them must also requite them, must do so by setting against the evil counterbalancing good. Not else shall any one come into the kingdom. This is the law of karma. On leaving the table, I went with Soma into his own rooms to see a painting which adorned his wall. Its size was 3.5 feet by 6 feet, and it was framed with rubies, sapphires, diamonds, pearls, and other gems set in cement, precious stones which on earth would be each valued into 3 periods of figures. Not so in Hesperus, for they were produced as Phyrus produced the jewel dishes. But the picture exceeded the frame, a production of art magic which all the wealth of the world could not buy. I saw a view of a boundless ocean, the billows lashed in tempestuous fury, seabirds skimming the crests or flitting through the air above. It seemed a sunset on the great waters, for the red beams shone through breaking clouds, lighting the aftermath of the storm with a great glory. Close at hand, so close that one could see the anxious intensity of mingling emotions on their faces. Two men and a boy clung to a floating spar. One of the men was held by his mates as he wildly waved his arms to a ship that lay, an acute silhouette against the monstrous disk, right in the very middle of the vermilion sun. Such a scene could not be worth so great a sum as I named? Truly, it were idle to attach a figure to what no money could buy. But what think you when I say that the pictured billows rose and fell as does real water? And the wind scudding along caught the combing, breaking billows and hurled spray and spume for what seemed hundreds of feet. The petrels and gulls dipping their feet in the water left a momentary ripple as they rose again. Clouds flitted across the horizon, and coming athwart the great sun were lit by its crimson, while, even as I looked, the blazing orb sank its lower edge beneath the waters. The tall ship had sailed to the edge of the shield and, looking, I saw a flag raised and lowered as if in answer to the men on the spar. Then a boat, a mere dot at the distance, was launched. But the castaways were too near the level to see these things and, as the sun sank wholly from view, one of them raised his arms in wild despair and slipped from the spar to his grave in the depths. After a time the light of the full moon replaced that of the set sun. The clouds cleared away, and in the pale, silvery light I saw the approaching boat, seeking the castaways. I saw them now floated to one side of the canvas, but the searchers at first did not. They rowed here and there and finally were successful, lifting the perishing man and the boy into the boat. They pulled away to where the lights of their ship gleamed in the night. Then the watery waste was left lifeless as the boat disappeared in the gloom towards the ship, which, as I looked, sailed out at one side of the picture, as if the whole scene was one beheld through an open window, and the vessel had sailed behind the window casement. The canvas slowly whitened, and presently was perfectly blank of color or figures. While I yet gazed, out from the side on the right of the frame appeared a black point, coming slowly into view and tossing up and down. Waves grew in green sullenness across the whole canvas, and Soma said, "See, it is about to repeat itself. By watching thou shalt the whole again. It is a scene of a shipwreck on the Atlantic Ocean, on the distant earth. It is all completed, turns white and then is repeated. It is another example of the power of an occult mind over matter. The artist will changes the speed of the color, and either reduces or raises it so that the vibrations making red are increased and range up through all degrees of color force, always exactly in harmony with the astral image put on the canvas by the creative power of the occult artist. Who painted this? Dost thou ask? Virus. She painted it ere thou camest to Hesperus, when thou didst rescue a woman from a life of shame. This scene is prophetic. It is that of a time coming on earth, when that rescued woman shall be lost at sea years hence. But look at the picture." I looked and saw that though the storm was yet only a menace, it was surely coming and would overtake the proud vessel that now had appeared in full perspective, half a mile over the waters from me, as it seemed. At the mainmast floated the Stars and Stripes, flag of the Union. The sight brought my astral to me, and memories of earth and homeland filled my eyes with tears. But Soma put away the sad feeling, leaving me but partially conscious of the past. I could see a sailor go to the ship's bell and ring 8 bells. See, but of course not here, for o'clock in the afternoon. The sailor had hardly struck the time ere a man came on deck and seemed to give orders to close reef. The men swarmed into the rigging and obeyed. It was from their actions that I knew what the orders had been. Then coming back on deck, they battened down the hatches and put all safe for storm. Not a moment too soon. First a cloud overcast the sun, then a black pall in the north, obscuring the view. I could dimly see that things on shipboard began to flap in the wind, and soon the noble vessel careened far over to starboard under the white-topped rush of frightful billows. Then the fugitive craft, with its mainmast hanging over the side, began to flee before the demon of the storm. I could see it as it rose and sank in the maddened swirl, while it seemed as if the vessel was in rapid motion, giving the effect of flight. Presently a squad of seamen made a rush across the decks for the pumps, at which they worked with the energy of despair. A woman came from the one hatch left open for passage below decks, and winding the cordage of the stump of the mainmast about her slight form, cheered the men in their desperate toil. The foremast now snapped, and was cut adrift. The vessel was filling faster than the men could pump out the leakage, and a jump for the boats was made. One by one these were lost, swamped as they touched the water, till only one remained. Into this the captain ordered his men. 2 more men than there was possible room for in the boat, and the captain with his mate and the woman, whom he held in his arms, stayed. The boat was not seemingly 100 feet distant when the gallant ship pitched forward, prow first, and went down. As spar floating by the lone boat was the salvation of some of those in the frail shell, which I saw overturned by the heavy waves. A moment I saw white faces, for the boat was near in the foreground. I saw the woman's face as she sank, and she was near enough so that I saw, not terror, but a peaceful smile depicted on her features. Then I saw 2 men and a boy, clinging to a spar, and the scene was come to the repetition, for on that spar, when 2 days had elapsed, in seeming, I saw them as at the beginning of this description. In seeming. Yes, because the canvas depicted that night's blackness, the next day's somber light, another night, and the second day. The whole scene took about 2 actual hours for its rendition. Soma said no more concerning occult wisdom. He knew that my mind, ignorant of the philosophy of this higher life, was not in touch with its significance, and that I wearied of it as a child does of studies at school. Abstruse occupations presenting to its limited comprehension no actual connection with the facts of its little world. Mole Lang taught me yet one thing more there in Hesper, saying it was for my guidance, and that I would not forget it at any time. We were beside the great river which flowed past his abode at a few hundred yards distant. I sat on the gravel of the shore. Mole Lang sat above me on the bank, close enough to touch me. He planted a seed, and over it held his hands, palms downward. It grew fast, and soon stood mature at the height of his head. Banana-like fruit hung amongst its broad leaves. He plucked some of the fruit and ate it. See, Philos, such is plant life. Thou hast said, why not take animal life to nourish our bodies? And, if it be wrong to take life of animals, is it not wrong to take that of vegetable growths? My son, where any form, mineral, plant, or animal exists, there also is an entity created by the spirit. The matter form is nothing but clothing to the astral, and this to the soul. Now there are plant souls, animal souls, human souls, all children of our Father, but not evolutionable one into the other in any given period of planetary activity. But all progress toward the Creator as plants draw sunward. No man can make even a plant soul exist, but if he know the law, he can find a plant soul and give it a body of plant shape, if the body be a higher type than it had before. I can incarnate such a plant soul. It is a simple experience. It begins by sprouting of seed, by growth of the young plant body, by maturity, budding, flowering, fruiting, and ripening more seeds, 7 simple actions. I can hasten these and crowd them all into a few minutes. Then have I given the plant soul its little experience. Left alone it would have no others, but would die, the last experience in its incarnation. Very well. I take its body but cut off no needed process. It is virtually my body as my own flesh, for I made it and loaned it to the plant soul. Out of me went strength to do it. Reverse the process, eat the plant, into me returns my strength. But no man could foresee the experiences which each day, hour and minute bring to an animal soul, each and every one necessary. For it is growing toward the eternal, and each experience is a responsible link, making it a karma which shall bring its animal soul into a next incarnate life. Kill it, and thou canst not compensate it for its opportunities. But to a plant thou mayest. Compensation is God's law. If thou doest a thing and cannot compensate for it, that is sin. But if thou art able to make proper balance, it is no sin. Hence the Master of Nazareth did no sin in the matter of filling the fisherman's net. But thou wouldst have sinned in doing likewise, for in thee the manifest spirit is not made one with thee. As thou canst not compensate an animal soul for its bodily life, thou sinnest in killing. And the flesh is accursed by reason of that sin. Behold, I say, truly, if thou shalt do such a sin, thou shalt reap the penalty. No butcher can see God in his kingdom. He must cease to be a butcher ere he can have hope of knowing the occult realm which is his kingdom. Mole Lang arose, and I did also. He put his arm about me and said, My son, the desert is before thy feet. Its hot sands will scorch their soles. Yet heed thine own intuition which reveals God unto thy soul, and thou shalt come out of that desert. Be thou faithful unto death, and thou shalt have a crown of life from our Father. God be with thee and keep thee. I also will guard thee. My friends, years elapsed ere I again saw Mo Lang, weary years of sorrow and trial. He left me there by the river, and their Phyrus found me not long after. Soon gathered about us other people, mostly young persons, even some children. In Hesper, the seventh principle has a fair beginning of growth, while as for their physical perfection, any Hesperian has an almost godlike beauty and grace. But to illustrate how great is the height of that plane above anything earthly, and how many seemingly miraculous powers have there become characteristic of humanity, so as to be common inheritance of every ego there incarnate. Instance this. A little child, only 4 years of age, but very mature in demeanor, while essentially childlike in many things, came and stood beside me. Though the little one laughed and chatted with me, if I had at first been disposed to think her babyish, I soon regarded her differently. Young as she was, and of course unacquainted with any deep occult laws, yet as a child of a branch of humanity advanced to the perfect human plane, and upon the threshold of the spiritual, she herself was fitted to be there by untold previous incarnations. As heritage of these many lives, the little maid possessed astonishing powers which earthly men and women must acquire by the slow process of study through years. Study first to conquer the animal nature, then meditate on the principles which, for those who have the will to know, are in these pages. Do only as they teach. Follow the way. One shall guide all who earnestly ask him, even before the day of man. Apparently satisfied regarding my appearance, remember that I should have been invisible to non-clairvoyant eyes, but was not so to her inherited psychic sight, the little one remarked in sweet confidence. My father hath often told me of a numerous branch of the human race, compared to which we Protosians are as the leaves of a single tree to those of a forest. He hath pointed out the planet where these dwell. I have never seen any of these lower human beings until now I see thee. Is it not strange? And they tell me, too, that neither thou, nor the mass of people are yet come to have knowledge of the karma, nor other occult powers, do foolishly scoff at it. Indeed, it is strange. Still thou and they also will grow in knowledge. God demands it. Then thy personal appearance will become more pleasing. I was wholly abashed to hear a mere child talk thus, and conclude with the remark that I would grow to grace was most astonishing. It was pleasing, too, for though it exhibited the vast gap between the earthly man and the spirituality of Hesper, yet it showed the vista of human possibilities with a clearness which nothing else had done. Man needs comparisons to enable him to judge of relative values. St. Peter's Church at Rome is the greatest building the world now knows. But these vast buildings must be set about with others, themselves large, to enable the human mind to comprehend how vast they are. So with spiritual truths. Until this little child revealed it, I had not had anything but a vague conception of the exalted truths I had heard. Mo Lang's marvelous actions, those of Soma and Phyrus even, had impressed me as acts of a superior being, whose side I could never gain as an equal. Truly, Mo Lang said he came there by study and, further, faith in the Father. But my eyes saw not his progress, they but saw his attainment. Neither had I seen this child acquire her position, but my soul could recognize the fact of her growth being still in progress. In place of vague desires, I began to feel the thrill of hope and a knowledge that I also might grow. Until that moment I had accepted the statements of my friends that I could grow up to them. Faith was now replaced by knowledge. Through this little one, my life was lifted and linked to the higher life of Pertaz, that of man perfect. I was ready to say in earnestness, "Of such is the kingdom of heaven." The dozen or more friends present asked me to tell my life story, in order that hearing the living voice, they might study me as I spoke. I complied. At last I finished. I had told of my hopes in life, and they were lofty, noble hopes, like those which throng the breast, subduing the animal nature. When one listens to music whose chords thrill the soul to do and dare for the high reward of hearing him say, "Well done, thou good and faithful servant." To me then spoke Phyrus, slowly, but how sweetly only one can know who puts away all that sullies the human soul. I noted that she no longer used the ordinary personal pronouns, but in this last conversation reverted to the solemn style, though using the familiar English language. Philos, thou hast related of thy life all that thou knowest. I know much more, and I will tell thee also, though thou goest to earth, forgetting us, forgetting me. Pyrrhus, say not so. I can never forget you, I said sadly. Yea, Philos, thou wilt forget me, because only thy Hesperian memory knoweth me, and it must yield to thine earthly astral when thou hast returned. Figure 304 thither. Yet it will but sleep, not perish, until the time again cometh for it to govern thy life. When the years of karma are flown, thou wilt once more come hither, and then thou wilt no more yearn for earth as now. My twin, if fain would keep thee here. I cannot, for karma is set against me, and karma is the Christ law, saying, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Though forgetting Hesper, yet thou shalt have an astral record, and it will at times come to thee, even as thine earthly record cometh here, disturbing thee, and it will be a strange thing, for it will seem as thyself, yet thou shalt not recognize its words as thine own history, so it shall seem also someone else. Thou hast told thy life so far as thou knowest it, but back of it thou hast heard that thou hast had myriad other lives, and in these I have been involved. Naturally so, for my spirit is also thy spirit, though our souls are not now near together as they have been in other times. I could tell thee much concerning this eternity past, which thou hast had and known, but forgotten page by page as the angel of death turned the leaves of thy book of life. But I will not tell thee, Philos, though I could remember it from that living, eternal record of cause and effect, of the mutual action and reaction of the forms of life and of matter. 'Tis the astral record, the Father's book of life. Memory is but the power of the soul to read this great astral record. I have that power, thou hast it not. But I will not tell thee, but leave thee to find all this thyself, to know this past from thine own coming wisdom. Then thou shalt know me as one with thyself. And I will in that time write the long history of our lives from the remote days when thou and I lived in old Lemuria, days ere the earth had known the continent of Atlantis, or the glacial epoch of geologists. 'Twas the golden age. But we will no farther back than that, even to the time when earth did not exist, nor Venus nor Mars, neither the sun nor any star. But of this I will not try to tell the world all, not that it might not be told, but no reader could comprehend that state wherein man, that is, was a race not become man as yet. When I say man, I say also all associate animals, for every sort of being that lives on the earth is man, there being men and animals lesser men. No, they who heard the words could in no wise comprehend beings neither animal, plant, nor mineral, which nevertheless lived. I will therefore deal solely with the later time which came ere the last glacial epoch, and still later with the time of Zalm, and when of him, of thyself, for my Philos is but Zalm reincarnate, returned from Devashan. I raised my head, which I had kept bowed while Pyrrhus talked. We were alone, the others of our party having withdrawn. Pyrrhus continued, I will write of Anzimi and so of myself, and I will write of others also, but now I speak of ourselves. When man was born into the earth from Mars, as he is eventually to be born from the earth into Hesper, that was the basis of the allegory of Adam and Eve, but back of them came all their lesser brethren, the animals of land, sea and air, and back of the race birth where the race lives on man, and air then lives on two other planets, neither of which are of matter which the earthly eye could perceive. There is in them now no life process, for these world souls are resting, and so also is Mars. Thus have I spoken of 4 of the 7 planets of which the human race makes cyclic visits, going from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, which is the Earth, to 5 Hesper, to the one to which man will go after his years on Hesper, and thence to the 7th or sabbatic world. These 2 last, like the 2 first, are imperceptible to the eyes of man on earth. 7 are the worlds, and 7 times the race of man circles them. 3 times already hath man circled the series and arrived en masse at the 4th of the number in this, his 4th round. So, Philos, I speak of all these many race lives. Of Earth, of Hesper, of Mars, and all other human planets, after the ordinary sense. But whosoever wills may go with our great Master, escaping the rounds, and of that life no words can tell. But such will is rare, and few there be that find that way. Yet here are some of the signs along that path. Hear them, heed, and thus find me. Use all things as abusing none. Drugs as drugs. food as not gluttonously, drinks as not bibulously, society as a study, marriage as a way but continency as his highway. The most of our race must go by the lower path, for the cliff-brow way is too dizzy. None can walk it, save he holds their hands, and few there be that will to let him, for desires tempt them. But they that refuse that life now, how shall they find it again? They will not, and so shall cease with the world. Then will have come true that which is written, there shall be time and times and half a time. Alas that it should be so. A message of this judgment shalt thou render in a day not afar off. Being in the middle of its sojourn upon the earth, the race is half through an experience of life that hath engaged it for a period of time too vast for thy real comprehension. Will you not tell me? I inquired. I am curious. Tell thee? Yes, and in words thou canst understand. Yet the figures can convey but vaguely to thee, who know not what all the period hath seen transpire. These are the figures. And Phyrus solemnly counted a period of time which my mind confronted as one helpless, lost in thought. But see thou convey to none other this knowledge, until our atonement hath recurred. Such is the lapse of time since the universe was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Each man we see, except those who have been transfigured, is but a semi-ego, and each woman the same, two of these having one spirit. When the perfection time cometh, all the halves shall unite, each with its own, and lo, this is the marriage made in heaven. But first comes the trial, the crisis of transfiguration. And if, I asked, if a soul pass not, why not, and what will happen? And if one half, one mate shall fall, shall the other also? Oh, my twin, if a soul pass not, it will be because the waywardness of its many lives hath clipped the wings of its strength, so that it cannot fly above the concentrated temptations of that trial. Such a fate is the portion of all failures in this supremest trial. And lastly, personally, if thou dost fail, thy soul shall go into the second death, and because of that, so also shall mine, for we and all egoic mates fight this last fight with our combined strength. On me thy eternal life depends. On thee my hope rests, but upon the Spirit rests all our hope. And we cannot find it if we follow not the path shown us by Christ. If we seek it not, it will not seek us. Save Christ is ours, and in us we must fail in that fearful trial. But come, Philos, and see the earth as it was in the days of Zalem and Anzami, and seeing that time, behold it now. Thus speaking, she arose and touched me, and I perceived for the first time that she, like myself, was in astral form. I seemed to sleep momentarily, yet was conscious of motion, the sort of motion that one experiences when passing from deep sleep to full wakefulness at once. This was the passage from Hesperus to earth. The sensation was due to the fact that my present astral was in some sort material, as I had not even an astral when coming from the earth, and so nothing material, therefore I could not be conscious of that transition. The sleeping unconsciousness was now due to Phyrus, who wished to draw my attention from her words and herself. Once more all the scenes of earth appeared. I saw the broad waters of the Atlantic. Phyrus said, "Names are appropriate. See, here is the Atlantic Ocean where was the Atlantean continent. And now we descend into it. Above are its waters, and around us. They harm us not, for our psychicality is superior to their psychicality. Behold the psychic record of the past, the concrete history of the world, imperishable until time shall be no more. Wouldst thou read of a first destruction of Passid? Seek it in thy Bible, and find it as the Noachian deluge. This was before the age of Zalem or of history which they knew many thousands of years. Wouldst learn of the destruction of Lemurus, that great people who were in the earth before the age of ice, when the world knew no cold, nor snow, nor frost, who antedated Passid by countless ages. Turn to the book of Job and read of how the deep boiled like a pot. And reading, thou shalt learn that Lemuria perished of fire from out the interplanetary depths. So one cycle of mankind dieth of fire, and the next of water. And again the next dieth of fire. The races of earth today shall come, afar off as is yet that day, to perish of fire, and the earth be blasted and rolled together as a scroll. Find thou its prophecy in the second book of Peter 3:10. Yet knowledge of all this is not from my telling. I have spoken. And now, my other self, I take thee yet a while to fulfill the law and the prophets and thy karma. And I will abide thy coming again unto me. We part, see, here is the Sagam, their Mendocus. I beloved we part, but it is for a little while, and then for eternity we shall be one together. Let some dim perception of me awaken in thy mind, and sweeten thy life, and lead thee ever upward. My peace, so much as it is such, be with thee, and keep thee. She put her arms about me, and held me long, while our eyes looked into each other's souls. Then her lips met mine in one ecstatic throb, and she was gone. Chapter 8. Old Teachers Taught of God. I awoke. The place was in one of the smallest rooms of the Sagam. It seemed not unfamiliar, although I had theretofore been only in the greater apartment. Mendocus sat by my side. There was a sense of having lost something. I knew not what, but the loss made me inexpressibly sad. I felt hampered, as if my freedom had contracted. Otherwise, too, I felt weak, as if long ill. But Mendocus put his hand over my eyes, and I slept. The next conscious moment came, and the weariness was gone, but not wholly so. The sense of loss, of restricted freedom. It was one thing to lose prehension of memory and events, to have entirely forgotten Hesperus and Phyrus and Mole, Lang and Soma as I had done. But it was a wholly different and impossible thing to forget or in any wise put away the growth of my soul during my 5 weeks of absence from the earth. Yes, 5 weeks, for despite the seeming months in Devashan and the time in Pertaz, all but 1 part in 1,000 of my time of absence had been spent in Hesperus. 5 weeks of earth time. It would have been impossible for me to have remained in Pertaz and been happy. It would be impossible for you, my friends. Why? Because it was a plane of soul life so exalted above our familiar earth that only growth can introduce the soul there. Long, slow, ofttimes painful, but growth. To me then, or to you now, irrevocable transference to such a high plane of life would be fearful punishment. All our ordinary powers of life, all our present selves put away, and an entirely different set of sensibilities and a new, unknown, untried self in their place. Knowledge in the use of all which, amidst wholly strange phenomena and unlearned laws, the misplaced soul would have to acquire through long, unhappy years. It is a divine blessing to humanity that sudden transition from one plane to a higher is as impossible as is any real retrogression. I sat up, and then stood up, Mendocus assisting me, for I was weak and dizzy. I remained at the Satch until several days had elapsed, learning of various occurrences and making various decisions and resolutions. Asking for Kwong, I was told he was dead, and knowing now nothing of the past 5 weeks, I accepted the news with keen regret. Mendocus told me that I was a man yet possessed of earthly appetites and passions, although I had lately been where humanity was of the heavenly order, as measured by terrestrial standards, where no sensuality ever invaded, although the people were not austere, nor was life there devoid of pleasure. I assented for the sake of courtesy, without knowing anything of whom or what he spoke, more than an untraveled commoner of a great city knows of interior Africa. He saw my ignorance and became silent. His remarks about social sin I felt inapplicable to myself, for although I mingled with the people of this world, I did not sin in the meaning of the term as he applied it. Perhaps from environment, I was not free, but free of these errors I was, and without any pharisaical self-praise. Speaking of the fallen, however, where was the really sweet noble girl I had tried to raise, and who, seconding my efforts, had gone to Melbourne? Life interests were again claiming me. The animal soul was reasserting itself, and warring as strongly as its feeble selfhood allowed with the human soul and the stirring spirit which cannot sin nor err, because it is one with the over-soul, and so ever draws the human soul upward, whilst the animal pulls it downward. Then said Mendocus to me, Mr. Pearson, the sins thou dost condemn in thy fellow creatures were once thine, and, if thou shalt condemn the doer, may become thine again. That thou judgest, thou art not past danger of committing. Judge not, lest thou be judged. But in thine inner soul these past 5 weeks have placed a light, a lamp from God. Hide it not, but let it so shine that it give light to the sinful who have no light. Pity them, deplore their error. But if thou condemn them, thou wilt not follow him who said, Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more. Mole Lang had set a proper estimate on my powers in refusing to make irrevocable my ascent to the Hesperian plain. I had stood ready with the torch of desire to fire my earthly ships. If I could have known of my escape, I would have felt thankful. As it was, Hesper was become an unmeaning name, and the ships were not burned. Pleased as a child, I had gone to the Devachanic plain, where all things that the child in experience desired, although it wished never so foolishly, seemed to occur. Now the child, having confronted the sober fact that inexorable laws govern all the reign of being, had become stricken, broken-hearted at his failure, had returned to his own sphere, and, blessed mercy, was enabled to forget it all until such time as the 5 weeks' leaven had leavened the whole, and return was possible in the circumstances of one coming to his own. Friend, never assume the attitude of childishness toward the sublime. You may not escape as lightly as I did. Count the cost, or else plod along with the commonplace masses. Both roads lead to the goal, one short but inexpressibly severe, the other long and, alas, quite severe enough. It is no paradox to say that the shortest road is the longest. Life is not always measured by years. Some lives are but a few short years. But oh, the bitternesses, and not impossibly sweets too, crowded in them would require 1,000 years of other and less marked lives to essay. Before I left the Sagum, Mendocus laid down esoteric rules for my guidance. In the days to come, days when sole dependence must be stayed on my knowledge of these rules, since no esoterist would be near to counsel me. Mr. Pearson, said the grand old sage, I have here a Bible. Lo, I have read it, the Old Testament 87 times, the New even more times, yet I see ever now beauties in the book. I have here the books of Manu and also the Vedas. All are authorized by the Christ Spirit under different human names, truly, and in different ages. All are more or less allegorical. All require his light to interpret. Without it, serious errors may arise, as they have arisen heretofore in the world with sad frequency and fearfully long-lived persistency. I will therefore declare unto thee a guidance from them. Knock, and it shall be opened unto thee. But see thou knockest with the will of the Spirit. For although the mind knock forever, the way shall not be opened. Ask, and it shall be given. But although the animal man ask ever, no answer shall be given. For this meaneth also except the request be made by the Spirit in thee for the truths of God, and not for earthly things. These last follow as a shade the sun. Whatsoever is asked of the Father in the Christ's name, that shall he grant. But consider that asking in the name of the Christ is asking for the things of his kingdom. With the gift of these things all lesser things shall be added, food, raiment, and all else the body hath need for. This is hard for the natural mind to comprehend. He will not let thee perish though thou die of hunger. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. This is karma and the law, and every jot of it must be fulfilled. Man is a creature of many incarnations, each earth life one personality, strung on the unbreakable string of his egoic individuality, which reacheth from everlasting to everlasting, from the east unto the west. No demand of karma may be ignored. All must be paid in the course of the lives. Then do unto others as thou wouldst be done by, and remember, as thou doest unto the least of thy fellow creatures, in that manner and measure is it done unto our Savior, and unto the Father, and shall be done unto thee again. Keep all the commandments. Thou shalt so come to everlasting, where is all wisdom. That evening I went out of the sacred precincts and back to the town. There I learned of things various. My mining partners were now willing to buy my share without further parley. From that sale I received approaching $300,000, paid in installments, 7 quarterly payments of nearly $43,000 gold coin, each one. The arrangement having been made for depositing these sums, as they fell due, with my bankers in Washington, D.C., I was overcome with a desire to travel. This and my ability to gratify it took me to nearly every civilized land. Yet no object except unrest prompted this nomadism. Almost 2 years had passed since I left city, the scene of my esoteric experiences. I was in Norway, away from the wide, wide world, in a little hamlet close to a celebrated fjord, where I had arrived the previous day. My guide and general utility man spoke English sufficiently well to make himself readily intelligible. He proved to have been a sailor on the ship in which I took my first voyage, and had returned to his native land to minister to the wants of travelers, in which service his knowledge of Anglo-Saxon did him good stead. He was delighted to see me, a feeling which I reciprocated. His name? Certainly, Hans Christison. Hans said that 4 or 5 other summer travelers were staying in the village. One is a young lady. She has a craze for paint and brushes, is a narcissist, I think so. A week elapsed before I met this pretty lady. And meantime Hans guided me, equipped with gun and fish rod, he rowing our light skiff. One afternoon I took the skiff and went off alone to a rock jutting out of the fjord, whereon grew several birch trees of graceful beauty. I tied the skiff, and then climbed out and sat down to read the letters forwarded to me from New York. While reading these I heard a little sound behind me as of some person else on the tiny island. Turning my head, I saw a woman, and then I laid down my paper and sprang to my feet. I was too much surprised to raise my cap or even to speak, and she seemed equally astonished. Then I said the one word, "Lizzie." "Mr. Pearson," she replied. "How came you here?" was our next exchange. I told her of my aimless wanderings, and she related her life since we parted in city. From Melbourne she had gone to New York and thence to Washington. There she bought a residence and established an art studio, assuming the name of Harland. People were told little and learned less of her antecedents, and were allowed to suppose that she was a young Australian widow of moderate wealth. Each of the 2 summers after her advent to life at the capital had been spent abroad, and this, the 3rd summer, she was spending in Norway. Her pictures had sold well, and she had made up the entire sum which she had used from what she called my loan. This she insisted on giving back to me, but I laughed and tentatively agreed, saying, "Before I leave, if you insist." I stayed 4 weeks there, stayed until I learned from a chance remark that she was going away in a few days for a little stay among the Scottish lakes. Then, without saying anything to Mrs. Harland, I bade Hans take me by night to the steamer which visited the little port once a fortnight, and was then due, and going on board, paid Hans, adding a douceur. As the ropes were being cast off, I said, "Hans, let the young lady know that I am gone. Tell her, if she asks, I am going to St. Petersburg. Goodbye, Hans." To the capital of the Tsar I went and was there a week. Then back to Paris, then to London, and in another week I sailed for New York, thence to Washington. A year passed. One afternoon, as I strolled up Pennsylvania Avenue, I came face to face with Elizabeth Harland. We stopped, spoke, and then I turned and walked with her. The old surged over us. I remembered the days in California. Then more tenderly the peaceful month in Norway, when I had come to really believe I loved this girl, not only for her radiant beauty and sedately sweet womanhood, but for her tremendous effort to triumph over error, and her success, wherefore she was come forth from the fire pure gold. Before we parted, I learned her address, and resolved to call as soon as an opportunity offered. Next evening a bank messenger came to my apartments, and left a packet. It held 200 bank notes of the value of $100 each, and a letter. This I opened hastily and read. September 3, 1869. Mr. Walter Pearson. Enclosed find the sum of my indebtedness to you, and accept my heartfelt gratitude for the same. And we will be friends. You are ever welcome to come to the home of your sincere friend, Elizabeth Harland. I pondered the situation, and when the moment of decision came, made up my mind very suddenly. The money which she had returned I put into my pocketbook, took my hat and, being in proper attire, went down the street until I found a cab. Entering this, I gave directions to the driver to take me to No. Street. It was a pretty place. When I rang the bell it was answered by Mrs. Harland herself. Her manner was cordial, but I fancied somewhat constrained. On the wall of the parlor hung a picture of rare merit. A man whose face and mien were as expressive of divinity as it lies in the power of paint and brush to depict, stood looking on a woman whose face was hidden by her hands. In the dust at his feet were characters written. The environment was that of the architecture of the Holy Land. Under the painting, which was half life-size, were the words, St. John, 7:11. I sat down in a proffered chair, and for a moment silence reigned. My hostess broke this, saying, "You received the money, Mr. Pearson?" "Yes." I drew it out of my pocket and following my resolve, and waiving all prefatory remarks, I said, "Except you give me yourself with this money, I will not take it out of the house." "Will you be my wife, Elizabeth?" I asked as I knelt by her side. Her eyes gazed into mine a moment, and she said, "For myself, because you love me, and veil the past with the success of the present?" Tears in her eyes, tears in her voice as she spoke. "Yes, darling." With a convulsive sob she rested in my arms, and cried as if her heart would break. At length she said, tremulously, "All the world is less worth than this true love." Our wedding was quiet, and after it we went for a brief trip abroad, going only to England, and in a short time returned home. Chapter 9. They who heed have peace. Once during the wanderings before my marriage, and while I was in Hindustan, I met an old man of unprepossessing figure, whose faded eyes no sooner rested on me than he said, "You are he of whom Mendocus told me, and charged me concerning, saying, Tell him certain things for me. This I will do. Young man, your life shall be sad and bitter on earth, but sweet after that. Things will transpire because of which your animal soul shall embrace itself and say, This is joy. But immediately the still voice of the human soul in you shall say, This joy is but a Sodom apple. And in that moment you will know that it is so. Hence you will have ever a war between your animal soul, which is innate depravity, and your spirit, which is of God, Brahma, the One. See in it the allegory of Adam and original sin. It pulls your human soul down to death. The other, the spirit, draws the human upward. Attend then its sayings. I will render them for you. Before your eyes can see God, they must be incapable of shedding tears for any suffering of your own. Before your ears can hear, they must have lost sensitiveness. Your voice may not speak eternal wisdom until it has no power to wound. Before yourself can stand in the presence of the eternal, its feet must have been bathed in the blood of suffering, penance, restitution. Then kill the ambition to excel in the poor paths of fame. Cease to regard this life as your best possession. Then work for God as earnestly as others work for mammon, and respect thy life as those respect life who treasure it most, and be happy as those who live for happiness. In the hearts of all is the source of all error, in disciple as well as in the man of desire. Study a plant of mustard, witness it grow and bud. But if thou shalt hew it down so that it never beareth seed, behold a strange thing, it will sprout again and grow through the years, if it never beareth. And this although it is only a material form. Now therefore, if a human soul shall not be cut down, yet shall not enter into life as a creator by reason that it wills not, then the spirit of life everlasting shall go into it, and it shall contain itself and therefore live forever. Study the truth of mustard life. Only the strong in God can act upon this teaching and hold the lower nature. The weak must wait its maturity, and then will come their struggle. It will strive to keep the feet from the path, and may succeed. But if once all its power be wiped out, if once thou doest the will of the Father earnestly, is his obedient child, that is the atonement. For it shall give strength to do every work of the Creator of being. It will seem to take the very life. That is because it takes the animal soul and throttles it. But the human soul will recover, and the spirit, the silence of the soul. Then it shall be clear to you how dark are the lives of those who are around you and have no goal of union with the spirit towards which to race. And you will see and know karma. Also, you will see that because of your past incarnations your karma is inextricably interwoven with the karma of the world. This is that saying which the Nazarene answered when it was asked of him, Who is my neighbor? If, Walter Pearson, you shall once be able to know the peace of silence, you shall then learn of all things about you. For the earth is Brahm's, and all in it teaches his works. I was surprised at being called by name, and also of being told of Mendocus. The old man said further, If your soul once knows this peace, no storm of sin or of sorrow can evermore ward you far aside from the path. For its knowledge is an abiding wisdom. Heed also the words of Mendocus, read your Bible, read the Vedas, read Manu, and study. It shall all be a staff to your hand and a lamp to your feet. Peace be with you. And to you peace, I replied as he turned and walked away into the crowd, for we had stood by a public drinking fountain. Now that Elizabeth was found and was my wife, I pondered deeply these things I had heard of the occult lore. Not that she had connection with it, but because, as the years went by, I found she knew and cared little about these abstruse studies which I did. So our lives drew apart. But she was oblivious of this fact, and I was glad because she was. She had her church work and I aided her in all her sweet charities. To us came two lovely little daughters, the greatest treasures of our lives, and oh, so carefully taught regarding life and shielded from its dangers. So long as these little ones were with us, I was content. And yet I felt, in an ill-defined sorrow, that earth's experiences were but Sodom apples. Sometimes I found my lonelier hours disturbed by a strange voice which whispered to my inner consciousness. As time passed it grew stronger, and one day it appeared before my sight as a wraith. The shape talked. What it said made me eager to hear more, so I cultivated it. It became thenceforth a regular visitor, and from that to being always present when I was otherwise alone was but a step. It spoke of having been on a distant planet which it called Pertaz, sometimes Hesperus, again Venus. It spoke of persons whose names were strange, calling one Molang, another Soma, and a third Phyrus. Then it described these people and I listened eagerly. Who were they, and what human soul was this which had gone to Venus? The ghost looked marvelously like myself, but my slumbers at night were as sound as if it visited me not. I called it my ghost. How unconsciously true! It told of everything related to my being with Molang, and in Venus. It drew my mind's eye to the psychic scene in the bed of the Atlantic. It told of a visit to the sun with Soma, of which the sun is a force of such fearful vibrative pulsing that even my subtle astral body was not unaffected. Soma said of it, "See the immediate center of our solar system. Thou wouldst call it a dynamo, the great dynamo of the system. Right wouldst thou be, and wrong also. The attempt to define the sun as an analog to a dynamo-electric machine has much to support it. But to define it as identical is erroneous. The trouble with that theory is the trouble which lies at the root of and weakens all other theories to account for sun heat and sunlight. It is that science does not assign a sufficiently high value to the sun. The combustion theory is invalid. The solar mass contraction theory is but partially tenable, and meteoric showers do not account better than the first two. Neither does the electric dynamo theory. Truly, the latter explains how sun heat and sunlight may coexist and not be inharmonious with the awful degree of cold between Earth, the planets, and the sun. It explains that which denies the simple combustion theory so completely, viz., that the farther one goes from the Earth center, either in a balloon or on a high mountain, the colder and darker the air gets, so that interstellar space is several hundred degrees below zero, and black as midnight, with the sun a luminous disk without rays. But the dynamo theory does not explain the solar spectrum, nor the bands of spectra, nor coronal flames, nor sunspots, nor solar nor lunar eclipses. The above statements were made by Soma, as will be remembered by the reader, while I was still in the Hesperian astral state and for the time was unconscious of a previous terrene existence. I had therefore no memory of the mundane knowledge and was unbiased in my judgment of the remarks of my friend. He had ceased to speak after uttering the word eclipses. I waited for him to continue, but as he did not, I finally interrogated, "Well, what does explain all? What is the truth?" Thus questioned, he resumed, "I have said that the value accorded by astronomers is too small. Seeing a fire, they would seek to explain by its means the sun. Finding this untenable and aware that a contracting mass gives off heat, they next essay explanation on that hypothesis. But this will not do, nor will meteoric showers, nor any hypothesis based on facts now known. All are too low in aim. The infinite cannot be explained by the finite, nor will less explain greater. Fire is energy, and electricity is energy, and God is energy. But fire will not solve the query, what is electricity? Nor will electricity answer, what is God? But God will explain both the others, for the sum of the parts is equal to the whole. But a man does not know the full number of the parts. The partial sum he does know will not explain God. Soma ceased again. But I, filled with some vagrant earth memory, allowed no time of pause. I was too eager to wait, and I said, "But this does not tell me what the solar puzzle is. Thou art impatient, my brother. Know then what was at one time known upon the earth, but is now for ages forgotten. That nature has a dual aspect, is double, is positive and negative. That the great positive side is the side known to mundane science, while the other or negative or night side, or, as it was once known in the earth by the men of Atla, Navas, is a side all unknown, and scarcely guessed in the most exceeding flights of speculation, left unbroached, secretly kept by a few, who know not that they entertain an angelic wisdom that in a century more, yet less time, shall overturn much of the face of terrene things, shall bestow aerial vessels, and all else once known to those men of Atl of whom I spoke. Thou dost not yet understand." I said that I did not, that I thought he referred to some domain of the physical forces not yet known. But what had this to do with the sun? The suns of systems are centers of forces of the night side of nature whereof I spoke, and are force and matter of a higher value than are planets and satellites, just as water above a cataract is water truly, but being above and mobile flows over and down, developing energy. In other words, out of the cold, dark, negative side or night side, force emerges, drawn to the positive polarity which constitutes in its outgoing flow that termed nature, and develops in its fall magnetism, electricity, light, color, heat, and sound, in order of descent, and lastly solid matter, for this latter is a child of energy, not its parent. When the Navas forces drop to light, if the light waves enter a spectroscope, they will emerge as colors. These correspond to the various spectrum bands, and will, as the descent progresses, give the noted finds of the solar spectrum, as the great B line of oxygen, the conspicuous 1474 line, and the brilliant H and K violet bands. I thought I now saw the truth, but I saw only a part. A grand vista was yet to open. I saw it when my companion resumed. Thus the evidence of flames and metals on fire, and all that leads astronomers to think sun and stars flaming hells. But their fires will not decrease, for the Father is immanent, and the forces of Navas are perpetually fed by him. The graphic picture of a burned-out sun is a dream, never to be fulfilled. A day will come again in the earth when instruments will be made which Atlantis once well knew, when the prismatic rays from a spectroscope will be found to be a source of heat and of sound, so that the so-called flames of the sun and of the stars will produce music, harmonies divine. 35 Yeah. Further, for going on down, the dark green solar spectrum of iron will be made to yield iron for use in the arts, and so with 318 other bands and lines. The intense greens, blues and blue-greens give copper, lead, antimony, and so on. It is by these Navas currents that the circulation in the universe is kept up, as blood in a man's arteries. The suns are the systemic hearts. But thou art tired, my brother, or I would explain yet more, that the planets which receive all these currents must return their equivalent. And thus would another vast field open before thy sight. This last would explain that which so worries science on earth, the molten terrene interior. That also is something of an error. All the phenomena which seem to declare the earth to be in a melted condition inside do not prove it so in truth. All point to the return currents, the positive. All exhibit the Venus currents of our universe, back to its hearts. Soma concluded with an apostrophe to the leading minds of the earth, which was beautiful indeed. O science of earth! In thee is the hope of the world, when thou shalt become handmaiden of God. Look up, value his works highly, and thou shalt read clearly many things which now puzzle thee sadly. Thou art the Joseph, and religion the Mary, and ye twain shall show forth the light of life. Blessed art thou. When my ghost retold me this conversation, I seized my hat and went out to look sunwards and marvel if all were true, and astounded, reflect again. Who is this Soma? The puzzle grew, and my discontent with life grew. The lump was becoming leavened. The more I studied the truth of the mustard plant, the clearer grew my perceptions, and I knew that never in my present body could I attain much progress. For in our union Elizabeth and I had passed by the mustard unheeding, writing another karmic chapter. For a time my ghost was amenable to my will as regarded its comings and goings, but it now seemed to have entered in and coalesced with me. I no longer heard or saw it, but instead was often one with it, and saw and heard its visions and perceptions as if they were my own. And indeed, as you know, this was a fact. It was in verity the record of my visit to Pertaz, and was a true cast in all ways of my life there. Ofttimes my soul was torn by steadfastness to the duty of life as pointed out by Mendocus. And then my only escape from trouble was to allow myself to rest in the Hesperian astral to the exclusion of that of earth. At such times I was living again the life with Pyrrhus and the loved ones of Pertaz. Elizabeth sorrowed over this aberration, as she thought it, and my blessed little daughters grew to regard Papa as funny, and I was held in awe. Not a pleasant experience, my friends. My wife would look at me sadly, and I know she wept when alone because I often absently called her Pyrrhus. Indeed, Elizabeth was my closest realization of the Pyrrhus of whom I knew but could not find on earth. Under all this I grew thin and pale, and aimlessly wandered about possessed of a huge disgust for worldly interests or amusements, filled with sorrow for the sorrow I saw the world held, and yearning for the high plane which I at last knew was not a fantasy, and where Pyrrhus was, and Soma and Mole Lang. But I could not get there, and they came not to me. Therefore I studied the rules of the path, because torn with crazed regret when the lower nature triumphed and I fell in sinful error. But although I fell, I rose again. Then the effect this had on my sweet, loving wife came home to me. Was this doing as I would be done by now? So I set my will in firm resolve and subdued my own sorrows, and made my nature a tool for my soul, not a master over me. Then once again I smiled, and the color and flesh came back to me. So Elizabeth was happy once more, and I had found the true path at last. Service. I no longer wept for myself. My ears were no more sensitive, my tongue no longer wounded anyone with its morose utterances. Chiefest triumph of all, my feet were bathed in the life-blood of the animal nature, so that I lived unselfishly, my whole being bent on doing my best, living as happily as if solely for happiness, as earnestly as if for ambitious motives. Then it was that the peace of the silence came, and I waited for the Savior to take me and fight in me and do his work with my hands. The Paraclete was come into my life. It was a sad blow when my little daughters died of epidemic scarlatina in the year 1878. Thereafter I used my life to comfort the sweet woman whose vital breath nearly died in that cruel loss. I think Elizabeth never cared for anything in life after that, except my loving devotion. And I gave it, for I knew Pyrrhus would have me do so, and I waited on earth now only to make it tolerable for the woman I had sworn to cherish. She waited in anticipation of rejoining her children in heaven, and meanwhile devoted all her time and energy, with feverish application, to doing all the good she could, using our unlimited money for the purpose. How exultant I was that the money was drawn from the gravel of the mines, and not come to me from harassed debtors. It was less than 2 years after Dora and Madai, our 2 little girls, had gone to the Summerland, ere Elizabeth followed after them. I felt the need of a radical change in living methods for the sake of my health, and so, under an assumed name, secured a situation as mate on an American sailor, a splendid vessel. My purpose was to expose myself to the toil of a sea life for a season in the idea of recuperation coming from active duty. Nothing would satisfy Elizabeth except going as a passenger on the same vessel. She refused to leave me out of her care. The captain knew her relation to me, so did the crew, so that her being a passenger was natural. Near the Bermudas a terrible storm came up, and I ordered the sails close reefed. Then the squall struck, the mainmast went over, the vessel sprang a leak, the pumps were inadequate, and the boats were swamped, all but one, as fast as they were lowered. Into that went the crew, and I would have put Elizabeth in, but the men, seeing the boat full, pushed off and left her, Captain Washburn and me to our fate. Hardly 5 minutes elapsed when our noble vessel pitched bows on under the engulfing waves, carrying us with it. I had lashed myself to the deck cleats to avoid being washed overboard, so now I was doomed to die and was glad. As the waters swept overhead, I called out in my soul, "Pyrrhus! At last I come!" I saw Mendocus as I lost consciousness, and when I next came to knowledge, I found myself in the Sagum in California. Yet my body drowned off Bermuda's coast. Here was Pyrrhus, and yes, Mole Lang. It was not long ere I again bade Mendocus farewell, and with Pyrrhus and Mole Lang went home to Pertaz, home now, my own attained plain, and earth with its dark and dreadful ills, left behind forever. But not earth with its mighty secrets of life. Yes, Terra is if insignificant, a point whence the human soul reaches out into the boundless sidereal universe and formulates its laws, knows them, and is greater than all. I was come to leave the earth where so many incarnations had known me. 'Twas a time for memory and for tears. Within the deep, still chambers of the heart a spectre dim, whose voice was like the wizard tones of time, heard from the tomb of ages points its cold and solemn finger to the beautiful and holy visions that have passed away, and left no shadow of their loveliness. On the dead waste of life, that spectre lifts the coffin lid of hope and joy and love. O earth, point in the heavens, yet type of all the stellar universe. Shall I descend a moment to figures? Shall I speak numbers almost inconceivable? I will, just for a moment, think of what we have come to know in the schools of earth. Think of our human civilization that permits us new comprehensions. See the parallel of how we measure time and distance compared to the Indian, who measures one by moons and the other by looks, one being the interval between one full or new moon and the next, the other being how far he can look and distinguish a man. Civilized man measures by years and by miles, and science by light years. How much is a light year? In the time of 1 second, light travels 192,000 miles. Approximately. In 1 year, there are 31,556,929 seconds. Hence the distance of a light year is the multiplied product of one figure by the other. Briefly, the inconceivable distance of 60,553,1,050,000 miles. All that, and yet we see a star in the northern heavens said to be 181,321 light-years distant from the Earth around which our own sun revolves, one of its satellites, as the moon is a satellite to the Earth. Such is the material universe, an infinitude, one of God's works, but only one, and yet it is comprehensible mechanism, not, from the material point of view, comparable to the value of one soul of man. Why do I thus digress? Friends, to let you know what proud place man occupies. Think of all that nearly interminable distance to Arcturus, and then reflect that that bright member of the constellation Boötes is only a little way out in the boundless universe. That vast bulk of matter, capable of being seen nearly 120 million times farther than the distance between the Earth and the Sun. How great is that bulk? Estimated by comparison, it is more than 500 million times larger than the combined mass of the Earth, Venus, Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Mercury. And yet the human mind reaches into this almost infinite thing called the universe and grapples understandingly with its problems of matter, force, time, space, eternity, infinity, Laus Deo. Thus Arcturus is our yardstick in the sidereal universe, which in itself is in the house of our Father only one mansion. Besides it are many mansions. And, friends, there is one mansion of the many to which I have called your attention, that of the soul. The soul is not material, and one loved one who shall go away out of your home into the unknown country is farther away from you than Arcturus, for it is in another condition of being. Wondrous privilege. You stand on the threshold, for you are embodied children of the Creator. You can learn His ways and go unto the loved ones gone before, or you can leave matter behind and go into the psychic mansion and re-enter matter wheresoever you will. Be in the world one instant, in the astral the next, and in Arcturus the next. I speak no idle tales. Who hath ears to hear, let him hear. Now I had left the world for a new life, a new vantage point. So far I had lived a life purely one of sacrifice to duty. Sad that duty won to Elizabeth, all the later while knowing myself, through my other astral, to be far from home and Pyrrhus and knowledge. And now the release had come. My sacrifice to Elizabeth was completed. My charity had covered a multitude of sins, oh, many more than I knew at the time of the completed sacrifice. And yet, I had not quite atoned for all the weary errors of past incarnations. Almost free, however, almost free, While yet living with Elizabeth, my obedience to the rules of which I have spoken and others of which I have not spoken, all for Mole Lang and Mendocus, had given me insight into somewhat of the past. Thus I had learned a little of the dead personality known to the reader as Zalm of Posseed. I knew that Zalm's spirit, human soul, his individuality, were also mine. That I, Pearson, had been Zalm. I was able to form a fair remembering of Zalm's life, and of its events and his friends. I knew that the acts he did and the sins he committed were my inheritance and that I was responsible for them, because though his personality was not my personality, his individuality was and is mine. Although I knew not who Lolix was, or that she lived, yet for Zalm's, my sin with her and for her tragic death, I must atone. To whom? Anybody on earth whom I could serve as Christ had said in declaring, even unto the least of these. I served with the sacrifice of my living happiness the duty I contracted to Elizabeth, by living for her, and dying on my ship that she might have the chance to escape. I had rescued her from a nameless sin of life in city, and brought her to saving faith in Jesus, the Christ. If as Zalm, I, the me, had tripped with Lolix, I, as Walter Pearson, had arisen with another soul to salvation. So karma balanced there. Karma, self-made fate, binds the soul to make reparation in some life or lives for its sins in others. It bound me, I paid the debt. It binds you for debts contracted sometime, somewhere, and will you not follow the path and after paying the debt, be with the free forevermore? Charity is great. Its least worthy aspect almsgiving, for although I give all my goods to feed the poor, and have not that charity which is love, it profiteth me nothing. I have said that my wife, Elizabeth, cared little for my esoteric studies, but to infer that she cared nothing would be wrong. She once found me in my library using an occult needle. This was a steel bar 7 inches long, square, and 1/3 of an inch thick, pointed quadrantally with gold tips. It swung in a glass case suspended by a hair over the symbol. Could you have been gifted with clairvoyant sight, and have looked upon me as Elizabeth found me, you would have seen that needle hanging motionless, and all about it a golden light or aura. From either end went a beam of this odic luminosity, one to me, and one to a distance. Looking along the ladder you could have seen at its end a man, standing beside a dining room sideboard. In his hand a glass of brandy. That man was a dear friend of mine, with but one grave fault, inebriety. As he poised the cup to drink, I said firmly, "No, touch not, taste not, handle not, neither now nor henceforth. Heed my voice, or you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven." Willis Murchison, the would-be drinker, let the glass fall to the floor, where it broke to fragments. A day or so later I met him, and he related that he had had a vision, and heard a voice from God, saying that he should no more drink lest he lose his chance of heaven. He never did touch liquor again. He heard the mysterious voice and heeded. Yet he had not heeded his friends. By the occult secret of that aura-tipped needle whose power enlisted the service of spirits not human, I held mesmeric power over him. Herein is the peril of letting the masses know these things, for had I been unscrupulous, lawless, a sorcerer, I could as easily have moved Murchison to any crime. Elizabeth asked what I was doing there in the dark. Having achieved my purpose with my friend, I said to my wife, "Let me tell you certain things." I told her of the law of karma, and much besides. When nearly through, I willed the gold, pointed needle to connect her mind psychically with mine. Between us the line of light was established. I whispered then, "Look, see your past life on earth and know it. Then tell me, and do not forget what you learn." She was silent for a few moments, then her breath came as in sleep. Presently she said, "A noble, wonderful man is guiding me. I see him seemingly uncover a remote age of the world. It is the day of a mighty nation, who sail the air in what they call Valks. A splendid city is about me. Now I am in a vast temple. The interior of it is ornamented with real stalactites. I stand by a large cube of crystal quartz, and on this is a strange flame which burns without fuel. I see a young couple whom a grave, priestly man is uniting in marriage. Ah, it seems as if I loved the one to be wed better than I love life. I implore the one in the assemblage who seems to be a ruler of the nation to prohibit the wedding. Then the priest turns to me, now he looks at me and oh, my God! His look chills me in death. I seem to rise above the scene and yet my body still stands in a stony, petrified rigidity. Now it seems some time elapses, and I see the young man who was to be wed. I see the monarch too, and they are both in the temple. Now the young man lifts my body of stone, and lets it drop into the light on the great quartz cube, and it disappears instantly. But a foot was broken off, and this the young man hides in his mantle and carries away. It seems all this was due to some evil done by him, and by me through love of him. IRHH. Elizabeth sighed and then awoke to her surroundings. I lighted the study lamp, and she watched me curiously. Suddenly she said, "Why, husband, that young man I saw was you. Oh, I believe now in all these things you have told, but which I never believed till now I have seen this." This experience had a great effect on her, so that she looked more and more into the strange learning, and as a result redoubled her efforts to do good in the world. Thus did she observe the scripture, "Be ye doers of the word, not hearers only." For strange though this learning seemeth, it is not so to Christian esoterists, but only to mere bearers, and in a less measure to doers on the exterior plane of Christian service. Thus had I, who led Lolix astray, led Elizabeth back into his deeper path. But I first had to travel in it somewhat myself ere I could guide her. This occurred only a few months before her last voyage with me, the Bermuda trip. But she had learned enough to know we were both doomed on the occasion of the wreck, and when I would have placed her in the boat, she said, "Husband, Walter, I will not go into that boat, for out of the past I know that now we change. I have come to know that in esoterically doing his word, and not hearing it only, is there alone life. Now I see again into a past age, and you and I are together, and a little babe is before us, wailing to us. You take it bleeding into your arms, and me also you clasp. Then you ask God for mercy. Generously you took all the blame. Yet I too, having broken the law, had to share the penalty. Then said one who was verily the Christ, although then we knew it not, therefore in a far day thou shalt gather a sorrowful harvest of woe, and repay all thou art indebted. When thou art come again, also she with thee, and again are ready to go into Navazaman, thou wilt find thyself free of earth forever. My dear, dear friend, it must be that we both die now. I fear not, for we will of necessity meet again. Farewell, my love, till then. Kiss me. Is not my karma paid in full so far as Lolix's error is? More even, possibly? And Christ, shall he not receive me now?" And I said, "Yes, dear wife, it must be. Goodbye, and God bless you. For we will truly meet again, beyond the great deep river with him." And so in death I held her close. Do you longer marvel at her contented smile in the photographically true picture of the death scene executed by Pyrrhus? And I, friend, was not the special crime of Zalem atoned for, in that I brought her to know God's law karma, and in making my life a living sacrifice for, and at the last dying in an effort to save her to happiness and enlightenment? Was that score not requited, fulfilled, and Jesus the Christ obeyed? Sins, evil deeds, lies, thefts, adulteries, murders even, are in themselves only the shadows of lives turned to face away from God into outer darkness. They are weak places in the chain of character, unsymmetrical places in what Christ our Lord would have perfect, even as he is perfect. For in him, the perfect one, are none of these things, nor shadow of turning. He beseeches us, saying, "Be ye likewise perfect. Come unto me, all ye weary, and I will give you rest." So, in his divine love he proposes himself to take all these, to him, shadows that to us are so horribly real. Of ourselves we can do nothing, for as we undo through the lapse of ages, we also do fresh evil. Not shadows to us, but he is the light of the world. So the glooms we see while we look from his way, will cease to be if we turn to his following. If we have kept to the laws from youth upwards, yet that is but doing no sin of commission. Behind is an unrequited eternity. And, brethren, friends, the time is short. Course 7, 29. He will take these sins, And it shall be to us as if we took a box full of shadow from a cellar and opened it out in the noontide rays of the sun. But while the sins are all by him atoned, while when the days mount to years, the one robbed or tied about or otherwise injured, finds the Father's laws have made it up to him. If he only also knows that Father too, still we have a work. Jesus, the great Master, took all when we, aweary, asked him. But we, while doing these crimes, walked in darkness. The tree of our lives could grow nothing but sickly growths, pale leaves, dwarfed buds, blighted fruits, in that darkness of the soul. We may have ever seemed righteous to others, may have even cried, Lord, Lord, with our lips. But if our deeds knew him not, we were growing our life tree with fair bark, but decayed wood. So, after he has taken on himself our sins, and they are ceased, yet with our faces to him wards, we see our tree of 325 character, pale, sickly, with few leaves, and no fruit, standing in God's karmic light. Will we work to make green leaves and fruit in plenty? If we follow him, yes. For he always said in language unmistakable to those having ears to hear, that only those who obeyed the Father's law, God's will, could hope to win salvation. He will remove our burdens, will mediate and atone, but we must undo the errors with the strength he gives. We must take each our cross and follow him, and he, the Good Shepherd, will lead us home to the immortal heights, where is no more death, nor sin, nor suffering, neither parting. In him we have, all of us, time, strength, opportunity to undo, after he has atoned and shown us the way. He is that way, and we, letting him dwell in us, make our life the path. There can be no homecoming till, in him, we become our own path. If there was another way, I would tell you, for I am come before his second coming. It is near. Beware, lest night find you idle. Say not, I knew him not, either as Zalm or as Pearson. To know him by lip service is one. To know him by life lived as he bade us, is another. Having lived, now I speak. Be ye doers of the word, not hearers only. Chapter 10. After the years. Return. Sparing details, what was the appearance of Pyrrhus after the flight of the years? When I left, she was a bright, beautiful maiden, in the budding days of womanhood, having the divine, spiritual glory which characterizes the higher race of the perfect human grade. How looked she now? Different only in the maturity of rounded womanhood, the prime which in Venus withers not with age, because there the animal is subdued, and there are no excesses, indulgences, nor any of that feverish grasping after unattainable things which the children of a larger growth who dwell in the human animal plane of earth today. Pyrrhus, the dark-haired, starry-eyed girl who was yet more than a girl, was a woman divinely fair, was again before me. Again I beheld the sweetly natural, dignified mien that reminded me of the first time I ever saw Mole Lang, that air of quiet but marvelous power. Enhanced by this appearance, as is a gem by its setting, her sweet, pure selfhood shone forth, that sweet spirit which in Pyrrhus was divine, yet had lost none of the human characteristics which have rendered Jesus so dear to mankind. The spirit was there, the perfect human also, but the animal, the nature of man on earth, was reduced to its place of servitude. When I met the fair, beautiful woman, I was abashed. At that moment the tide of the years overflowed my soul and awed me. Sometimes I had known of Pyrrhus when the Hesperian astral controlled me. But far oftener of later years, the years of duty, this astral did not come, and then I knew Pyrrhus only as an ideal, and with the attributes of that ideal I tried to undo Elizabeth, and the failure was agony to me. Wonderingly, wholly delighted, I looked on Pyrrhus now, nor deemed it lack of propriety that she should kiss me and whisper, "Home again." Her eyes lighted with the peaceful joy reflected from my gaze. No passion was in me, no prompting to be sentimental, no, that was gone with earth's feverish dream. How familiar all things appeared when at last I was come home. For 6 Hesperian months, I did nothing but wander in my psychic form in this Elysium, this stellar garden of the Hesperides. In the other time, most of my visit was spent in the company of Soma or Mole Lang. But now Soma was otherwise engaged. Mole Lang, too, was occupied in the work that attracted him, that of guiding, teaching, and helping mankind, en masse as well as individually, that portion of our race yet on earth. Unconscious of his agency, or of how, with others equally great, Mole Lang was influencing the affairs of men. These men on earth went on with their doings, fondly thinking that themselves were doing all. How little humanity on earth knows that it is thus guided. Yet our Father gives it to his occult children to lead their lesser brethren, just as he gave it to Jesus, one of the sons of light, higher than any other, who was an incarnation of the Christ. Perhaps human acts are not guided individually as a rule, although exceptions exist. But just as shot running in grooves is checked by the leaden pellets before and behind, so the acts of one man depend on the acts of others. These on others still, until finally it appears that the mass is influenced in the whole, and every individual in the mass has his or her acts unconsciously controlled by what are termed circumstances, fates, adverse or propitious, inexorable, the grooves in which they run. That is to say, humanity is ordered in its action by what may be named the universal karma. So long as men grope in the dark, ignorant of occult laws, so long must they produce this inexorable karma. It is fate, self-made, running from life to life, incarnation after incarnation, unavoidable, for it is horn of the infraction of the laws of the Creator. Even Mo Lang, before he passed and triumphed at the crisis, to which I was soon to come, and which he experienced a century ago, was controlled by the great universal karma. But in passing that ordeal he passed from finite life to everlasting, and became a law unto himself. And then, free of karma, he returned to minister to those bound by circumstances. Mo Lang was become more than man. He had taken of the tree of knowledge, also of the tree of life, such as he utilized the elementals, those non-human, non-embodied powers of the air. They find in mankind the tendency to sin, and use it, so that the erring ones mount the ladder on rungs, each of which is a conquered fault. The great religious movements, wars, and the fields of commerce, all furnish experiences for mankind. Do some seem cruel, evil? Yet each is a part of the scheme of the Creator, each is a tool in the hands of his ministers, and all teach that except a man, as part of the eternal whole, works for that whole, subduing the selfish animal in himself, he can in no wise come to the Father. Except by my path, says the Savior. If Soma and Mo Lang could no longer be with me as companions, who then could? Virus. She became my tutor, my guide, and led me farther on towards the point where soon I must take the key and enter alone on the dread struggle, with only my faith in God to sustain me. One day Mo Lang said, "Philos, come with me." I went to his special apartments. There he said, "Hitherto thou hast but an astral body, but now thou needest a physical body as a base of action, for now must thou learn of thine own self. Sleep, that I may gather material atoms about thine astral." I immediately slept as I lay on the couch where he had bidden me recline. When I awoke he was regarding me, and for a moment forgetful, I sat up. "Arise," said Mo Lang. I obeyed, and found myself clothed in flesh. Thus I became a Hesperite. I was now of the same apparent age as Phyrus, and was thereby seemingly dispossessed of some 25 years. Before any lengthy period there came to shine in me somewhat of the spirit nature, and as the same ego shone in Phyrus, so therefore we grew into similitude of each other. Because of this indwelling spirit, nature was become an open book, and occult wisdom addressed me from all sides. Soon I could leave the body at will. Other steps succeeded, and I grew with marvelous rapidity to know many of the minor things reserved by our Father for his aspiring children. With me now was abiding a voice, and as it demanded of me, I answered and knew. It said, "What is heredity?" And I answered from my spirit, knowing this thing. Heredity is the sum of experience which the souls of men carry from one life through devotion into reincarnation. It is in no wise transmitted from parent to child, but its leading trait is attracted by the like trait in the parents. The lesser traits are educed by cultivation, or else lie dormant, according to environment. Again the voice said, "It is not well. Thou who hast reaped, must now sow. I am the eternal spirit in thee. Obey me. Thou art now able to stand in my presence, able to see, able to hear, able to speak, conqueror of desire, attainer of self-knowledge. Thou hast seen thy soul in its bloom, heard the voice of peace. Go thou and read my writing in the hall of learning, which is my works. Read. To stand is to have confidence. To hear is to have opened the door of thy soul. To see is to have attained perception of my works. To speak is to have gotten the power of helping others. To have conquered desire is to have acquired control of self. To have self-knowledge is to have come unto me, whence thou art able impartially to view the personal man that was thyself. To have seen thy soul in its bloom is to have had a momentary glimpse of that transfiguration which shall eventually make thee more than man. Stand aside in the coming battle, and though thou fightest, be not thou the warrior. Look for me, and let me fight in thee. Obey my orders for battle. Obey me as if I were thyself. My orders thy desires, for I am thyself, yet infinitely more than thee. Look for me, lest in the fever of battle thou pass me. I will not know thee if thou knowest not me. If thy cry come to me, lo, I will fight in thee and will fill the void in thee. Then shalt thou be unwearied. Without me thou shalt fall. With me thou canst not fall, for I am the Spirit. Listen now to the song of life in thy heart. Say not, it is not there. Listen deeper. This song is in every breast. It may be obscure, yet it is there. Not the most wretched outcast, but it is in him. For all are children of the Father, which is I. Listen to my song. For while thou art yet but man, I shall not speak continually, and thy strength must sometimes be in memory of me. Inquire now of the earth matter, of the air, of the water, the wind, and seek the treasurers of the snow. My peace I give unto thee. At last I saw, I heard, and my friend who readeth this I speak. My words go to the multiplication by types, and then by myriad copies through the world, to be known by those that seeing, see and comprehend. And with each copy shall go my love, and greater mine I shall note each hungered seeker for the truth. And, be it in the palace or cottage, there too will I be, not figuratively, but my spirit. I had gone into a lonely mountain spot to hear this voice, and now as I walked, a being not man joined me. Its presence was one of light and glory and goodness. With it came Mo Lang, saying, This is one of the beings of good. Behold, Philos, our Father's house hath many mansions, and in these are beings created by him, and endowed with volition like as man. Yet they are not human, never were, nor ever will be. Man shall be perfect when the Spirit of the Father entereth him. Then shall he know all things, and be perfect. What is perfection? Absolute harmony with his infinite creation. So there may be perfect men, also perfect beings which are not men, as this one with us. This is a good being. But there is an opposite in the things of the creation. There are perfect evil beings, which likewise are not, never were, nor ever will be human. What are these? They are in perfect harmony with the laws of their existence, but those laws and their conditions are absolutely opposed to ours and to good. Hence such are inimical to our life and so, evil. Yet this sort seek us not, nor we them. In the scheme of creation evil and good are evenly balanced. What disturbs harmony with us, therefore, disturbs them by disadjustment of balance. Hence they seek not our harm. But Satan, know ye him? He was an angel of light, fallen, and come to so much the greater fall in that his height was so lofty. 39 He is a rebel and out of harmony. Life, Philos, is limited, for it is but the action in the mansion of human environment. But existence is not limited. Hence this good being with us is not life, but of existence. See, it goes. This is its symbol and the name of its mansion, and when thy trials are thickest, draw about thee on the ground that figure and stand in it. Go not out, but call on the Father. He will send his beings to aid thee. Peace go with thee. Mo Lang disappeared, and I was alone. Men dread most those insidious diseases, which attack not openly, but the weakest and most unguarded point. So, in the last, final trial of the crisis, I should be likewise insidiously attacked by the satanic hosts. Earth has tried me during many lives. Now was to come a trial greater than earth. The attacks of mere human error differ from that of the well-organized, intelligent assault of those to whom evil has become natural, to Lucifer and his fellow rebels. Of what nature is this trial of the crisis? It is the deciding whether in the long series of incarnate lives the soul has improved its opportunities for good, if it, in the main, followed the path which Jesus pointed. If so, it has or will have strength to cope with the best efforts of the satanic foe. If not, it must fall and die the second death. His incarnate life made the soul forgiving of all wrongs, forgetful of selfish interests, helpful to those having less light, more gloom, misery and sin to encounter, a self-contained nature? Has it become like the man of sorrows, full of faith, hope and charity? Then it hath heard the voice and will not fail. But if the soul is not like that, then, although it have the prophetic sight, and knoweth all things, though it have faith to removing mountains, yet shall it be only the more like Satan, and the worse its fate. Go into the holy place. And I, knowing obedience, went into a room built of stone, apart from the house. Then was I in the presence where I had been as Zalem when priest Mimene was blasted. It was the presence of the living Christ. It was man, yet more, for it was the Spirit. As much more than man as the sun is more than a glowworm. Then a wondrous voice said, Be not afraid. It is I. Around that holy place were forms of fire. Ink and paper can give little idea of the semblance. Yet look at the picture and try with my aid to see. The bolt blazed as a thing of flame, so also the great star and all the lesser ones. The leaf was as life and the cross the open way, to the house thereof, while the ring I knew symbolized the eternal one, endless, beginningless. The book was the word, and it blazed with scintillant crimson flame. But over all, a personified presence, was the I, the eternal, sleepless, omnipotent, omniscient supervisor. So stood I in the presence of the Father, made manifest for me. As I remained, I knew all things of his works, for the Spirit entered in. But not to abide, for as yet the trial was not come to pass. For weeks, I stayed in the holy place and came not out to eat or drink, for I was wholly sustained by the Spirit. At the day of the great peace the Spirit must enter in, and I be in it and it be in me forevermore. But no guide could exist, no law for the trial, except my strength of ages. Even the Spirit would be veiled in that ordeal. Symbolic picture in the holy place, chapter 11. Text, St. Matthew 4. To be or not to be, that is the question. Hamlet, that was indeed the question when I arose one morning, and knew that the event of the crisis would that day decide whether or not I had eternal life, whether I was for the Spirit or the second death. I arose and went forth into the wilderness of the mountains, accompanied only by a pet animal, somewhat resembling a fawn, which went with me everywhere. In a woodland mountain meadow, I traced with my staff the symbol, and it instantly became crimson fire, which leaped and rose and fell, unbroken, continuously. I was inside, the pet animal grazed on the meadow. After making the symbol, the good being introduced to my knowledge by Mo Lang was with me, and it spake much to me, and I to it. It said, Lo, thy time cometh when I must leave thee, although I would do for thee, but it is so that no being can endure for another the fierce trial, neither help them in its midst. Yet I say unto thee, I believe thou wilt win, for have I not known thee, lo, many ages? But now is that trial come for thee, when thy past, in all days and lives thou hast ever had, shall rise up and thou shalt be judged thereby, whether thou shalt become perfect, and thy name be Philos, or whether thou shalt fail, and have again all the bitterness of life to go through during ages to come. The Father saith through the Spirit, Every idle word that men speak, they shall give an account thereof. How much more then of their actions? I listened mutely, for what record was against me? It might be evil or good or worse, that lukewarmness which the Spirit will not entertain, but rather heat or coldness of nature. Fear not, said Ovius, for not in vain hast thou lived, neither expect a record written concerning thee. For know this, that the principles inculcated by the Christ Spirit which overshone Buddha and all the mightiest of the earth, incarnating in each and itself being Son of God, not they, until by union of it they became sons of God. Know that if thou hast made these principles both warp and woof of thy character, thou hast no need to fear. For this sort of fabric is strong, and was that which Jesus meant when he said, and says ever, timeless one, that he is, Lo, I am with you always, even until the end of the world. Not one individual act shall be brought forth to accuse thee, but each, all and every greatest thought, and least, and word or deed, in all thy many incarnations, these have formed thy character. Is that character, then, woven of the woof provided by Christ, and shone forth in the divine personality of Jesus, and illuminating Buddha, Zoroaster, Moses, Manu, and other saviors? If that be the cloth, then indeed shalt thou prevail, though no one sustain thine arm. But if not that weaving, lo, thou shalt fail, and not even I could save thee. I go. Be thou brave, and may the Comforter be in thee. Peace. All that day I stood there and was not weary. Night came. About the midnight hour my pet cried out in terror, and came leaping toward me. As it came he warded it from the flame, and it stood outside, trembling. But I saw nothing to alarm it, save Mo Lang, approaching over the level around me. He hesitated not, but seemed about to cross the line of fire, as he could, but mindful of my perilous position I said, Stop, if thou art Mo Lang, then come. But if only a tempting shape, woe unto thee if thou shalt cross that line, for it shall punish thee as only an immortal can punish. He came not. Instead he ceased to appear as Mo Lang, and was another sort. This tempter said, If thou art proof against me, who so seemed thy loved preceptor that thou really knew'st not, then thou art conqueror over death and sin. I have no power over thee, and thou art free to enter eternal life, wherein shall no more incarnations occur. I go. This shape withdrew, but the voice in my soul whispered, Beware yet a while. I stayed on unmolested until I caught myself napping, and knowing this to be the fatigue of the flesh, I regretted that I had not met the trial in astral form. Not so, whispered the voice. All thine elements, both physical and psychic, must attend thee here. But again I dozed, and quickly aroused myself, for the scene all about me was changed. The mountain meadow was gone, and in place of night seemed day. I gazed, seemingly, on a scene where all the races of men and immortals were gathered under the sweep of my prescient eye. I seemed to be taken over this realm, and a fair, godlike being in appearance was my guide. Yet in caution, I sheathed myself from head to foot in the flame as in an armor, at which my guide smiled, but said nothing. He took me with the speed of thought so that we seemed to go from star to star, now crossing vast interstellar spaces, now come on fresh realms. All these realms were inhabited by creatures of human shape, or at least they had human attributes. Before me they all bowed and worshipped, for my guide said to them, See thy master. Otherwise they were all engaged in pursuit of pleasure. The multiplex passions of man on earth were indulged without fear of penalty. My fair guide said, These are souls in whom I created certain passions and appetites, and shall I punish them for indulging, without stint, traits I have given? Now, tell me, why should all creation not have free license to get pleasure as it may? My creatures do. There is no sort of restraint placed by me on their free pursuit of carnal things, lusts, appetites. See, they are happy. For a time I am giving thee control of them. Through indulgence of their passions they beget a sort of vital magnetism, and as their present ruler, it thrills thee like new wine. As my guide said, the sight and sensing of all this license did thrill me ecstatically, and was affecting me with a delirious carnal joy. I put it away and refused to feel, whereat the beautiful being said, Oh, thou art blind. Behold, thou shalt have these realms for thine, and have absolute authority, so thy word shall be life or death to these people, if thou wilt. Here, too, into this eternal joy, thou mayest bring Phyrus, and lo, forever thou shalt with her do thy will, and hers, and no penalty be exacted. Wilt thou take this gift of supremacy? It is free. I ask no return for it all. Only take it. Oh, where was my knowledge, gained from the many lives and from the voice? Gone. Gone, else I had known at once not to accept the alluring gift. I was offered all this free, thereby violating the divine law, which never allows something for nothing. But I gathered my armor about me, lest this being, who seemed so fair and good, were not so, and if not good, its touch might be fatal. Then I said, It must be that thou art arrayed in the livery of heaven to serve Satan better. Demon, thou offerest that which subordinates all other beings in these realms to my will. This realm is governed by pleasure, passion, appetite, lust, all selfish, and no penalty set upon wild license. These carnalities would conquer me, too, if I accepted me, who am otherwise about to become immortal more than man Carmelus. These are selfish. Pleasure so gotten is the essence of selfishness. Truly, thou must be creator of it all, since it is selfish. It is thine. Could be mine? Yeah, but only because over me thou wouldst reign. I am not now thy subject, nor will I be. Only the unknown God is my master. Get thee hence, behind me. The scene slowly faded, like mist in the sunlight. There came a lull, and I hoped the battle was over, for I was weary. But I stood on the meadow again, with the fire leaping, quivering in crimson pulses around the lines. Nothing could break that guardian flame, for it was a symbol of the perfect state of being of another, but non-human, race. Only perfection could avail against it. Perfection of good might. So, too, perfection of evil might. But the latter had not yet come against it. I even doubted the existence of any perfection of evil. What offer, after all, had been made but of the things which were mine by reason of the divine sonship? God giveth his children control over each other for good, and for evil also through mental influence. What more absolute sovereignty is there than love, exercised as he hath ordained? None. While I reflected, a soft and lovely vision came, and lo, Pyrrhus stood before me. Art thou Pyrrhus? I asked. Could any but Pyrrhus disregard the flame about thee? She replied, penetrating the barrier, and sinking by my side. This seemed truth, for Ovia's was a perfect being of its own condition. Only perfection can stand with perfection. At last I heard her sigh softly, sadly. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Why this sorrow, Pyrrhus? Philos, thou inquirest? I reply, because of my confession to make. I too am on trial as thyself. A sad a story of sin is mine. Woe is me if thou shouldst spurn me for it. She hesitated. Speak, I answered apprehensively. This then, in a far passé day when I had a personality called Anzimi, and thou hadst one called Zalem, thou knowst the day. Ay, and with sorrow even yet, when thou hadst gone in thy veilks, fugitive from memory of Lolix, I sorrowed intensely, and I knew not thine abode then. When thou returnedst crazed, I went to my mean the Incalix. He marveled at my frenzy, then said, Lovest thou Zalem, Renu? As my own soul in Calix. I marvel thereat, but never mind. Aid thee to find him? What if I love thee, I who am a vowed celibate? What if, in my ability, I say Zalem shall no more come back? Then, Philos, I begged for thee as for my own life. I implored his mercy. At last the stern lines of his face relaxed, and he kindly said, I would not keep thee apart. I was but testing thy love for him. Yet my aid must receive compensation. Not money, nor jewels, nor power. These have I in abundance. One only thing in thy gift will I have. Listen, in other days when I came to knowledge of nature's deeper secrets, I was curious to experiment, and I sought the aid, all confident of my power to subdue my servant, of the host of Satan one demon. But my power I overestimated, and I was subdued, a victim. So one day coming my soul is forfeit to Lucifer to pay my debt and its ever-growing size. One only way can I avert this, by delivering another, although less experienced soul, in place of mine. Ere this night a maiden and her lover will seek me at the hour of worship, that I may solemnize their marriage already long published. But I shall be gone purposely. Thou wilt be there, and except thee only those two. Now they are weak but have never sinned. Their natures incline to error. All I ask of thee is that when they ask for me, tell thou them I am gone, but say, Thou art come to be wed? Then smile and say again, Only the simple folk publish their matings. The wise are never wedded, yet are wedded in verity. Say no more. If they take that mild hint, they will sin, and lose their souls. but I, the great Incalix, shall be saved. I will in any event bring thee Zalem again, for perchance thy hint will not be acted upon. Myneen ceased speaking. I recoiled in horror. Yet even as I was about to refuse, he said, Remember, only thou canst save Zalem. I thought him a fiend. Then I thought, it is but natural for him to wish to save his own soul, even at another's cost. And oh, I so desired the return of my Zalem, tearfully, my soul whispering the wrong of it, but my heart pleading me to be blind for that once to wrong or right. I yielded and said, Even as thou requirest, so will I do. I did so, but false to Inkle, Myneen was false to me, and he brought not Zalem back. When Rai Guaxon told me of Zalem's death, I too died of shame and a broken heart. The man and woman took my hint, and died after years of well-concealed, direful crime. But I, Philos, in my consent to Mainan's will, I sold my soul to the arch-fiend, Mainan's master. So my life is forfeit unless I can be helped. Forfeit, much though I know, and hard as I have striven to do right and atone, all in vain. Yet, my twin soul, thou art able to save me. If thou savest me not, then shall the eternal law cause me to die the second death. My soul will be annihilated, my spirit, which was unable to unite with my soul, shall go back to the source, our Father. And then, being a soul, but thy spirit also my spirit, thou must also perish. Save thyself then as well as me. How? I queried, soul sick to the depths, and suffering such intensity of misery as almost of itself to cut off my life. Sick, because I felt Pyrrhus, my other self, my pure angel, to be in mortal danger, herself in a fatal mire, and threatened with soul death. And because I was also, for our spirit was the same. How? I again queried, whispered. Thus, the man whom, as Anzami, I led astray hath incarnated several times since then, each time worse and worse, until now, a man on earth, he is about to confront a temptation which, if he fall, will aim his course ever henceforth for evil and final death of his soul. If he yield not now, he may or may not at last escape, but the delay will put him beyond use to us, and we shall surely die whether he does or not. We shall if thou actest not now. If his soul is now made forfeit, we shall surely escape. So saith Myneen, who is blasted and in outer darkness, yet owneth me. 'Tis an only, though slender hope. O Philos, think. On the one hand eternal life, brightness, and a chance to atone for all our sins, perhaps even rescue this man at last. But on the other, death, blasting into outer darkness and eternal demonhood. In the calm night she stood before me and besought me to act for her. Her hands clasped, her eyes streaming, her agony fearful to see. Act for her whom I loved better than life, and for myself. Save our lives that all might be well. How? By using my occult power to whisper to a man, already sin-sodden, on a distant planet, a man who might not conquer his temper even though I withheld my influence. Do what? Influence him to sign his name as governor of a great state to a denial of pardon to two men about to die for murder. Yet they were innocent. I knew it. The governor knew it, because he had already sinned horribly in using his office, money, and power to weave a net of circumstantial evidence which would hang his two enemies for a murder committed by his own hand. He would, in an hour more, sign or not sign the fateful paper, for at last his courage was faltering. All I needed to do was to occultly encourage him. Already so sinful, was it likely he ever would turn from evil ways to good? Barely possible. But I was to psychologize him to pass this opportunity and complete his double murder, in order to save Pyrrhus, whom I loved, whose spirit was my spirit, whose soul's destruction meant my soul's destruction also. It was so easy to do. All crimes are easy. But while the agony of despair numbed me, a ray of hope came, and the question arose, would this act save us? Had not God said, "Thou shalt not kill"? And would not the double murder be on me as much as on the governor? Then I arose and said, calmly, "Oh, how frightfully, despairingly calm. Lo then, if we shall both die into outer darkness, yet will I never do this thing. Thou, who art more precious than mine own life, must not ask this. Saith not our Father, Whoso shall do evil, of him will be exacted the penalty, of some 30, some 60, some an hundredfold, and if we, shall consign a soul to darkness. Thinkest thou, O my spirit mate, we shall not the more surely go thither ourselves? Then, although these words seal thy death, and mine, yet will I refuse to sin. I will not do thy will. I have not erred so but that I can put forth my hand and, by the aid of the Christ Spirit, cut off the progress of thy sin, and thou mayest go back to the time, place, where thy soul was ere thine error, and recarnify on earth so often as needful to expunge and atone this sinful act. And I will await thee where my soul is now progressed, during the years, though they be tens of thousands, until pure, thou mayest rejoin me. I will guide thee, so that thou wilt sin no more during expiation. Except that I must stay to so guide, I would go again into the life of earth with thee, but I must stay that my light be clear. All this will I do, or if vicarious atonement were a possibility in the universe, I would go for thee and let thee stay. But condemn the man on earth and ourselves with him, no, I cannot so sin. With a convulsive shudder, and a despair in her starry eyes that smote me so that I cried aloud to God in my agony, Pyrrhus said in a mournful wail, as of a lost soul, O Philos, think well. For it might be that thou art hedged about with that sort of righteousness that mocketh the angels to weep and the fiend to smile. Pyrrhus, beloved, I have spoken, I alter not. She moved away with her hands covering her agonized face, sobbing in her intensity of despair. When she came to the fire, she said, Philos, I could enter. My power is fled, and I cannot go out. Put it aside. I looked from where I lay almost dying in my pain of an immortal hurt, and found that I too was too weak to lower the barrier. Then I looked within my being, and I saw that no more was the light of the Spirit within me, but gone forth. And then I knew what that awful appeal of Jesus of Nazareth meant, that he too, in the fearful strain of his human trial of the crisis, had beheld the Spirit in him wane, when he cried out, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Like him, I cried out to the Father, and in that instant the light returned, and with a roll as of mighty thunder the darkness broke, and the night which had been around me fled. So I saw that the sun was high in the heavens, and I alone had been in a local gloom. The flame paled, and Pyrrhus knelt before me and implored mercy. Then I knew that Pyrrhus had not been near. I knew that God the Father was entered in me to dwell forever, and that the perfection of evil had failed in its last, most subtle, horrible, and insidious attack, its last attempt to open the door to downwardness for me. My strength out of all the lives had withstood, and, all fainting, I was come unto Christ. All the weary way of woe I had journeyed, atoning as I came, and now my karma I had blotted out, and in me was life everlasting. Gloria in excelsis, Laus Deo. The song I heard was the song of the starry hosts of God. Then the voice spoke, Thy trial is over, I am well pleased. It is written in sacred scripture, Ye must be born again of water and of the Spirit. Even so hast thou been born now, of water which is the world of matter, and of the Spirit which is I entered in. But the death of the carnal body, and rebirth in the new, is but night after day, and day after night. To these successive days and nights of the soul, that Scripture refers not. Thou hast been born in the earth many times, and each time thy carnal body hath died. But the rebirth was not that rebirth of the waters and of me. Those incarnations did but prepare thee out of the waters of materiality for me. But now thou art born of that and of me, and become a son of light, and at one with the All-Father, and like unto the Nazarene. Carry thou my word unto all men, that all may come likewise unto me who will, even as thou, following the first man who came unto me, have thyself also come. Now when I saw Pyrrhus come, I knew that it was she in verity. She, too, had had her trial, and equal temptations had been offered her, and been withstood 90 centuries of years before, however. How say ye? I thought twin souls must fight the final fight together, and now you say 9,000 years were between? Behold, friend, time is but measure of energy exerted. We wrought the same work, so we were together. Is Paul more saved than the latest regenerated soul? Yet Paul knew Jesus Christ nearly 2,000 years earlier. It had seemed to us both that the great crisis had occupied centuries. Unto us, as we stood clasping each other, came a glorious vision, and the voice spoke, saying, Behold, look back over the mighty past, and when thou hast so done, look on earth, and see how there to effect the work of giving the people of earth thy life history. That shall take but a moment for thee, but that moment shall seem years to thine agents on earth. Then again, look, I am thy voice and thy spirit, thy souls shall unite. Behold, thou shalt presently hereafter have no more two bodies, but one only, and it thy spirit body, mine, for without me thou art nothing. Peace is thine forevermore. Friend, thou mayest have trouble in understanding this strange union. Yet ponder it deeply, for it is to be thy experience some day if thou art true to thy Savior and follow him, drinking of the cup which he drank, and triumphing at the critical ordeal. End of Book the 2nd. Book the 3rd. Chapter 1. Ye shall reap as ye have sown. The perception. Suppose the struggle had proven me wanting, and the verdict had been, mean Tekela parson? Then our fate would have been that of Myneen, of Kafel. To me who know the dread meaning of this fate, it is more utterly frightful to contemplate than it can be to thee. It means being a brother to devils and subjection to Satan, who could so cunningly, awfully tempt as we were tempted, and when successful make a servant of the victim, ever to pile up fresh karma. And such karma as Satan's service makes is worse in a moment than the wickedest man could pile up in a long lifetime. It means such servitude until when? Forever? Until the end of material things. Then, when the heavens are rolled as a scroll and melt in fervent heat, Satan, Lucifer, shall, with his minions, be cast into that lake of fire which is the second death, which meaneth that the force, the energy of the rebels, that which has made them distinct, potent souls through all the past, shall become depersonalized and disindividualized, cast into the sum of the fire of elements, which form the forces of nature, the winds, odic and magnetic and electric forces. But annihilation there is not, death there is not, though there be such a change as constitutes the destruction of the union between soul and spirit, the return of the first to the great impersonal vis natura, the return of the other to him who created life. Then, after millions of years, the Father will gather the fervid elements into nebulae, star plasm, worlds, suns, systems, and a new heaven and a new earth shall come forth. Then will the depersonalized rebel host begin to reincarnate in protoplasmic life and thence evolutionize up along the myriad incarnations until, after an eternity of matter, they come once more to human conditions, to another crisis, to win or fail, and either, like Sisyphus, run again the weary course, or else inherit hard-won entrance to unconditional being. There is not nor can be any death of the spirit, but of the individuality only. Study this well, my friend, for such is the fate of evildoers who sell to Satan, because such is Satan's portion. Our Father hath provided a way. It is the sharp, knife-edge path whereon all things so evenly balance that there is turning neither to the right nor left, but steady, even pursuit of the path, wherein all who travel that way contain themselves in all things, in eating and drinking, in sleeping, and all those things which cause the cares of this world. Those who shall be accounted worthy, without further incarnation, to obtain the resurrection from the body of materiality, neither marry nor are given in marriage, but must receive the kingdom 342 of God, even as if still little children. Yet whoso does not so, it shall not be eternally counted against them, but only till another incarnation. It must be that the things of sensation which are an offense unto the spirit occur, but karmic woe will attend the offender until he finds the path and travels therein. Hear, if hearing and understanding be in thee, for these are the words of the Master. Chapter 2. Job 38:7. Contemplating the victory in us of the Father, we chanted a song in answer to that of the sons of God who were our fellows. perfect at last, in rapport with all the law fulfilled, Carmelus, immortal, beside Jesus, no more need to incarnate, life was ended, but being just commenced. Paradoxical? In all the eons of time we had life, but being, which hath no beginning, neither end, and is not under the dominion of time. Every ego hath ever from the Father. But life hath beginning, so also it must have end. It hath end. If its conditions are strong enough to enchain for aye, then the soul is diverted from its ego to the tracks of life, and is then heriter of death. Only if a soul forfeit not to life its hold on being, on its ego shall it not die. Sin is the error of turning from being unto life, whereof the shadow is death. The soul that sinneth and turneth not away from finite life and the conditions thereof, it shall die. Down all the realms of light echoed the paeans of praise, as when the morning stars sang together and the sons of God shouted for joy. Chapter 3. Fair forms and hoary seers of ages put, and in one mighty sepulchre. For a little while yet Pyrrhus and I were not wholly one entity, but we were come to retrospection. With arms clasping each other, we walked slowly onward, till by the banks of the babbling brook we seated ourselves. Then I said, my twin, let us scan the past. Let us draw aside the curtain of bygone ages, and see the record of the book of life, mirror of all events, sights, sounds, shapes, all things. We can do this because we are Carmelus, deathless, and are at one with the Father of being, seeing, knowing as he knows because he is in us. We pondered the scenes of our Atlantean life, lives, and I saw ill-fated, sweet Princess Lolix, to whom I had been her ideal. Where had her sad soul gone when my mien petrified its clay? In the imperishable record we saw where her lifeline crossed ours. In her passé devotion she had found her dream of life seem realized. Reborn into activity, again her lifeline crossed mine. Her heritage pursued her, and she conquered it. For Lolix's individuality was Elizabeth's, my wife. Her crime in Passé was expiated, and so, too, was mine. Karma was fulfilled there. Man's course upward to God is so blind, so untaught, instinctively like the sunward turning vine. I had so confidently, in the Sagum, taken a step irrevocable, except for Mendocus, and then had fallen again into blind darkness, despair, but instinctively true to law and to Elizabeth, the object of my efforts, so upward, till at last I had gained the immortal heights. So had my alter ego, Pyrrhus. Down below were the deserts of life, and fair appearing fruits, apples of Sodom. These ashes are good, for they cause the soul to essay the heights. Passé and all the lives had meted us a large share of gall fruit, but our errors required it, and karma is a sure paymaster. Sin begot karma, and karma had exacted pay. Thus had I, for I am not relating Pyrrhus' history, given up hope's happiness, as one gives his open veins in the Sahara to quench the thirst of his friend. By this abdication I had lost my life and found it again. Karma, as the long record showed, was not always requiring pay. For every good act I had ever done I saw that I had been fully paid in kind my every jot. These were providences and benefices of life. There is no accident in life. Allow that a man may die by accident, and no man could be sure whether the ensuing night might not find the earth dropping into, or else away from, the sun, or, seeing the sun set, could feel sure it would rise again. All things, small or great, are ordered, not always from any pre-existent incarnation. Sometimes from one's last year's or yesterday's action the fruit springs. In short, we saw that the lesson of life was, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap, cause and effect. There are those who will make cavilling argument, contend that accident does exist, and all is not order. I argue not, for they that have ears to hear will understand. One cannot see over a mountain range save he stands on a taller peak. To the greater vision, accident is but an arc of design, and disorder is but an arc of order. Chapter 4. The Fall of Atlantis. Again we looked over Atlantis and saw many things else. The Zalem time possessed a peculiar interest. I saw that dim, distant past, a past old in the earth and ancient when earth was yet a babe in the cradle of time. ATL, chiefest of the prehistoric races, numbering at home in Passé and abroad in the colonies, almost 300 million souls. ATL, known through the olden earth as Atlan, Queen of the Seas, and her people as children of Inkle, i.e., of the sun, and as the sons of God. How are the mighty fallen! For now I behold her ancient site as part of the bed of the restless sea, covered with ocean ooze and slime, and to be known as the haunt of man only through the clear vision of the perfected eyes which scan astral records. Again the scene was presented so that we saw it as the eyes of my poor, weak, and pitifully mortal personality of Zalem had seen it. There was stately Kafel, the royal, and there, far away and not so stately, Marzus, its towers and turrets and chimney stacks and lofty buildings marking where had stood the greatest of Atlan manufacturing centers, where the machine shops and the mills had been which supplied Pasid with Valks and Naims, and all sorts of machines and instruments, with the products of the looms, the cereals and endless articles of use and of art. Over 1 million artisans there by day, but by night scarce 50,000, all gone by car or Valks to their homes anywhere from 50 to 100 miles away, a few minutes' ride. And all this to perish because of man's iniquity, a few short hundreds of years later. Here and there I caught glimpses of canals distributing either natural rivers or streams, or the product of aquareal generators, such as Zalem had a small model of in his last days in Umor. We saw the world as Zalem saw it. Swern with its millions of people, Necropan with its 90-odd millions, Europe then a barbarian land only about 1/6 its present area, and Asia not so large in extent then as now but containing over 500,000 of souls. But the sparkling, brilliant civilization which was more than peer of even proud today, that was glorious ATL. 1,100 million of people, civilized or but semi-civilized, and as many more scattered over the continent and islands of the seas who were utter barbarians. Such was the world of Zalem, generally viewed. The numbers of the human race, and especially their increase during several generations, has appalled the pessimists. But the greatest of pessimists, Malthus, need have felt no alarm had he but known. Because the world goes up and the world goes down, and the sunshine follows he reign. There are a varying number of people always in the world, now more, now less. For as a soul comes to earth, having been in Devashan, a soul passes from earth into Devashan. But now two come while one goes, or two go while one comes, relatively. Wherefore the world is apparently encroaching upon the sources of supply, or again the supply of all things exceeds demand. But only a fixed number of human rays went forth from the Father, and only so many have life or ever will have. But these come and go as the tides ebb and flow, now on earth, now in heaven. Malthusians need not fear. Zalem had been my personality. 30 centuries later, approximately, we saw again this land. But how changed! Now had Kafel lost something. Not the tangible matter visible to earthly men, no. This was not gone. But the men we saw were not the high, lofty, noble-souled men known to Zalem and to Anzami. And when manhood suffers decadence, degradation, all nature with which he has to do also sensibly alters for the worse. Marzus, the city of manufacturing arts, was no more. It had gone down before corruption. Art had not suffered so much as had science. But the science which drew upon the mysterious forces of nature, the navas, this had so far disappeared that airships were forgotten, or at most were semi-mythical history. So were many other instruments which Zalem had known, the Naima, those wonderful wireless combined telephonic and photographic image transmitters, and the vocaligrapha, the caloriviant instruments and the water generators, all were lost in the night of time. But the men of the 20th century shall find them all again. 28 decades of centuries hath day now here continued, and soon it shall be proclaimed, the evening and the morning are the 7th day. Ye who hear all my message are the men and the women of this new day, and shall inherit all things from our Father forever. And the full eventide of that day which cometh shall behold you caught up into the heavens, to escape the end of all things, when the earth also, and the works that are therein, shall be burned up. But I should deal with the past, not with the future. The seeds of corruption sown in the hearts of men by the evil one, master over Minin, germinated and throve, and then began, some centuries after the time of Gwaxeln and Zalem, a long, steadily downward course which weakened the self-respect, manhood and womanhood of Pasid, a loss revealed in countless ways, culminating in national depravity and ruin. It was upon one of these phases of ruin that we next gazed. We saw a woman upon whose face rested a light almost divine in the power of its transfiguring beauty. Her slight figure seemed not so much of earth as of heaven. The loose robe of gray which she wore fluttered in the breeze. The long tresses of brown hair, unrestrained, swept back from the glorious face, on which sat pity and despair, yet mingled with a wonderful radiance of appealing, entreating, agonized hope that some might hear and turn away from the course they were following. Her appeal assumed that most perilous form for the champion which an appeal can assume, that of sharp denunciation. She denounced the hideous system of blood sacrifice in religion as being in diametrical opposition to right, to God, to man, and irresponsible for the corruption of the people. At this, the priests among the crowd uttered hoarse cries of rage, in a voice, the astral record of which rings yet, and forever. For those who have ears to hear such psychic tones, she cried, from her high place on the pedestal of the monument, 20 feet from the ground and the upturned faces below. O ye! Think ye that Inkle will accept the blood of innocent animals for your crimes? Who saith this doth lie? Inkle, God, will never take blood of anything, nor symbol of any sort which placeth an innocent in a guilty one's stead. And the Inklithlon and the holy seat, and the Maxen light are dishonored whenever a priest layeth an animal on the Teo stone, and strike the knife to its heart, tears it out and tosses it as sacrifice into the unfed light. Yea, the unfed light doth truly destroy it instantly. But think ye because of this that merciful Inkle is pleased? Oh, ye brood of vipers! Ye priests that are charlatans and sorcerers! An angry Inkali stooped as she uttered this, and picked up a jagged bit of stoneware. In front of him was a litter borne by sad-visaged slaves. On this, reclining amidst soft silken cushions, was a woman of languorous beauty, the very impersonation of shameless abandon. In the warm, tropical atmosphere she lay, innocent of any covering, except that the heavy waves of the hair of her beautiful, if wicked, head partially concealed her nakedness. The shameless sight did not attract notice because of its shamelessness. The only attention bestowed by the dense and wrathful crowd around her was that of sensual admiration from one or another. Such sights were all too common in these last days of Atlanta. Seeing the priest pick up the sherd, this woman said, "What wouldst thou with it?" "Naught," answered the priest. "Naught, forsooth. I know thou wouldst throw it at yon blasphemer, if thou hadst courage." "Courage I lack not," was the sullen reply. A voice in the surging crowd now called out that the blasphemer of religion ought to be sacrificed on the Teo stone, and her heart given to the Maxen. "Listen to that. The people and the Inkali would be with thee," said the wanton. "Throw the piece, and see if perchance thou mightest not reach the game." The ecclesiastic raised his hand back, and poised the missile, while the crowd nearest him gazed with eager eyes. Then the cruel bit of pottery hurtled through the air towards the fair speaker overhead. Her temple was presented, and the missile she might have avoided had she noted its coming, struck full on the dainty mark. With a cry of pain she threw up her hands, reeled, and then fell outwards, downwards, the 20 feet to the hard pavement below. The crowd, which had hushed an instant, now uttered fierce growls, and those nearest ran to the victim of the coward priest. Several of the sacerdotal caste picked the poor body up, and carrying it by the feet, arms, and hair, quite as if the assault had been preconcerted, instead of being the work of one miserable fiend, started off to the Inklithlon, whose vast pyramid loomed not far away. "See," said Phyrus, "the first human sacrifice in Kafel. Me, even me, they slew, for trying to stem the tide of depravity and ecclesiastical criminality. I repeated to them the prophecy of the Maxen, and they heeded not, but slew me. For that woman was my personality when I incarnated, 3,000 years after thou, as Zalm, did leave me as Anzami." With a strange ecstasy of crime, the priests, scarce an instant pausing, placed the still unconscious victim on the Teo. Then the chief priest, still called the Inkalix, stepped from the holy seat, as it once had truly been. By the side of the victim he stopped and profaned not God, but man by a prayer to God. For no man can injure God except through injuring man. Then he threw open the grey robe and bared the white breast. Swiftly he raised aloft the keen-edged knife, then smote. A shudder shook the reviving victim, who was about recovering consciousness. The murderer then tore out the quivering heart and cast it into the unfed light, where it disappeared and made no sign. Then the flesh was divided piecemeal amongst the murderous crowd, together with the blood-stained garments. But the most of the blood had run into a depression in the teo, made for sacrificial blood. To this the priests added liquor, and in maddened frenzy quaffed the mixture from golden goblets. The scene was sickening, and I felt my very being revolt, and that poor murdered woman, a virgin, who had given her life to rescue her nation from sin. That was she who had long centuries before been me, and now was Phyrus, part of myself, and I part of her being, for our spirit was one reunited. I could forgive the crime I looked back upon, for the criminals knew not what they did. And they have suffered for it, and yet shall suffer, for it is their karma. When death, the conqueror of all mortals, garnered his harvest in ATL, these souls, which had sown sin and grown tares, were reaped by the great reaper, and the tares were sown with the good wheat when next those souls reincarnated. And they have had to glean and uproot as they could, and so must continue to tear up the evil weeds till every one be uprooted. Then will they have atoned unto God. There is time enough, lives enough, but O friends, none to waste. After this human sacrifice, the thirst for blood which the people manifested, the crowd became unappeasable. They demanded the life of the priest who struck down the woman, for they were not yet accustomed to the rites the Ingali had so newly arrogated, those of human sacrifice. They claimed that he had really murdered the woman, that they were unprepared to go so far. Therefore, he who threw the missile must die. The tumult became so violent, and insurrection seemed so imminent, that the wretched priest was dragged out and offered by his fellows as the woman had been. But now came the denouement. When the high priest turned to cast the heart of the last victim into the maxim, he staggered as if struck. His hand fell by his side, the heart dropped on the pavement, and the stricken man fell forward unconscious. The tall taper of the unfed light was gone. The maxim book was gone. In its place stood a human form, that of a son of the solitude. In his left hand was a sword, in his right a pen. Behold, the day of destruction is at hand which was foretold ages ago. Atlan shall one be no more beheld by the sun in his whole course, for the sea shall swallow you all. Attend ye. Then the dread apparition vanished. But the unfed light came not again. The people fled, shrieking, leaving the priest who had fainted lying on the floor. It was as well, for when venturesome ones came into the Inkalithlan many days later, he still lay as he fell. For he was dead. In his greater knowledge, for wicked as he was, he yet was chief. He knew, sorcerer that he was, that there really was a power of right which was destined to bring the corruption of Pasid low and uproot the hideous mockery of sin enslaving the nation. And in his knowledge, his soul had gone forth from his body in desperate fear, to return no more. But the stupid sensualism of the masses, finding that after a few years nothing terrible occurred, gradually lapsed till worse than before, for human sacrifices became common, lust, gluttony and drunkenness ran riot, and the moral night's deep darkness closed in yet more blackly. One man and his family who lived apart partook not of the general wickedness. True, he and his mate, like the ordinary people about him, were not married save as the higher animals monogamize. Nor were his sons and their wives any better. But blood sacrifice he nor they would do. And when the monarch proclaimed that all must worship according to the new standard, and sacrifice babes and women, these men, giants in stature and far superior, any one of them, to a dozen of the corrupt slaves of the rye, refused to obey the mandate. Fruits and treasure they offered, but not blood. In his seclusion the father, Nepth, had a revelation. It came from the sons of the solitude, who were nowise altered from the ancient high standard, but Nepth thought it direct from God. The revelation was but a repetition of the prophecy of doom, but the knowledge of that prophecy having been centuries neglected, bore to Nepth all the force of a new revelation. So he came to know of the coming destruction of ATL, he and his sons, and they considered how to escape. Valks were unknown. Nepth and his sons were unskilled builders. But they received instructions from the befriending sons of the solitude, who came to, in astral shape, And so these better men of Atlantis began to build a great vessel. It was clumsy but secure and had room to receive several of all kinds of useful animals found in ATL, and to simple ignorant Neph these constituted every animal on earth, for he knew nothing of other lands across seas, scarce knew of the provinces in Igalia or Umor, for in these last days communication was not closely kept up. His neighbors and friends jeered and reviled him as a blasphemer, and he and his sons as men crazed. But the years lapsed, and the great ark of refuge grew, until one day it was complete. Then Neph and his sons provided it with ample stores, and they took the animals from the pens wherein they had placed them as they captured them in years past. Indeed, most of these animals had been born in captivity and were tame. So long had Neph carried on all works together, not knowing just when the dread prophecy was to be fulfilled. The final preparations were none too soon completed. Only a few days elapsed ere the earth shook and trembled in a frightful manner. Rivers left their beds, or sank through vast crevices in the earth. Mountains shook till they were left as hills, and bowed their tall heads to the plain. An acre-vice opened close by the vessel of refuge, and the river which, half a mile wide, had flowed past to the ocean, 50 miles away, now poured with a mighty roar into the opening. For 3 days this awful turmoil continued. Men came beseeching for admittance, but Neph said, "Nay, thou wouldst never believe in other days. I told thee then this land should sink under the seas, and thou didst revile me. Now go thy way and tell all thou dost meet that Neph spake truly." 3 days of horror and 3 nights. Death stalked through the land, for the mountains fell on the plains and floods swept unrestrained. But the worst was to come. On the morning of the 4th day it seemed as if the rains of heaven would drown all. Yet the thundering and turmoil was not lessened. The gates of heaven and of the great deep were yet to be broken, and the continent, yea, much also of the world to be drowned. The people not yet destroyed were myriad, and were gathered in the high places. Suddenly it seemed as if the foundations of the world were withdrawn. For by one frightful, universal motion the lands left unflooded began to sink. With never a pause to the hideous, sickening sensation, all things sank, down, 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 1, 2, a dozen feet, then a period of rest. The rains, which came in sheets instead of drops, the wild blasts of furious wind, the sinking motion, all ceased while men might count a score. 1 score, 2, 3, yet no resumption. The wretched people, hidden in such poor shelter as they could find and dared avail themselves of, began to breathe easier. Perhaps the fearful ruin was at last stayed. But, no! A slight tremble, scarcely noticeable after the mad 3 days, and then with one swift leap down to death the great continent of Atlantis sank as a stone sinks in water, not a paltry dozen feet, nor even 100, but almost a mile it sunk at one horrible bound. Neph, in the middle of the 3rd day, his vessel of refuge had floated to the ocean on an outgoing rush of the floods, and there the winds had carried him until, when ATL sped down to death, he and his storm-beaten ark were a couple of 100 miles away. A few other people had been similarly forced seawards, and these, after weary weeks, at last came around the southern promontory of Africa, and drifted northeasterly, to land on the west coast of Umor. Here, too, the destruction had left but a few miserable survivors. But the few hundreds thus left founded the race which, repopulating that land, was found by Pizarro after many centuries upon centuries had elapsed. And a few thus became many. They would not permit blood sacrifice, but yet, like Neph, offered fruits to Inkle and retained the name slightly modified so as to be Inca, a name bestowed upon their rulers. A few survivors landed further north, and repopulate the land conquered by Cortez, the Spaniard, a few short centuries ago. But these heeded not the lesson, for no sooner were they landed on the desolated shores than they slew a woman as a thanksgiving for their escape. But Neph, for many days his vessel drifted over the silent seas, with only the ceaseless roar of rain upon the roof to break the stillness. At last the vessel grounded. He knew not where he was, for he was an ignorant man, but the aspect of things was changed wholly. When at last he descended, and let loose his living freight, though he knew it not, he was in Asia. This land had not suffered as other lands, but yet floods had covered all the western part of Asia. The eastern portions and what there was of Europe and America, had not remained inundated after the quick subsidence of the enormous tidal wave, which, 1,300 feet in height, swept outward from Atlantis' site upon the recoil of the engulfing ocean. Thus closed the scene for us. The great deluge was over. Then Pyrrhus and I turned to other phases of the mysterious past. These, though not less interesting, may not enter these pages. Rai Guoxiln was come to be Mendocus, while Rai Ernan of Swern was with us now, Mol Lang. Soma was that son of the solitude whom I took on my Valks when I was Zalm, away from Swern. So we saw the interweaving of the lifelines. Then we saw the course of the lost soul, Mynene, from remote ages when Atlantis was not known in the earth. A sin-laden man then, until we found him serving Satan, an outcast from human ranks, blasted thence by that Son of God, first fruit of them that had reincarnated slept. Looking, we saw that early Rai of Poseid, him of the Maxen stone and the unfed light, the lawgiver. We knew him for the Christ, illumining man then, and later as Buddha, and again overshining that greater than Buddha, the Nazarene. Before Abraham was I am. Whosoever the Christ Spirit entereth into and abideth in, becometh a son of God, and equal with Gautama. But into no one will it enter who doth not travel the path. That mighty one blasted Mynene. Yet we saw that because Mynene had crossed our life then, I was thereby made the instrument of mercy to him by Christ, and that occasion was yet to come. Back of the time of Zalm we gazed upon a scene on the great continent of Lemuria, or Lemurus. We saw a great house built of stone, standing on a grassy sward, a plain, over which roamed herds of cattle, and queer little horses, having 3 toes to each foot and high shoulders. Far to the east was a blue mountain range, beyond that a great ocean. But between the manse and mountains flashed a silvery lake. Within the house were many people, servitors all to 2 people, a woman and her son. Gloom overspread all faces, the gloom of blood. To a chief among subordinates the son gave orders. This slave, grim, ferocious, a very incarnation of cruelty, attracted my notice. His brown skin was swarthy, his hands talon-like. Only a breechcloth apparelled him. Receiving his orders, he disappeared, but soon came again, pushing 2 manacled people, plainly of a different race from any there. One was a youth, lithe, erect, rather haughty of mien, his hair brown, his features symmetrical. That individuality of 23,000 years ago is now Soma. The other captive was a fair girl, sister to the youth it seemed. Her beauty was delicate, but voluptuous. The fierce, cruel eyes, gleaming like live coals from under the shaggy brows of the master of the house, lighted with admiration as he saw the girl. His heavy-set figure, his coarse jaw, thick neck, and round, shaven head, all fitted him to be master of the brutish crowd around him. This man extended his hand as if to touch the captive maiden. She shrank away, and drew her figure erect in a queenly scorn. "Ha! Unyielding as ever," quoth the master. "We shall see." He nodded to the chief slave, who threw the captive boy on a sort of altar beside him. He bound him, but the victim said firmly, "Sister, yield not. Die first." Her eyes shone with an awful light of horror. "Stop his voice," exclaimed the master. And the slave, nothing loath, cut out the poor boy's tongue. "Beast!" hissed the girl to the master. "Ha!" he replied. "I will prove that true." And he struck the bared breast of the tongueless lad with his own dagger, and tearing out the heart, threw it at the sister's feet. A goblet of the blood was caught, and the master's mother, a priestess, who stood by the block, took it and gazed into it. Then she said, "The gods say that the girl also must die. First sacrifice of self for love of another. Say they so? By all the powers, I will not obey," shouted the master. "Not though my troops of war fail and the king fails." "My son," said the priestess, "thou mayest not avoid the sacrifice and live, say the gods." "No? Then the gods be served. Give me that knife." He felt its keen edge, and then asked, without taking his eyes from the weapon, "Say the gods yet so?" "Even yet," said the priestess. "Bind the maid." And his orders were obeyed, though the girl had fainted. The executioner laid his ear to her breast. A faint smile relaxed his features, and he said in his soul, "She is dead." He laid his hand on her breast, stood erect and said, "Accept, ye gods, this sacrifice." An instant the knife glittered overhead, the next he had buried it in his own heart. So had the heart that knew no mercy yielded to love. The stern warrior was dead. The gods must have blood, he thought, but he gave his own. What personality was he? Was the girl dead from horror? Myself. And Phyrus. Chapter 5. Man's humanity to man. Again the dead past revealed another scene. I saw myself in the person of an ill-fed, ill-treated slave, ever hungry, wretched, too much so to feel resentment. I died hungry, and then had a devotion of seeming realization of my wants. Then again rebirth, and through a karma not here to be explained. The new man had ease, wealth, plenty. But a physical karma pursued, and he was ever hungry in the midst of plenitude, and lazy when action was necessary. This state begot disease, and the product of, in his previous life, man's inhumanity to man, was afflicted with cancer of the stomach. This killed the ferocious appetite, and the sybarite, free of this, set to work to cure himself. Finding he must fail, he sought comfort in religion, and went forth to the wilderness to become a religious hermit. Now, a hermit's life is one of uselessness to mankind. In that lone state my individuality lost opportunities to cultivate moral strength by worldly contact. And behold me after death come again to life as Zalem, weak enough to sin with Lalix and beget then a karma that lasted, with newly got vigor, till only a few years ago, punishing me more bitterly than death, as thou knowest. If Zalem had sorrow, thou knowest he had also joy. So every life karma is made up of sunshine and shadow. An eye for an eye? Yeah. But also for a kiss. Chapter 6. Why Atlantis perished. Looking along the line of life's yesterdays, the reason became apparent why all the wondrous attainments of Poseid had ceased and left no sign, why Atla, which metaphorically held aloft the world into the light of science, had sunk beneath the waters and gone down into deep, mysterious caverns, to be hidden in an ignorance greater than that which shadowed Pompeii and Herculaneum from subsequent centuries. Natural decadence tells the story. As the centuries succeeding the time of the great Rai Guoxun lapsed, 10, 15, 20 and more, the nation came to a greater glory of mechanics, of science, and of physical condition than even Guoxun's time had known. One by one the scholars found that those things which had always been possible only through mechanical contrivance were more easily accomplished by purely psychic means. They learned it was possible to divest themselves of the flesh, and in astral body go whither they would and appear, instant as the electric current, at any distance. They learned that they could perform material actions when they had thus projected themselves. Then it was that the cruder methods, Valks and Naim and all else similar, were suffered to lapse into that semi-forgetfulness of the Swarni. And exactly as they, so the mass of Poseidi depended on the priesthood for all these things. For only the few exalted minds could thus reach out into the deeper night side of nature. The many must remain in the lesser places. Inevitably then came corruption of power. The few were masters, and the many had no recourse, because the master of psychics is invulnerable to the laws of physicality when wielded by men less than he. Then, indeed, was the day come when ripeness was on the land and on the people. The ripe pear cannot keep perfect, but at the heart begins a decay that spreads from core to cortex. And lo, the end. So in Poseid, at the core began the outward spreading rot. That core was the education of the people. Whenever earth's nations shall cease to educate the coming generation, decay shall begin for the people. In Poseid the few had attained such exalted knowledge of natural forces that the many could not hope to overtake them. Then, discontented with the comparatively poor education themselves had, they suffered all its marvels to wane. Thus, ere 30 centuries after Guoxun the Poseid race was as sworn, but more corrupt, and lust, appetite, passion and power had laid fatal grasp on the proudest people the earth has ever known. How little dost thou realize when thou readest in Hebrew scriptures of the destruction of the cities of the plain. It is the account of the doom of Marzus and Turna. Destroyed by the Navis forces, they had forgotten how to control that destruction heralded that of the continent 9 centuries later. Poseid arose to an altitude which the wildest dreams of science have not predicted for the modern world. Arose, flourished and decayed, in the fullness of cyclic times. And America is posse'd come again, reincarnated, and shall see its scientific people repeat, but on a higher plane, the attainments of Atla. As the centuries pass, it shall see the successive enfleshment of those souls which in Atla made that land proud, prouder, proudest. But it shall do more, for America hath developed that soul element which, when her people were pos-edi, was first faintly traced. So, though repeating, it shall do more. It shall have all Atla's marvels wedded to the glorious soul foreseen for mankind by him of Nazareth. It shall flourish so, and then, in the fullness of its time, decay. But that shall not be for 4.5 centurial decades. Chapter 7. The Transfiguration. I might give many more life scenes. Let these suffice. Turn now to our present. The reunion of the semi-egoi is one in which, after the mighty ordeal of the great crisis, the souls of the feminine and masculine elements become on the same plane. Both are perfect. This is the marriage made in heaven. Become so that each thinks, wills and expresses itself the same in all ways simultaneously. The two alter egoi are then one, having a feminine negative and a masculine positive aspect. Then these two potentials unite and receive the spirit or I am, which was always undivided, and which illumined each soul of its pair equally. So is this last union. Thus Virus is me, living, being, immanent, and speaks this message with me. Is I, and yet mysterious truth is herself. Likewise I am her and yet again myself. I speak and it is she. She speaks and it is I. For we are one being, one spirit, androgyne perfect. Yet not perfect as our Father is, for he is perfect as conditionless being, but our perfection is that of a part, because we are all of God, but not he of any one of us. Indeed, were this not true, then our attainment of perfection, Jesus' attainment of it, or any child of the Father, would find in its realization annihilation. But only the soul that sins is cast into the second death, fated to the Sisyphic round till it does succeed. Perfection may be conditionless in all respects save that it is not that of the whole. And because we each are parts, therefore are we forever attracted to the Father, who is the sum of all parts, and this attraction is to onward being. And we are ever attracted to the other parts, both those which are pure and those which are less. It is because the part is forever drawn to the sum that there is no death, save in defying and abandoning all hold on the whole. Perfection of a part but draws it nearer to the whole, and perfection of the whole compels it to depend on each of its parts. There may be change, there is no death, and there may be extinction of personality. The erring soul may perish, and itself and deeds he annihilated, but the spirit from the Father dieth not. If for thy soul thou wouldst have eternal life, if thou wouldst not see thy soul, that product of untold ages of time, lost in the second death, and thyself, O Spirit, child of our Father, doomed to recreate another soul to lay as acceptable offering before our Lord, then subdue it. Subdue thy soul, attune it to God through Jesus Christ our Lord, by recognizing that it is his, given him by God, made by thee to serve the Creator. If thou make thy soul serve thee in his service, thou hast it eternally. But if thou serve it, thou shalt lose it and have to make another during coming eons. Will you follow the path, even as I have pointed out to you that it leads to the kingdom? Be sure of yourself before you do embrace occult learning, lest it prove a veritable bridge of Mirza, full of fatal pitfalls for your feet. Better shun the secret wisdom than fail, for strait is the gate and narrow is the way that leads unto being, and few there be that find it. Knowest thou me? A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, but a corrupt tree. Wilt thou hew me down and cast me into the fire? Who testifies concerning the Spirit? Not every one that says, Lord, Lord, shall enter into heaven, but he that does the will of my Father in heaven. The time is brief. I have spoken. Peace be with you. The end. Note by the author. Friends, 13 years have become past time since the words of this book were dictated. Purposely hath publication been delayed until the end, that statements then made might acquire weight through the coming to pass of many of the predictions to be found within these covers. Predictions which at that time were wholly unverified, and were, moreover, regarded by science as chimerical. Prophecy would be impossible in a godless universe. And were it not that vibration is the law of laws, no mind could come into unison with the Creator or any of his ministers. Each living being is a minister to the creature immediately inferior. Today witnesseth the faith of those who have believed in my words swallowed up in knowledge. The predictions have numerously been realized. All will be. So it is that today, in the middle of the final year of the century, I add, the mighty say stone. The division of the way hath come. The midnight hour of the cycle which, more than any other, formed life's great divide, hath struck. When first I dictated for this book there lacked, as it were, yet a few seconds to the closing of the 6th day. But now for some seconds hath been fulfilled the initiation of that saying of him who sitteth upon the throne. Behold, I make all things new. The hour hath struck. And now presently, the one overcoming shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. This is for those who did set their hands to the plough and their feet to furrow, and looked not back, while yet the 6th cycle was. But as for the cowards, a halt between two opinions, and the unbelievers in aught above earthly, finite things, and the abominable and takers of life and passion and lust servers, sorcerers, idolaters and swervers from truth, their portion is the great karma of the world, second death. While the foolish ones were gone to buy oil, the bridegroom came, and they who were prepared entered in with him to the feast, and the door was shut. When the foolish returned, the door was not opened unto them. Beloved, remember these words which were spoken by the apostles of the Christ, that they said that in the last time before the end of the age, there will be mockers walking after their own impious lusts. 10. These indeed blaspheme what things they do not understand, but that which they know naturally, as do the irrational animals, in these things they are corrupt. 19. These are they who separate at the dividing of the way, going in the finite direction, not having the Spirit. 7. And are placed as an example, to endure the retributive justice of an age-ending fire. Many have been my references to America as being Atlantis come again. Much hath in a general way been said of the beginning, rise, growth and destruction of that ancient prototype. A hint hath been here and there given, rather by inference than by specific statement, that while America should be pure and even, more than ATL, just because she is ATL returned on a higher plane, she must endure the woes as well as retrace her precoronate glories. The penalty visited upon Poseidon was the crowning sentence of that age. Century after century in the majestic march of time, hath passed since the sun looked down upon a wild waste of ocean waters where but a few days before had been the regal island continent. Another cycle hath reached its end, and its last hour hath chimed. All that which is imperfect in the now closed 6th day is come, in stately, measured but inexorable way to face judgment by the standard truth. Spot nor blemish cannot hope to stand nor continue before it. Neither can aught be amended so as now to escape its karmic penalty, for the seal of its full time is set upon it. The one acting unjustly, let him be unjust still, and the filthy one, let him be filthy still, and the righteous one, let him do righteousness still, and the holy one, let him be holy still. Lo, I come speedily, and the reward of me is with me, to give back unto each one as the work of him shall be found. The great karma unfailingly setteth each evildoer back to the point attained ere the animal forces in riot obtained control over the human. Wherefore those who in the 6th cycle lost supremacy over their lower selves won no place in the 7th. In the closing years of the spent cycle one deserted his helpless wife. Verily, he really deserted his birthright in the new age. Another sought, being weak-willed, to drown worries in wine. Be but drowned his soul's advanced merits. A wife was faithless to her wedding vows. The door of the new time is fast against her. A thief stole what? His own life's rewards. One there was who deprived another of physical life. He also erased his own name from Teode's roll call. One swore to keep a vow, but broke it often. In this new day, after the grave shall claim his physical being, he shall not again awaken, having lacked will to live. A man was buried with high honors who at merciless cost to his fellow men enriched his bank account. A gravestone near as costly as pure gold rears above his mortal. Aye, and under it is also the dead hopes of resurrection. She sold her body. Purchased and purchaser form an unhallowed company in yesterday's catacombs, whence they shall not emerge to see the light of today until, cycles afar hence, death and hell give up their inhabitants. Such is a brief glimpse into a closed record. Turn the page. Another did deeds of love. Love endures thereof live through all the days. forever. One smiled when a smile was heroic and cheered faint souls. One visited the sick and prisoners. One clothed a naked stranger, and one gave half of her last crust, though only to a starving dog. Verily, all these shall receive their reward in the day now dawning. The bad are not all bad, neither the good wholly good. She who lived a life of shame, yet ever kept hope of better things burning in her inmost heart, and longed for death to release her, since man would not, looked beyond the shadow of the late unhallowed years, to the far, far distant upland, where yon glimmering light appears. Verily, she shall be chastened, and made new, in the glory of today. But the chastening is a weary ordeal and slow. As the great karma handles her, so handleth it all others, for it is Christ's mercy, which healeth every soul's hurt. During many, many centuries prophecy hath looked forward to the end of the age as a time of awful woe, and has pictured dread scenes of terminal horror. Am I come to say that all these predictions shall fail? Is the book of the Apocalypse mere allegory? Would it were! But as the posseed age was stricken, this one must also be which has just passed. Shall America, the glorious, together with the rest of the world, meet similar woe? Alas, worse, though not by water but by fire. Shall all be wiped out of existence, leaving a planet in ruins? Unto the end of full obedience and the coming into harmony with divine law shall the lash be applied. Words may not portray the scenes. This is the message of the end of the age. The day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come nigh. Isaiah. Behold, the day that burneth as an oven. Malachi. The hour hath struck. And yet in all of this there is no mystery, no supernatural penalty, no capricious infliction by an offended personal God, and nothing of man's necessity, God's opportunity. It is all of man's own doing. He hath wandered from the way, and hath for the God-nature in him, which he should have revered and nourished, substituted worship of self and of mammon. Hath cast out love, and placed violence, lust, greed, and all the riotous animalism in him in command of his life. Man is his own judge and executioner. Man is the type and the universe is the print. Nature patterns after man, not man after nature. He, a being of free will, hath brought all coming woes of judgment to be inevitable. He must endure, as he hath sown, so must he reap. O man, forgetter of love, of mercy, of right, breeder of hate, of cruelty, and of the inhumanity that hath and still doth make countless millions mourn, is it possible that thou hast been blind to the handwriting on the wall? Alas, yes, thou hast. Rampant is the spirit of selfishness, of greed, of merciless gain. Its hand guides the trains and steamers, clicks the telegraph keys, operates the telephone and cables, makes a mockery of free speech, shackles the press so that it dares to utter only that which cannot offend its master. Every human enterprise, all national policies and international comedies, all things, even the churches, are willing vassals to this fiend, self. What then? Ruin is on all sides, the human race and all lower creatures its victims. Masons at work on a high one shout as a brick falls. Stand from under! I stand from under. A world is falling. Pile no higher the racial and individual misdeeds now biding expiation. Weary enough the awful reckoning of the great karma without additions to its terrible length that even now stretches ahead, a seeming eternity. Frenzied millions of men and women, boys and girls, no longer free save in name, are menaced with starvation. Hungry, cold, half-clad, shelterless only too often, denied the chance to work, however willing they may be, corporation-owned machinery their competitor. Monopoly and trust-ridden, sleeping or waking. This inhuman picture is the rule, not the exception. Thou knowest this full well. State nothing new in this regard, and the awful facts are underdrawn instead of exaggerated. All of this, although in far, far less degree, has been so at the ending of every age, was so in posseed and is therefore now repeated. But it can never be so again after this, for here the way divides. Posseed survived. So also shall they of the sixth age. In the full time by fire the reaper shall reap, and no place be found for physical safety by the unchanged of heart. But the time of it shall be foreshortened, else no flesh could remain alive. Stand from under, The roar of armed hosts must succeed the thunderous mutterings of the times. No more is there any chance to prevent the coming retribution, albeit it may seem unduly deferred. For the causes have had their way. Too late is it to even modify the result of the misguidance of that spirit whose hand sways the helm. A short but sharp conflict, sanguinary past belief, even now reddens on the horizon. The trained armies, millions of men active or in reserve, that are now engaged in conquest, fevered with war, will but little longer, comparatively, submit to having themselves and loved ones ground under the heel and strangled by the hand of that organized thing, capital, which, itself merely the natural fruit of selfishness, none the less is a riotous animal principle, compelling the few to be masters of the many, denying the God-born declaration that all men are created free and equal, and warping it to seem a giant lie. Soon millions of trained soldiers will turn upon the visible representatives, the wealthy and worldly prosperous, who in reality are not more responsible than will be their assailants, of that relentless force behind all human enterprise. Later they will break up into lawless bands bent on satisfying Ishmaelitish tendencies, each self-server's hand weaponed against his fellow creatures. Then will the pent-up hate, the savagery and selfishness begotten by ages of selfishness ruled by unbridled animalism break in a storm such as the world hath never yet seen. No, not during all the ages ages forgotten for untold thousands of years. That loveless conflict will initiate that which, nature completing, will leave living but one where now are many. Hard and fast after the human conflict will come pestilences unparalleled, sweeping the wide earth over. For in that day none will pause to bury the slain until the evil is wrought, nor then, for the dead of the plagues will be as thousands for every one by violence. And all this because the love that should grace and soften men's hearts, each for all and all for each, dried up and became a mockery in the close of the ended cycle, leaving but scattered oases, few and far between. Nature follows man, wherefore the waters of earth will dry out, rains be withheld, cyclones sweep, and an earthquake come such as was not since a man was on the earth. I am mindful of Poseid, but all of this will occur only through natural causes, and in consonance with the selfishness, lust, greed, anger, and general depravity of the type. As these blaze in the human breast, so shall the air, dry and vaporless under brazen skies, develop solar heats more fierce than history ever knew. A parched earth, furnace-like, piling all flesh mountains high, pestilences stalking unchecked. Oi! Blind to the handwriting on the wall, which flickers still, though writ for a spent cycle. Turn now and read, while yet the last midnight stroke reverberates. The disciples asked the great master, saying, Teacher, when will these things be? And he said, When you see Jerusalem surrounded by encampments, then you may know that the desolation has come near, for these are days of vengeance, with axes to be fulfilled of all the judgments. Friends, know ye the meaning of the name Jerusalem, that it means vision of peace? Verily so it doth. One by one during the years, all the signs of the end of the age but one were fulfilled. But these were only the beginning of sorrows, for still the spirit of liberty abode here and there in the breasts of lovers of their fellow men. That spirit wrapped itself in the glorious folds of the stars and stripes and proclaimed the imperishable declaration of human equality, granting unto all that freedom which Americans for themselves demanded. But now the vision of peace is finally encompassed by armies, the last gap being filled with blue-coated soldiers forcing Mammon's commercial shackles upon alien peoples in tropical islands. Ah, the starry flag droops mournfully low above the freedom birthright sold for a mess of pottage. My people, oh my people! As ye have sown, so must ye reap. The vision of spiritual peace is wholly clouded by the dust of armed camps, and no gap is left unobscured. Then shall the end come. A son hath continually called from on high, stand from under, get into the shelter of that cross. In all the expiatory time must indeed those who thought no wrong suffer. Thought no wrong. In every life, whether theists, atheists, or merely one ignorant of any doctrine of belief, there comes a time when the inward spirit beseeches the soul to go up higher. It pleads again and yet again so long as faintest hope remains. Omission too hath its penalty. How shall we escape if we neglect so great salvation? Echoed throughout the past age. Fire burns a babe's fingers as badly as it does an adult's. There were and are those who lived and live the cross. These shall not suffer, not even though bodily death overtake them. They have no karma to expiate. What is the cross? What is Christ? I have said long ago, but I will restate it. The divine stream of life, the indefinable God, that is, the long arm of the living cross. Directed, purposed human will is the short arm. This will power is our call upon his name that is never denied. Jesus, the man of Nazareth, gave us pattern. He sacrificed self for us. He said, "Follow me." Also, "If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me." This self is the lower self. It is the animal. All animals are in man concreted. No hyena is so treacherous, no tiger so ferocious, no hog so brutish, no weasel so destructive. No animal creature of any sort is so perfect in its own peculiar nature as is the man who suffers any or all of these animal characteristics within him to run riot. And this is because his human soul is enslaved to the animal. Animal is only force undirected, whether it exist in a body or not. Directed, guided by will, it saith to be animal. But in yielding to that guidance it must give up its free lawlessness, something never pleasant and often painful. It is sacrifice always. The symbol is the cross. He sacrificed self for us on this same cross of the causeless, divine stream which 365 containeth all things and floweth. No man knoweth whence nor whither. I would not minimize Calvary. It is very, very real and the one great fact forever. Follow me. On that same cross, day by day, I, moment by moment, employing our wills as he directed, that we may grow unto his likeness, we also, following, must sacrifice self, sacrifice the animal in us. That is, in God's service we must never cease to direct those vagrant forces which in running riot turn earth into a veritable hell and supplant love with self. It is written that a little child shall lead them. Verily the little child of the Spirit in the new time shall be ruler over the menagerie within the man, and that man shall therefore be able, even as Kwang, the Chin, to rule any animal outside of himself. A vast power, this, and because of it in the new time no longer shall any beast, whether in human form, or in lower animal body, or merely apparent as a raging tempest or a disease, be free to do evil. When the Spirit in man cometh fully to its own, he shall rule them as with a rod of iron. This riotous throng, rule them to their own good. Cut them off suddenly, even as Kwang cut off the puma from furthering its own will. He shall destroy that theretofore unbridled animal, by the cross converting it into a servitor to the Father. All things must become new today, because conditions will soon so differ that they who would hold fast to the old will find nothing either in nature or elsewhere that will longer yield to the old powers. And now here, of all places, I would indeed not be vague in expression. The seventh cycle is that of the Spirit. Today existence will demand a spiritual eye and ear, and that every sense be raised to the heights. The very means of dealing with nature will be no longer gross, but become as in Hesperus, manageable only by those who, using the cross in their every life act, swerve never to either side of the way, never either in least or greatest deed doing. Error, even that good may come, knowing it cannot bring aught but pain and penalty. Not one can be lost, finally, of the evildoers, for God wastes nothing. He converts all things from lower into higher, inexorably, surely. Some must endure the retributive justice of the great karma. I, the majority, must experience more or less of this fire of transfiguration. The wrath of God is love's severity. Then will be those times when all things are made new. What now, think ye? Shall not America, and the rest of the world, be more glorious than ever thou hast dreamt? I truly, she shall not indeed have the great population census takers imagine. There shall be few where were many, tens replacing thousands. But not in numbers is there greatness or magnificence. Remember the Saldans and Rai Ernon, which was greater, he or that ill-fated host. Yet never shall a soul be lost. God hath place for everyone. It is written that after 1,000 years Satan shall be loosed for a little season. That is well. For the race possessing such amazing powers, though few will be the people, yet will there be some who will have attained these powers through mere intellect. They will abuse their privileges, having not the Spirit, and these sinful ones will the perfect in evil assail, that karma shall overtake them. Having 366 had much given unto them, of them shall much be demanded. Wherefore their karmic atonement will be more intense than words can depict. The wrath of God is love's severity. All shall be converted from lower into higher. A glory shines across the coming years, the glory of a race grown great and free. 'Twas seen by poets, sages, saints, and seers, whose vision glimpsed the dawn that is to be. A shining shore is by the future sea, whereon each man all stand among his peers, as equal, and to none shall bend the knee. Awake, my soul, shake off your doubts and fears. Behold the hosts of darkness fade and flee, before the magic of the morning's face, and hear the sweet and wondrous melody that floats to us from far-off golden days. It is the choral song of liberty.